Yes.
The Leaf Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1575 of the War News stream. And today we have an absolutely breaking news story. Russia is currently preparing for a Ukrainian coastal assault on Crimea. They've currently deployed forces, and also Putin has now ordered a partial civil lockdown in Crimea amid the panic. And that's a massive story happening today, and we got all the details about that. And also, the Russian gas shortages are now crippling the Russian airline industry. Also, their farms are starting to go under, and right now it's pure chaos inside of Russia, and also we have a little Iran news too, but it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 24 hours of the news from around the world, as we have been able to hear of significant developments in the ongoing war in Ukraine, as it does appear that the Ukrainian armed forces are now stating that they are preparing for a significant campaign of maritime raids and amphibious landings on the Crimean Peninsula to be able to insert large numbers of special forces teams into Russian rear line areas. This has resulted in such a large amount of fear and pandemonium within the Russian ranks that Vladimir Putin himself has issued a presidential decree ordering a military curfew to be issued and blanketed across the whole of the Crimean Peninsula, stopping most forms of motor traffic during the nighttime hours and only allowing for the Russian military and Russian police officials to be the ones patrolling the roadways and the outer fields and countrysides of the peninsula. In the midst of this, we've also seen that the Crimean Peninsula has continued to come under a significant bombardment and slamming by the Ukrainian drone forces, as more bridges have been destroyed leading into Crimea and around the area of the Armyansk-Chandhar and Henichesk gaps. We've also additionally been able to see that Crimeans have now taken to pushing their vehicles by foot down the streets to gas stations to try and see if they can just get a drop of fuel to put in the tank to be able to move the car back to their houses. In the midst of this, more attacks were conducted on the city of Sevastopol Melitopol, stopping all ferry services within the port city, and also halting other Russian activities within the city during that time. We've also seen that the Ukrainian naval forces have conducted a long-range drone attack against a Russian vessel that was attempting to leave the port of Novorossiysk, causing it to be heavily damaged in the midst of the attack. Additionally, fuel shortages are continuing to reach Krasnodar, Mariupol, Donetsk, and the rest of the occupied regions as more evidence is continuing to come out showing these attacks. Meanwhile, on the M14 highway, which is becoming more and more sparsely scattered, at least in terms of traffic, Ukrainian drone forces are still targeting and destroying the very little Russian logistics that are left that are attempting to make their way to the city of Melitopol, the last major supply hub in the entirety of the southern front that is accessible via the land bridge. Ukrainian forces are still ensuring that most of these trucks will find their journey ill-fated on their way to the city of Melitopol. Additionally, an incident did occur at Sochi today, which almost led many to believe that an aircraft had crashed after Russian air defenses opened fire right after a Russian civilian airliner left the area. It turns out that the airliner was unharmed in the incident and did return and landed at the Sochi airport. However, this also came during the midst of reports that now hundreds of flights are going to be canceled throughout the Russian Federation every day due to a lack of available jet fuel. The situation has gotten so bad for the first time in decades, the Russian Federation is actually aiming and is currently working towards attempting to have refined fuels such as gasoline and diesel imported from East Asian nations that have a surplus of those types of fuel, because the Russian Federation's refinery capabilities are no longer good enough to be able to keep the Russian economy and the Russian Federation running due to the amount of damage and destruction that's been caused by prior Ukrainian drone attacks. At this moment right now, there is also a drone attack currently happening on Moscow City, and we've also seen that there is a larger wide-sweeping drone attack still ongoing at this point throughout the entirety of southern Russia and occupied Crimea. Ukrainian armed forces have also been inflicting significant casualties onto the Russian Federation's armed forces over the course of the day, and we have also seen some pretty wild and interesting footage coming out of that. We've also been able to hear additionally that inside the United States of America, the Defense Production Act has now been put into force to try and see that more munitions that were expended during the war in Iran can be replenished through arms production here within the United States. And additionally, we have been able to hear in Versailles in France today that the state of Ukraine will be allowed to license produce Patriot missile interceptors and other forms of large caliber air defense missiles inside of their own home country to be able to give them the upper hand against Russian missile and drone threats. We've also been able to additionally hear more significant news out of the Middle East, as there has been reports from the area that the United States Memorandum of Understanding has finally come out in full text, which does appear to be tantamount to a surrender to the Islamic Republic of Iran. We've also additionally been able to hear that new readiness drills are being conducted by the Republic of China on the island of Taiwan as they try and prepare for a possible Chinese landing or an invasion that could be conducted here within the future. But at that moment, holy moly, huge thanks to Kerberos3 for that unbelievably massive support, and we have breaking news coming out right now as well. Everything hitting us all at once. So what do we got, Matthew?
Okay, so tonight is going to be a very interesting stream. We obviously have the massive news about Crimea, but we're having breaking news literally happening right at the very start of the stream tonight. We are currently getting a missile warning that has just popped up in the Leningrad Oblast of Russia, literally right this second. That's a Ukrainian ballistic missile warning, or just a missile warning that is, inside of Leningrad. The ballistics aren't quite here yet, but they have cruise missiles though. They do have those. So I'm not sure what is being targeted right now in Leningrad. Of course, that's a very consequential district inside of Russia. Also, I'm seeing right now video after video coming out showing drones going into Moscow. In fact, we have a video that just came in 8 minutes ago that shows the most close-up video I've ever seen of a Ukrainian drone on its way into Moscow, literally like a macro zoom on the drone flying in right this second. So Moscow's under attack, Leningrad's currently under a missile warning. It's going down right now as we're starting.
I gotta say, a missile warning all the way up at Leningrad is a little bit wild. Maybe it's the Bars cruise missile that they're saying is a ballistic missile, because technically, while it is kind of a drone missile hybrid, that definitely does have the range and ability to get up there. Or maybe it's a Flamingo. We do know that the Ukrainians don't have ballistic missiles, at least yet. That's one thing that we are sure of, but we have heard reports from the Ukrainian Defense Minister Fedorov that appears to be showing that they are currently working on producing ballistic missiles and fielding those within the near future, but we don't don't really have any information to confirm that there are ballistic missiles that have actively been fired at St. Petersburg. Maybe these are the first. Who knows? Maybe this is their unveiling of the weapons system. But we will be making sure to get into this breaking news here incredibly soon, as we actually did know, folks, right before the stream started, that Moscow was under a fresh, brand new drone attack, and it appears that we're continuing to get more footage out at this moment. I'm going to be largely cataloging those and putting those on the map to cover a little bit later on during the show, which will literally be in about the next 15 minutes after we cover Crimea, because right now we're not seeing any direct impacts. We're just seeing the flights of the drones into Moscow. But if there is any direct impacts or explosions in Leningrad or in Moscow, or St. Petersburg, as Leningrad is actually called in the modern day, we will be making sure to clip over to those immediately and show you all the impacts and damage that has been caused.
Okay, well, real quick though, you mentioned impacts and fires. There's some large fires happening right now in Moscow. Actually, I just got the video literally 30 seconds ago. It looks like maybe a high-rise building has been hit near the Moscow region. It looks like a drone impacted right into the top of a high-rise. In fact, it looks like it just barely clipped the top of the high-rise building. So I'm not sure if that was maybe Russian electronic warfare, or maybe it went off course or something. But it looks like Moscow's confirmed hits here. That's one of them. And also, I'm hearing some early reports of another fire inside of Moscow as well. So right now, Moscow's under a very serious assault.
So right after I said that, folks, like literally on the bell, right when I said we are only going to cover Moscow if we get clips of explosions, we actually have some. So here's our first clip showing one of the drones flying into that area and then exploding on the side of the building. And this is the aftermath of the impact, which appears to have hit several apartment floors on the top of this high-rise somewhere within southwestern Moscow.
But it looks like it just clipped the top of it, really. It looks like it just clipped it, like it was trying to fly low and maybe snagged it or something. I can't tell if that's electronic warfare interference or maybe just a mistake in the flight path. I can't tell.
I can't really tell either, to be entirely honest. This one, honestly, folks, is a little bit confusing because it really didn't even look like the drone. I mean, it looked like the wing collided with the building, but then the drone just spontaneously exploded with the wing clipping the building. So quite an odd instance here. We're not really sure what to make of this one, but this is our first confirmed explosion and impact, if we want to call it that has been seen in Moscow so far. This could have been caused by electronic warfare. It could have been the incorrect piloting of a drone by a Ukrainian drone operator, or the AI system, which largely flies it to almost all the way to the target without any human intervention. We're not entirely sure, but it does appear that this one did explode on a residential high-rise somewhere within southwestern Moscow. But moving us on out of that bit of breaking news that just came out of Moscow, and we'll probably be breaking for more news coming out of both St. Petersburg and Moscow in the meantime, we are going to be moving on into all of our breaking news today, starting with our largest stories first, and then moving our way on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. And while attacks on Moscow and St. Petersburg are big, we actually have a larger story that has come out over the course of this day before we get back into those. And that story is once again coming out of Crimea, which has now become the focus point of almost all the news that's been coming out for the past week. Crimea is entering what we can describe as one of the most tumultuous times that we've seen so far in the entirety of the war, as they continue to try and fight the armed forces of Ukraine, or at least the Russian occupation forces continue to try and fight the armed forces of Ukraine within the southern front of the Ukrainian state. We have seen that over the past few weeks, Ukrainian medium-range drone attacks have started to rain absolute chaos and hell onto Russian supply lines along the M14, which not only feed the Russian forces in Zaporizhzhia and Kherson, but also feed all of the civilians and military personnel within the Crimean Peninsula. A series of key Ukrainian strikes on multiple bridges, including those at the Armyansk, Chanhar, and Heniches gaps, have continued to isolate Crimea further and further from supplies. At this moment right now, the supply situation is so bad within most of Crimea that civilians have now taken to pushing their cars down the street by hand now that they've run out of fuel, to be able to try and get them to gas stations to fill up with gas if there's any left. Gas is sporadically popping up at some gas stations in some select areas in Crimea, but it is no longer available at any regular rates, meaning that Crimea quite literally has no fuel left, and if there is any fuel, it's largely like a drop of rain in the middle of a 30-year drought where the surrounding areas turn into a desert in a figurative sense. We can actually see some of those civilians pushing their cars here down the road as they try and get them to the gas station.
Good sound effects with this too.
Daddy, daddy, da-dum. Man, like, really, honestly, top end.
I thought you were supposed to use the engine in the car. I didn't think you were supposed to get out and like push it. It's turning into the Flintstones like lifestyle inside of Russia at this point.
Man, it honestly is kind of turning into the Flintstones kind of a lifestyle out here for the occupied territories in Ukraine, and it's not really looking all too good for them. You know, the supply situation is looking absolutely grim at this point. I mean, like, this is just the gas station side of things, but to also add this into perspective, there's no food getting into Crimea. There's nothing getting into Crimea. Literally nothing. The gas is running out, but along with it, every other form of goods that people buy on their day-to-day lives is also running out as well. The situation has gotten absolutely desperate within the entirety of the Crimean Peninsula. And in the midst of this, the Russian Federation is now hearing that there is an even larger threat that's now being posed to the oblast. And I have to bring y'all back about a week or so when we brought this up originally as to what's happening in Crimea or what could be happening here within the near future as far as a Russian withdrawal could be concerned. Many people know that we spoke in a great depth strategically and also analyzing the situation on what the Crimean forces or the Russian forces in Crimea are currently doing, their current condition, and what they might be doing here in the near future. And I did state that as far as the analysis was concerned militarily, a Russian withdrawal from the Crimean Peninsula would be incredibly difficult to pull off for their coastal defense forces and also some limited infantry forces within the oblast. They would be needed to be able to try and repel any Ukrainian raiding forces that are dropped off on the coastline. However, the limitation in fuel supplies, which is now affecting everything in Crimea, including the Russian army, makes it a lot more difficult to run those routine maritime patrol routes for their naval patrol vessels and to also send out Russian infantry groups in Crimea on spot calls, or largely as a quick reaction force, to be able to deal with whatever Ukrainian special forces teams have landed on shore and have ended up being exposed due to some sort of a fault in being identified by other Russian forces elsewhere in the peninsula. Because of these situations with a complete lack of fuel, we already understand that a decent amount of the maritime patrol routes around Crimea are being significantly curtailed by the Russian Coast Guard and the Russian Navy, and not only that, the remaining Russian infantry throughout the entirety of the oblast are also finding it increasingly difficult for their quick reaction forces to actually be quick, because they don't have any fuel. If they're in Simferopol and they need to respond to something that happened in Chernомorsk, they are quite literally several days away by foot from reacting to the area that Ukrainian special forces were identified at. And by the time they arrive there, those Ukrainian forces might be long gone, or whatever damage they were aiming to inflict has already been inflicted, and that special forces team has moved well on out of the area. This means that Crimea has now become a lot like in the World War II, since Italy was the soft underbelly of Europe. Crimea has now also entered the same position for the Russian Federation. It's a peninsula jutting out into the middle of a sea that the Russians are finding harder and harder to defend. And because of this, it is becoming the soft underbelly of the entirety of the occupied Russian front within the southern area. And the Russians are starting to believe that that's going to become quite a significant issue. According to information that has come out today, successful strikes by the armed forces of Ukraine have forced the Russians to prepare for the landing of Ukrainian groups in Crimea, according to a spokesperson for the defense forces, which spoke to the press this afternoon. Russia plans to deploy nearly 24 watercraft from the Dnieper River Flotilla of the Black Sea Fleet to search for and destroy Ukrainian unmanned boats and reconnaissance groups. According to Voloshin in a comment to Ukraine Forum, the enemy intends to conduct reconnaissance and search operations in the coastal zone from Portovoy to Vidnyo in the temporarily occupied Crimean Peninsula. All this suggests that after a series of successful strikes on military facilities in Crimea, the Russians are seriously afraid of new actions by the defense forces and possible landings of Ukrainian groups in the temporarily occupied territories of Crimea and Kherson. And the situation is quite a serious one at that. Right now, the 337th Regiment, which was the only Russian regiment holding the Kinburn Spit, has completely withdrawn from the area, meaning that there are not even Russian patrols being conducted within the Kinburn Spit to be able to repel Ukrainian SOF teams that might be trying to land in that area. We would also believe that the situation is becoming incredibly similar within the western coastline of the Crimean Peninsula as well, meaning that Ukrainian Special Forces teams could be dropped off here, and considering that Ukrainian Special Forces teams are designed and trained to be able to operate autonomously behind enemy lines for an extended period of time, these reconnaissance forces, or more so special forces raid teams, could be dropped off en masse on the Ukrainian coastline without the Russians even really knowing, and could continue to conduct vital reconnaissance and also sabotage operations behind enemy lines, with the Russians being almost none the wiser to it the entire time. That could become absolutely detrimental to the Russian armed forces and their strategic position along the lines at the Dnieper River within the Kherson Oblast, and also within the Zaporizhia Plains to the south near to the city of Zaporizhia. If the rear line areas are being heavily destroyed and being heavily damaged by Ukrainian SOF teams, and they are also helping to triangulate more deadly drone fire and drone attacks throughout that area, that could spell absolute disaster for the Russian forces within this area before the autumn months even arrive. The panic has started to increase so badly that Vladimir Putin himself has now issued a presidential decree for the Crimean Oblast. This one right here. This one is stating that Russian-installed authorities in occupied Crimea have imposed a nighttime ban on motorcycles, mopeds, scooters, pit bikes, and ATVs from 2000 hours to 0600 hours starting on the 17th of June. So that would be approximately about from 8 o'clock to 6 in the morning. Nobody can be out on the roadways in Crimea on a motorcycle, a moped, a scooter, a pit bike, whatever the hell that is, and ATVs.
They're big time scared, I would say. That's pretty bad. Literally, basically a curfew is essentially what that is. And it sounds to me like they're very worried that Ukraine's going to pull up in like little small raft boats or like small rib style boats to the coast of Crimea, and they're going to try to offload maybe dirt bikes or something like that. It's all outlined right here in this decree. And the Russians are worried they're going to start using those motorcycles to go deep into Crimea, set up a temporary base, and then start sabotage operations inside of Crimea. That's what it sounds like to me. And that's a pretty big deal to start doing stuff like this. They are big time scared.
They are extremely scared. And also another thing that's a little bit interesting that some people might not know, and this is the reason why this presidential decree is worded in this way for the Crimean Peninsula, is that Ukrainian SOF raid teams actually do use lighter mobility vehicles like scooters and bikes, or more so like dirt bikes and motorbikes and whatnot, that are somewhat lighter weight to be able to move around a lot more rapidly within Crimea. We haven't really seen that documented a lot on film, but there has been a lot of reports as far as the doctrine of Ukrainian SOF teams in rear line areas that does show that they do use a decent amount of scooters and bikes to be able to cover a lot more ground once they make their landings in Crimea. In a modern war, maneuverability is key, even for SOF teams that are landing behind enemy lines. And so for that reason, once they make a landing, they don't really want to be on foot, moving at maybe a top speed on average of 4 miles an hour off of the coast, because if a Russian response team is about to arrive within the area within the next hour, they know that the Ukrainian SOF team couldn't have made it any farther than 4 miles off of the coast at that point. However, if they have some form of motorbikes and they're able to put 2 guys on each motorbike, they are able to take only a handful of motorbikes and put an entire platoon on it and send them quite literally about as far into the Crimean Peninsula as possible before a Russian QRF team is even able to get to the coastline area where they landed, meaning that the search area is so large that any Russian search and destruction efforts in the rear line areas against these SOF teams would be largely ineffective. So this is an attempt to try and curb the Ukrainian SOF teams just hopping on a motorbike and then just driving on into Crimea or into the occupied territories in Kherson and Zaporizhia and completely evading the Russian search and destruction teams that would be sent out if they were ever given an alert that Ukrainian SOF teams landed inside of Crimea. The situation is extremely desperate, I think, as many of y'all can tell. And not only that, the Ukrainians are continuing to destroy every single bridge that they can find within the area. Let me show y'all. This one was actually around the area of the Razdolny village in the Sovetsky district of Crimea. Observe. There's the bridge, and here goes the bridge right now. So we can all tell the situation is extremely desperate, to say the least. And so many people currently are talking about what in the world are the Ukrainian armed forces preparing on doing that is getting the Russian Federation this panicked and this freaked out about the larger situation that's now unfolding within the Crimean Peninsula. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
Okay, so the Ukrainians were saying it was going to be a very spicy summer offensive season for the Russians, and it was going to be very tricky down there in the Isle of Crimea, as we're now calling it. So Russia is now officially preparing for a Ukrainian amphibious assault on Crimea, meaning naval landings on Crimea, and Russia's already deploying forces like we just went over in that report that came out. So what are your thoughts about that? 46% said Ukraine will do special raids in Crimea, and that's probably what it'll be limited to a large degree. 32% said Ukraine will fully invade Crimea, and 17% said this sounds very unlikely in the whole situation. So I'm of the belief right now that it sounds to me like Ukraine is definitely planning on doing special raids in Crimea, and that's why we're seeing this report come out, the special decree from Vladimir Putin himself, basically saying that ATVs, motorcycles, pit bikes, and four-wheelers, they cannot be active inside of Crimean territory at night because they can't distinguish between Ukrainian operators or normal Russian people on dirt bikes in that area. So that is the reason why they're putting that out. So I don't think a full invasion is likely. I'm kind of doubting that at the moment. That's a little bit too lofty of a goal right now. And also, Ukraine still has a lot of work to do to destroy all the remaining rail bridges and road bridges connecting Crimea with the occupied Ukrainian territory. So we'll probably be seeing special raids soon. I'm expecting that pretty quickly at this point. And I'm kind of surprised with how quick it actually is going to take place. I didn't think it was going to happen this fast, but apparently Ukraine's going to move quickly with this, which is obviously a good thing. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that the Ukrainians are definitely going to be conducting special forces raids in Crimea because we do know that the Ukrainian general staff and the Ukrainian armed forces at the highest echelons are incredibly attuned to the situation on the front, of course, battle experienced as well as far as the commands are concerned. And for those reasons, we do know that they'll respond to situations that provide opportune moments in time like this one right now. The supply situation is the worst we have ever seen it in any given area in Ukraine since the start of the war back in February of 2022. And for that reason, a normal field or a normal commander of a larger armed force like the Ukrainian army would be looking at this from a conventional war standpoint and saying that this is the most prime time opportunity that's ever been seen to be able to drop off as many raiding forces as possible within the rear line areas and to be able to gather as much reconnaissance and as much information as can possibly be gathered on enemy forces. Also, on top of that, Ukrainian SOF teams provide a great deal of opportunities that drone forces simply cannot provide on the ground. SOF teams in the modern day, especially in Ukraine, generally prioritize around reconnaissance, and SOF teams can actually provide some levels of reconnaissance, especially on high-end targets that other drone forces simply are not capable of doing. An SOF team of the Ukrainian Armed Forces can sit in the tree lines about a mile away from a target and watch them for days on end, usually undetected, and find some way to relay that information back to the Ukrainian unmanned systems forces, which can then either send drones or missiles to that location, destroying whatever the SOF team deemed as a priority target. That is an incredibly important sort of an ability that the SOF teams would have. Not only that, the SOF teams can also find on their own Russian supply dumps and other sorts of motor pools and destroy those outright with explosives and other munitions, which is also something that drone forces can do, but SOF teams can also sparse through and find some that the drone forces may have missed. They could also conduct assassinations of top-level commanders and generals within the Crimean Peninsula, and can also gather more intelligence and information, such as supply line movements within the areas, to be able to give the Ukrainians a lot more high-fidelity information on the ground of what the supply situation really is looking like on the day-to-day. Those things are incredibly important and vital to be able to get for the Ukrainian armed forces, as it also gives them an understanding to work off of later. So I would say that they're definitely going to be conducting special forces raids within the immediate future in Crimea, and the Russians probably have a good reason to be concerned. But in the midst of this, we actually have more breaking news coming out at this moment. So what do we got?
Okay, so we have some big breaking news right now that some of these drones have been seen entering the Moscow area. Apparently, Ukraine is trying to target the Moscow refinery yet again. They're going for the refinery, the big one that accounts for like 40% of the oil supply of refined oil products in Moscow. They're trying to hit it again, but it looks like one of the drones have crashed on a building right outside of the refinery. It looks like it was not able to make it there, but we are able to confirm that is the target. You can see it right there in the background Kremlin, actually. There's the towers for it back there, if I'm not mistaken. So Moscow is definitely under attack. This is less than 15 kilometers from the Kremlin. Yet again, the drones are back right in the center of the place.
And we can see right here the actual burning debris of one of the drones that appears to have fallen just shy of the refinery complex. We're actually going to spend a minute to try and identify where exactly that was, because it looks like there were some blue-roofed buildings nearby that this thing exploded to, or near to, and I'm trying to see if we can find that here really quickly. This appears to be a power plant within the area near to the Kapotnia refinery, as I'm trying to figure out how to speak English in the meantime, and I'm trying to see if we can find any, this might be the blue-roofed buildings we're looking for. Maybe. Let me make sure here, folks. Any high rises in that line of sight? Any of them at all? Okay, so now I know what we're looking at. So the drone actually appears to have been filmed from somewhere in these high-rise buildings in the Merino district over here, looking out this way towards these blue buildings right there. That at least kind of seems what we're looking at, and there's also some sort of a larger white object in the background, which creates something akin to a solid wall, which I'm not really
Huh.
able to line that one up at the moment, but it looks like it might have been filmed from the Merino district looking towards the east, meaning the drone flew over them and then crashed, possibly.
Yeah, it looks like it looks like it might have hit at least it might have hit on the complex site itself, just not actually in the condenser units. It looks like it hit maybe like in the site. But give us the location here. Show us the distance from this place to the Kremlin. Can you do a measurement of that? Because that's what I'm really curious to see on a map, is how far away it really is.
No, I'm just kidding. Let me actually get the distance. So it is 9.9 miles from the Kremlin. This is actually closer than 12.
That's very close right there. It really like it's unbelievable to see this happening for a second time like this. Several people were saying when Ukraine hit this Moscow refinery the other day, like 2 days ago, they were saying, "Oh, it must have been a fluke. The Ukrainians were able to get through all that air defense the Russians were putting out there, and it wasn't the fact that the Russian air defense was ineffective. It was just a stroke of luck by the Ukrainians. This is proving it's definitely not a stroke of luck. They were able to get through for a second time in just a matter of days through the Russian air defense perimeter. And remember, there are hundreds of missile-based air defense systems around this area. And also, not to mention that, but also mobile fire groups. And the Ukrainian drones were able to fly straight through all of it. Like, once again, like literally straight through the middle of it and get right back to the refinery, literally within like less than a mile of it and less than 10 miles of the Kremlin.
You know what's even more interesting about this is that this refinery is actually within the inner perimeter of the third ring road. And as far as we level Ukrainian attacks here on the channel as to how severe they are or how deep they were able to make it into Russian air defenses, we really measure it off of how many ring roads they were able to pass by before they ended up exploding or getting shot down. And these are making it all the way into, for the second time in a row, the third ring road perimeter, right next to the Kremlin, and it's an exponential sliding scale from what we've seen for the larger part in difficulty for a drone to make it from the fifth ring road area, which is way out here, and then into the fourth ring road area, which would be about here, and then into the third ring road, the second ring road, and the first ring road, which is the one right around the Kremlin. And so this takes a significant amount of air defense evasion or failures of air defense systems for a drone to be able to make it that close to the Kremlin within the third ring road perimeter and to explode on a key target like the Kapotnia refinery, which, mind you all, is one of the 10 largest refineries in the Russian Federation in refining output. So this is quite a significant attempt at an attack again, and it does look like, from what we can tell for now at least, that it seems that the drone may have actually exploded somewhere here on these buildings, right over here on this side. Once again, we're not entirely sure on that, and I'm really spitballing the geolocation just live on air and trying to find the closest thing that lines up. But from everything that we can see and how everything's lining up right now, it looks like this attack here did probably hit onto those pumping buildings on the very edge of the refinery complex, possibly.
Yeah, it does seem to be the case. Also, I have more breaking news, by the way, out of this Moscow attack. We're getting a whole bunch of video and picture evidence showing what is taking place in Moscow right now. I'm seeing another angle here showing the hit right outside the Moscow refinery. It looks like this might be possibly a separate hit that took place right on the perimeter of the facility. Also, I'm getting some more video showing the absolute huge plumes of smoke that are rising over the Moscow area right now. Apparently, that drone that crashed into that residential complex X was apparently shot down or in the process of being shot down by Russian air defense when it hit the building. That's what is being reported right now, according to what I'm seeing. But it looks like, though, possibly two separate hits around the Moscow refinery.
Oh, we got one. We got one here. We actually have a good geolocation for this. Oh my goodness, man. I was so, oh my God. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how to do this. I'm sorry to overreact, folks, but you see down here at the bottom that little red text that says something like Sebevond or something like that. There's a store right here called Sevdovod. So we can actually geolocate this one pretty well. So this is just to the south of Kuzminki Forest Park, right over to the west of the Sevoda, at the Sedovod, if I'm able to pronounce that correctly, somewhere right here. And once again, let me show y'all here. So remember, everyone, we're looking at this from an orientation. Oh dang, let me see. Can I switch this to Google Earth real quick? Globe view. Oh, come on. You gotta be kidding me. I'd have to go to Google Earth for that, sadly. But no, wait a minute. You know what? Let me go to this map. Let me go to this map here to Moscow. Whip it into Google Earth. Hold up, folks. I got to show you all this because this is all important for geolocation's sake. So let's go to Moscow, to the area of the refinery. So where we're viewing this from right now, we're able to see the Sebevod right here, which is the store. We're able to see that the fire is coming from just to the left of it a little bit. Let me see if I can orient this just right. So we're looking at it from an apartment about right here. There's the Sebevod. And the fire is right over here. Notice that. And then you have these larger buildings right here. So this thing appears to have exploded somewhere about right here in this industrial yard or these building complexes that exist literally right on the very perimeter of the refinery. So that is a geolocated dead-on hit right next to the refinery perimeter.
Yeah, that's pretty good right there to geolocate that around the air. So apparently it is right there. It's literally on the site itself. So that's crazy to see that. Also, by the way, since we saw the video earlier, because I know the Russian bots are going to be jumping here talking about, oh, look, the Ukrainians are attacking civilians again. Apparently, we have a different angle of the Ukrainian drone that just crashed in that Russian apartment building. And we can hear in the background of the video the Russian air defense firing. So let's take a look at this. Apparently, allegedly, according to the poster here, they're saying that this shows that the Russian soldiers shot the drone down when it hit the apartment building. So Ukraine apparently did not intentionally fly into it. The Russians actually sent it into their own building. But let's take a look at that video and see what was happening.
And we see the drone out there in the distance flying on along past a construction site. This also appears to have been filmed from a crane gantry well overhead of the city. And we start hearing the Russian air defenses. And right after that, as the air defense continues to open up, apparently against this incoming drone, we then see the impact right there. That doesn't appear to be the same one we saw earlier, though, with the explosion on the side of the building. That one appears to have actually crashed into the middle of the building complex and exploded on the ground.
Yeah, this might actually be a different one right here, but it does seem to be plausible. I'm not sure if we can say conclusively from the video that the Russian air defense definitely shot that down and caused it to go into the building. It does appear, though, that the Ukrainian drone was flying at, it appears to be the top of the building level of altitude. And then after we heard the Russian air defense fire open up on the drone, then all of a sudden it seemed the drone dove down to the bottom floor of the building. So it's plausible that maybe it was the air defense that took it down, but it's not really clear.
And I would have to generally agree, in my honest opinion. I think that we're not entirely sure what happened with the other drone, but this attack on Moscow is still going on in full form. To show you all the rest of the footage that we're getting out of that here at the moment, and actually this is pretty opportune timing, folks, because we're actually about to be moving on into Moscow right now anyways, so we'll just use this as our segue into it. We were able to see some more clips of the ongoing Moscow attacks. You hear this drone flying over. Can't really see it yet in the clip, but we can certainly hear it. And Matthew, I don't think the flamingos naturally live in Leningrad. I think that's in the zoo, is what you're talking about. I'll direct you there after this video. Oh.
Oh, wow.
There, I think that was the drone that hit that high rise from another angle.
Yeah, I think that one is it. That's the second angle.
Охуеть.
Now, why does this sound like something out of a horror movie?
Yeah, really. These are some weird sirens. A little bit late for the sirens, too. Also, real quick, folks, I can't hold back anymore. I gotta report this right now. Some more breaking news. There are confirmed Flamingo cruise missiles, the large, like 1-ton warhead missiles that Ukraine's developed. They are currently flying around in the Leningrad region right now. So I don't know how many Flamingos are currently flying around Leningrad, Russia, but they're confirmed to be there right now. These massive things right here, by the way, that's the biggest cruise missile that Ukraine produces at the moment. So those are flying around, lurking around the area of the airspace of Russia right now. We're not sure what they're going for, but they're probably about to hit something here imminently, very shortly, in the Leningrad region. Most likely, in my opinion, it's probably going for the oil export depots or facilities. That's probably what it's going to end up hitting, but we're not sure yet. But when it hits, we'll know it because those things make a distinct, massive plume of explosion out of that, because it's a 1-ton warhead.
And we'll probably be seeing that here incredibly soon. Man, we're probably about to get a video of that thing flying in like a private jet on an approach to a private airfield again here very soon. But we'll hopefully be getting some footage out of that here in a brief moment. But getting us on back to Moscow, we can see smoke rising from those strikes around Kotelniki, which is apparently where a lot of these strikes were seen. And to show you all where that is inside of Moscow, here very quickly, this is just to the east of the Kapotnia refinery right over here. So this seems to be where we're seeing most of the strikes. And if we were to do a little bit of geolocation, once again using our very helpful Google Earth here, which I'll spin us around to be oriented properly north to south, it appears that a lot of the strikes and explosions are being seen over this larger ridge line here near to the small lake, which appears to be a part of the Sandy Quarry Dzerzhinsky. And we can actually see the smoke rising over the ridge line near to the areas just around here. So that seems to be where most of the explosions are coming from. As a matter of fact, it actually looks like this attack flew in south of Moscow and then looped back around and started coming in from the southeast, heading northwest towards the refinery from all the footage that we're getting at this point right now. This would also explain why we're seeing a lot of them splashing down in Kotelniki, just to the east of the refinery, and then also one of them exploding right near to the Buffalo that we just saw a little while ago in geolocated. We can also see on Flight Radar 24 as well, to give you all a little bit of an update on the airspace situation within this region, that around Moscow, it does appear that there are flights that seem to be, well, let's see here. Do we have any
Click
flights?
the airports instead. Click the airports and see if they're reporting disruptions at them. It should say something on the airports here. Let's see. Flight Radar's not reporting disruptions here. Check the other ones real quick. I'm seeing disruptions being reported. They're saying that allegedly, according to the Russian sources right now, that the so-called carpet plan has been put into effect. I would say, since we're probably not seeing any commercial traffic in the area, it makes sense that the carpet plan likely is in effect, meaning that these airports are currently redirecting flights or not allowing any type of aircraft to take off from the runways right now. That appears to be the case, but I don't see any currently circling around unless they've turned their transponders off. Not seeing that, but the airspace is largely clear.
Well, one thing we can see, while we aren't really getting a lot of aircraft that are being put into orbits as they wait to land, we do have this one right here that has been put into an orbit. And also notice that all of the flights that are supposed to be flying through the area are taking a very indirect, lengthy route around the area of Moscow to be able to make their way back south, largely avoiding the entirety of the Moscow region at the moment, which is probably showing that they have implemented the carpet plan. It's just that the info from the airports hasn't updated yet, because aircraft are already diverting completely around the region's airspace, and we're also seeing that the one flight that we have that is close to Moscow is being put in a holding pattern right now.
Yeah, it appears to be the case. So that does largely confirm that this attack is still ongoing as we speak, which also corroborates what we're currently covering as well from the Ukrainian sources also. So right now, just to reiterate this, currently tracking drones entering the Moscow region. They have struck around the Moscow refinery. And also we are tracking a Flamingo cruise missiles, the large one that Ukraine produces. Several of those are currently flying around the Leningrad region up near St. Petersburg. So a pretty decently sized attack, not to mention all the strikes that took place in Crimea just about 2 hours ago. Literally, strikes galore down there, hundreds of drones going into Crimea. So Russia's feeling the pain yet again today. This is becoming quite a regular thing.
Man, they said, man, down in Crimea, they were like, "Ray bars on my grill." Man, I'm so real. but anyways, moving us on out of that little bit of news that's currently coming out of Moscow right now, which It's not really little, it's actually quite large. These attacks are once again going for the jugular in the city. Hopefully we'll be able to get some information out of Leningrad very soon about the incoming flamingos, which either have been spotted or they're being reported within the area at the moment. We've also been able to hear of other major news that did come out of Moscow over the course of the day, as the drone attacks have been keeping up at a fairly decent clip over the course of the whole day, with some footage showing earlier that a Ka-52 was being used to intercept and shoot down one of these drones over the city. There's the Ukrainian drone, and here's the Ka-52 trying to chase it down.
I don't know if that's going to be very effective. The thing's moving like a snail.
Bro, that thing's like cartoonishly slow. It's like 30 miles an hour up there. We also got some more clips of the ongoing situation within Moscow, as we were able to see large fires once again, as we just showed you all a moment ago. And we've also seen archival footage from yesterday showing a new angle of the attack on the Kapotnia refinery that we did not see yesterday, which actually showed the first original impact from its very beginning. So here's that clip. You hear everybody freaking out. This is apparently at the power plant, and then we can see the strike at Kapotnia.
Oh, wow.
They sound very excited.
Is this guy speaking Russian?
He is speaking Hindu.
Interesting. Yeah, I was about to say, it doesn't sound like Russian. That's kind of weird.
Well, you see, Russia is a proud, strong country that believes in traditional conservative values. That's why they've imported millions of immigrants, like from Pakistan and India and other countries, to replace all the guys who have been killed in the war.
Oh yeah, I forgot. They've lost all their young men in the war. That's been chewed up. Tens of thousands of deaths per month. Obviously, that's unfortunate to say the least. But you know, that's what Putin's doing to his own people. I forgot all about that. They're bringing in all these foreign workers because they're losing their young men. They can't work anymore.
Yeah, you know, it's kind of an interesting thing when you think about that. You know, it's not really the kind of based image, as some people would call it, I think, here in America, that the Russians portray in their propaganda, because it kind of seems to me, you know, you don't really hear a lot of Russians working in Russian labor spaces these days. Most of them are pushing up lilies in Ukraine. But anyways, moving us on out of that little side note right there, we also were able to hear that apparently in the Moscow city area, which is that high-end part of Moscow where they build all the skyscrapers and like the 4 square block area that it's in, they're apparently setting up drone hunting towers. So you'll know those little police observation posts in America that they set up in the mall parking lots around like major holidays like Christmas and whatnot. So they're doing the same thing in Moscow City, but instead of it being for, you know, shoplifting and whatnot, they're putting some guy up there with a light machine gun, basically on a cherry picker, and hoping that he'll be able to shoot down anything that's coming into Moscow City.
Man, I don't know if this is going to work. I think this feels like more like, you know, bait on a fishing line to a certain degree. They put some dude up there like fishing bait, basically. It's like that's going to be like probably a target for the drone right there, that guy up there on that tower. Also, hell, that's going to be a hell of a fall right there, even if he survives the initial impact. I would not want to be in that position.
Man, imagine the drone starts beeline for him. He just yells down the bottom, "Give me that, and then you hear beep, beep. Beep. It's like the thing's like slowly going down. Oh my god, dude! I would be terrified.
That is a stupid idea. It's like this dude right here is playing it crazy risky. Honestly, man.
Man, honestly, it's just nuts. I don't even know how many of these there really are. This is the first one we've seen in Moscow City, but there is a high probability that there's more of them out there somewhere in the Moscow City region. We just haven't seen pictures of them yet. But y'all can see that they are increasing the air defenses, at least the firepower of them. Whether or not that's going to do anything, we don't know, but they're trying. Moving us on out of Moscow City and on into some major national news that is now concerning Moscow and the whole of the Russian Federation, we have some other wild news that has come out over the course of the day. Gas shortages have now, as of today, reached 53 regions of Russia. That's 53 oblasts in the Russian Federation. I believe there's only about 70 or so oblasts in semi-autonomous republics and whatnot in the whole of the Russian Federation, which now means that almost 75% of the Russian Federation is currently being affected by fuel shortages. We've also been able to additionally hear that according to some governors in some regions, including the Irkutsk Oblast, they have now stated in great detail today that due to the failing fuel supplies and also supplies of other basic goods and materials needed for normal modern life, there are going to be some significant repercussions for the agricultural industry, and we're going to actually read off the statements here that were stated in the Irkutsk region, as it does appear to be largely a depiction of the situation across the entirety of the Russian Federation. And so, without further ado, let's get into the video. Which they offer farmers now is go fill up at gas stations. The price there is lower than wholesale. Yes, everything is possible. A couple of problems. A K700 or a Lexicon combine with a header, at 9 to 12 meters, I can't drive into any gas station. This will simply cause a banal human collapse. Because whatever a KAMAZ, MOTS, or any other equipment takes not 10, not 20, not 100 liters into the tanks. Therefore, this will cause an additional collapse. In connection with this, the request, the plea, you could say, of farmers is to finally bring sense into the situation. If necessary, almost everyone agrees to certain limits. Everyone agrees to strictly take it then. When the oil companies say, because we perfectly understand the difficult situation. We understand what speculative moment is being used. The country is in a difficult situation, but to all attempts, opportunities to negotiate with suppliers, there are two answers. Either they just don't have it, the fuel that is, or they have a task to supply the west of Russia. If we don't take the limits now, then there won't be forage. This means there won't be grain. We could just close down in advance and not spend hundreds of millions of rubles just to prepare for the total closure of all agriculture in the Irkutsk region. Yes,
Damn.
It sounds scary. It sounds unpleasant, but a fact remains a fact.
Man, that sounds awful. That sounds like they're a lot closer to an agriculture collapse than I even thought they were. That sounds like they're literally on the cusp of it right now.
It is pretty bad. Agriculture in most of the eastern areas of the Russian Federation isn't as large as it is within the southern regions of the Russian Federation. However, all of these regions right now, including the Irkutsk region, are all equally being hit right now by complete fuel shortages, not only in Irkutsk in the far reaches of Siberia, for the larger part, but also within the southwestern area of Russia, where most of the agricultural activity is seen. If they're having this problem in Irkutsk, this problem is definitely being echoed in the actual breadbasket of Russia, and it's very likely that they may have a complete agricultural industry collapse if the situation in Irkutsk is taken as representation of the dire situation that's also being seen in Western Russia, meaning that the crisis is incredibly severe even right now, and farmers are stating that there is quite literally no way or means for them to be able to see that this year's harvest will come to fruition at the end of the harvest season. A lot of people have also been hearing as well more about the fuel shortage, as we're now hearing that Russia has gotten in such a bad situation that for the first time in years, they are actually planning on importing gasoline by sea. The shortage is linked to the Ukrainian drone strikes on refineries and fuel infrastructure, which have heavily disrupted production. As a result of this, Russia has already restricted gasoline exports and is relying on limited imports from Belarus, with a small seaborne cargo expected from Asia. There just is not enough fuel in the world that is made every day for the Russians to be able to import the deficit that they're seeing in supply. And not only that, it's prohibitively expensive to do such a thing, meaning that this is an emergency stopgap measure that is going to see very little changed inside of Russia. There will be fuel for some minimal activities, but most everyone's still going to be running into an absolute fuel shortage.
Yeah, it's really interesting how Russia's trying to solve it, because first off, they went to Belarus first, and Belarus really doesn't have that much excess refining capacity in the first place, and the Russians were trying to buy as much refined fuel products as they could from Belarus, but they've already hit the ceiling on that. They can't get any more from Belarus because Belarus simply can't produce anymore. That's simply a bit of a constraint there. So they've already run out of the supply that Belarus has. Now they're looking toward Asia to literally ship the stuff via boat all the way over to Russia and give them the fuel that way. And then they got to find a way to transport it via truck all the way over to the Moscow region and all the regions that need it over there toward the most western side of Russia. So that's already a problem. And not to mention, by the way, they have to not only import the regular octane, they have to import every type of octane that every type of car in Russia uses for the most part. Not to mention jet fuel, which is entirely separate, and also the other various types of fuel. So, I mean, I don't really think it's possible to import that much to actually meet the demand of Russia via, importing the fuel. I don't think that's going to work.
I don't think it's going to work either. And you actually brought up something that's incredibly important as well today. The jet fuel has to be shipped in, and Russia does not have the ability to refine any of this in the amounts that they need any longer. Down in Sochi today, we've been able to hear that as a nationwide standard, hundreds of flights in Russia are now being canceled, and more than 100 flights have been delayed at the Sochi airport alone, with some being canceled. Due to repeated flight delays, people have to spend the night at the airport, and there's not enough places in hotels. And one of the big problems is that even if you try and camp it out and wait for a flight, that flight may never reappear. They're being canceled daily now in Sochi and most other cities in the Russian Federation because they cannot secure the fuel each time that scheduled flight is supposed to come around to fuel it up and get it off the ground and get it flying. That means that at the moment we are also watching the Russian aviation industry nationwide go into a state of collapse because they cannot source or find any fuel for their aircraft and their daily scheduled flights, which, mind you all, are already at a very small pace. Let me show you on Flight Radar 24. These are all of the aircraft that are airborne over Russia. Most of these flights aren't even landing in Russia. This one's going all the way to Amsterdam in the Netherlands. It's an it's a China Southern cargo flight. This is a China Postal Airlines flight. It's also not landing in Russia. If you actually look at the amount of flights that are flying around in Russia, it is wildly small compared to the flights you would see in a place like Europe or in a place like the United States of America. And this, by the way, isn't even peak hours in the United States. That's just what it looks like naturally here in America in the late evening hours when most international airports are beginning to wind down for the day for the brief few hours that they're generally closed for maintenance and other operations. This is becoming an absolute disaster for the Russian Federation in every way. The agricultural industry is already putting up the red flags that they're about to collapse. The airlines are putting up the red flags that they're also about to collapse as well, and they're canceling flights by the hundreds. Mass transportation industries and civic-run industries, like, say, a bus and railroad service, they're also throwing up red flags. There are more red flags in Russia right now because of this fuel crisis than there was at a May Day parade in the Soviet Union. And a lot of people are wondering what is going to be happening to Russia as a result of what is becoming an absolute apocalyptic outcome in the fuel scenario for the Russian Federation as a whole. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking as well?
Okay, so let's address this poll real quick, and then we have breaking news to jump into right after this as well. Coming out of Moscow once again, it looks like we have some more confirmed hits inside of Moscow, but we'll save that Moscow news for just a second. Let's address the poll. So on the fuel shortage right now, we are seeing that Russia has now begun canceling hundreds of flights, apparently daily at this point, amid the jet fuel shortages due to the nationwide gasoline shortage, and now Russians are being seen stranded at various different airports across the area. They're just simply stranded with no way to go where they're trying to get. So, I mean, that's becoming a regular occurrence. That's quite a bad thing to see. But what are your thoughts? 63% said it will destroy Russia's entire economy, while 21% said it will remain limited to the airline issue right now, and 9% said I'm 50-50 on this one. And we're already seeing that this is only one prong of the issue. The flights being canceled in the hundreds, that's obviously a massive situation to say the least. But now we're hearing the farmers are warning that there won't be grain to even consume inside of Russia because of the gasoline shortage, not to mention all the Russians stranded in Crimea that can't get back to mainland Russia to return to their homes, and all the Russians that simply need gasoline to get to work every single day, just normal Russians inside of mainland Russia. So, I mean, this is only one symptom of a much larger fuel collapse, and I don't think the Russians' plan to import the fuel from Asia is going to work. I don't simply think that's going to be the case whatsoever. That sounds highly impractical, and that sounds like a desperate measure they're trying to take right there. The only way to fix this is to get those Russian refineries back online quickly, and there's no plan to do that as of right now. So, me personally, I'm with the 63%. I think this is about to bring Russia's entire economy to its knees, and it might happen within like a matter of a week or two. That's how quick it's moving right now. So This could get really ugly a lot faster than we thought. I'm not sure what it's going to turn into when it gets that ugly. We'll have to see where that goes, but it's already getting quite wild. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'm well within 60%. The Russian economy is done for. If you don't have a way to move goods from place to place, an economy dies. You have to be able to move something to the point of sale. If you cannot move anything to the point of sale and you can't move around at all, everything's done for. People can't go to work. People have got no way to buy any goods at the store if they can even make it to the store. Literally everything stops. Fuel is the driving engine of modern industry, of modern economies. Without any reliable source of fuel, the economy dies. There's literally no economic activity to be had. Like, say, for example, oh, well, the fuel isn't that bad of a problem, some people would say. It's just a little minor comeuppance. It just makes things a little bit more expensive. But those people don't understand that if you grow, say, carrots in Ryazan, just southeast of Moscow, and then you want to get it to Moscow. How do you get them to Moscow? If you grew 20 tons of them, how do you get 20 tons of carrots into Moscow? You don't. So the carrots don't get to Moscow. So let's look at it on the other end. If you're in Moscow, you're hungry and you want food. There's nobody that's able to ship in their carrots that they grew, or the lettuce that they grew, or the beef that they grew at their farms. There's no way to even get to work. There's no public transportation to get to the market a couple of miles away. You would have to hoof it all the way there. And all of the goods that would have to make it into the city would also have to hoof it in, meaning that a lot of them are going to rot before they ever even make it to the city. Or if they even make it, it's going to be incredibly small numbers to the point that it's not feeding the population. The whole system collapses on top of itself within weeks. This is a absolutely dire scenario at this point for Russia, and you would think, folks, that at this point, they would just give up and surrender. I would say at this point, they ought to give Ukraine $300 billion in a reinvestment fund. That sounds like a smart move to me. But with that in mind, I hope I've been able to address that somewhat well, as we do have more breaking news at this point coming out of Moscow. So what do we got here, Matthew?
Okay, so first of all, I want to confirm it does appear that Russian authorities are now stating that the Savadad Mall has caught fire as a result of drone debris. But take that drone debris report with a grain of salt, because the Russians always say it's drone debris. It's hard to tell what it is, but it looks like the mall at Savadad has apparently been hit by a drone from the looks of it. It looks like the drone was trying to make its way over to the Moscow refinery when it hit it. It looks like it could have been, in fact, I would say it looks like it was shot down actually, because the target was the refinery. You can kind of see it like at the very front part of the picture. That's apparently the edge of the refinery complex right there, if I'm understanding that correctly. Also, not to mention, by the way, that the Russians have been putting Pantsir air defense systems on top of these towers near Moscow, and there appears to be a Pantsir that was literally right there next to the refinery that completely missed all of the drones coming in, and it was just sitting there basically completely useless. You can see it right there in that post that Enforcer's looking at.
Well, hold up. I want to go pull up Exile Nova and get this directly from him so we can get a closer look at it. Let me go over here real quick. Come on, Exile Nova, work with me. Why is it not letting me click on him? There we go. All right, so where in the world is that Pantsir Tower? He had it on here, didn't he?
It looks like X might have taken it down. It said visibility limited. It violates
Damn.
a rule or something. I'm not sure why. There's nothing in it that's violating any rule. I'm not sure what's up with that, but you can see the screenshot of it before it got taken down.
Yeah, let me go and try and get it again, because the Twitter page that I was pulling it up on was having some issues. But there it is. It's a very small picture. I wish I could get a larger version of it for y'all to see. But there is the flak tower with the Pantsir on top of it, and it looks like the operators just logged off for the day. Like, I don't know what happened, but they clocked out. They reached the hours, as some people would say on the railroad. They died on the law. So apparently they were waiting for the replacement shift, and while the attack was ongoing, they did nothing to try and stop it. So very interesting with that. And it also looks like there may have been a hit now inside of the refinery at this point that we're not getting a
Yeah.
whole lot of information on, but definitely looks to be confirmed.
Man, we're also that one you're right here, your mouse cursor's on. I mean, it looks like there was a lot more than simply one or two hits at the refinery. It looks like there's been more. I'm waiting on getting a closer up view of the refinery, because it looks like there was almost certainly at least one hit directly on maybe the condenser unit possibly. It looks to be like right in the center of the facility from the angle we just saw a moment ago.
It really does look like that. And also, by the way, just to clarify this, I was trying to find this while you were talking about the pole. That is not the oil refinery right here. Apparently, this is a cement plant because you can see some of like the aggregate materials that kind of like seep down the sides of like the elevators and whatnot that are the cement plant. I couldn't find it though. I'm thinking it's probably this complex here somewhere. But I still couldn't find it anywhere around the Savava, like the Sedavad, weirdly enough. But it's definitely not a part of the refinery though, because the refinery doesn't have buildings in it that look like that, at least from what I could tell. So I'm still trying to figure out where this angle was taken from, because it certainly is not a part of the refinery, but that also leads to a mystery of where in the world was the angle of this picture taken, and why in the world is there a cement plant in clear frame in the middle of the
Yeah.
lower end of the screen?
Also, I see Old Warrior Fella saying the Pantsir that we just saw at the top of that tower, like near the refinery, it needs fuel to power the radar and the servos. And if there's no fuel, it can't work. And that is true. It has to have diesel. I believe diesel is what it takes. It has to have that in order to operate. And that could be maybe why it was not operating. Although I would imagine that if the Russians were going to prioritize something to get fuel, it would probably be the air defense. So, not totally sure if that's the case. We can at least say, at the minimum, the air defense simply clocked out and wasn't working at the minimum because clearly it didn't shoot the drones down. They went straight to their target and hit right next to the refinery. So, a failure to say the least. Also, Ukraine could end up targeting the air defense literally sitting there on the top of those towers. It's literally a sitting duck. They can't even move it.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if the Pantsir isn't working, then the only guy left is the guy in the cherry picker, and I don't really think he has good odds of taking anything down
No,
up there.
no, I don't. I don't think the Russians are taking anything down. The whole thing is shoddy. Like the entire like air defense. Like even though they've hoarded air defense around Moscow, it's shoddy as hell. Like they're building these makeshift, janky-looking towers to put Pantsirs on top of. They're bringing in dudes with machine guns on cherry pickers to shoot down drones. I mean, this is very janky for this to be the capital city, and also so many air defenses in one single area. I mean, just it seems like shoddy.
You know, the truth is that they're probably dying on bureaucracy at this point because knowing how bureaucratic Russia is and the Soviet Union was, they probably moved hundreds of air defenses into Moscow, yet they only ration out fuel for all of those units. Like there's like 20 of them in Moscow off of the original number that were there. So there's probably like several hundred air defense units having to share like enough fuel for 20 of them. And so that's why a lot of these are inactive, is because they don't have fuel to run the radars, the turrets, the guns, or anything else, or the fire control systems on the systems. And also on top of that, we know with the Pantsirs at least, their radars are very ineffective and hardly pick anything up, even in perfect situations in the occupied territories of Ukraine. We've seen dozens of Pantsir, hundreds of them actually, get blown up over the years in Ukraine because the radars quite literally just can't pick anything up that's coming for them.
Yeah, it's just really wild to say the least. But what's crazy about this, folks, is we've been live for about an hour so far, and the attack is still not over. That's the crazy part about it. Moscow, and not only Moscow, but also St. Petersburg and the Leningrad area is still under an active warning as we speak. So we're likely to get more video and picture evidence coming out during the stream, like during the rest of our stream, of these attacks happening. So a pretty serious one to say the least. I'll be honest, folks, like just as an overall big picture summary of this, I'm not really sure where this is about to go because we just talked about it. The fuel shortages inside of Russia are getting to a point where it's actually critical in the next week or two. That's a very short-term time frame for the situation going, like I would call it super critical at this point for the Russian government because they can't bring in enough fuel to fix the problem. They can't open the refineries because they're getting hit left and right. So what is Russia left with at this point? Really not much. Their options are getting dwindled down to basically nothing. So either Vladimir Putin's going to lash out, or maybe the Russian people are going to reach their breaking point. I'm not sure what comes next, but we'll probably find out in the next 14 days. That's the crazy part about it. We'll probably start seeing the effects start to take hold.
Next 2 weeks? Oh God.
Oh yeah, 2 weeks. That's a scary
Oh
thought.
my
But this
God.
is actually a real 2 weeks. Like this isn't just an exaggeration. This is a real 2 week time frame on this one.
God, man, you're gonna give me PTSD with that 2 weeks. Like, Bradley, try to slip it by as 14 days. I know what you're saying. You freaked me out. But anyways, with that in mind, folks, we are going to hopefully be getting more breaking news out of Moscow here in the near minutes to follow, and also St. Petersburg as well. We do have a little bit to cover up there already. But before we move on into the rest of the news, because I hate to say it, folks, but we do have a schedule to keep, and so I'm gonna have to try and get us on out of Moscow for a minute and down into the south and then over into France and the United States and then down into the Middle East just very briefly to cover that and then move on immediately. So before we move on into all of that, I do have to say a humongous thanks to everybody who has been watching so far tonight. We have had a peak viewership here of 17.4 thousand people, and also 64,000 people have watched in the first hour and 10 minutes. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative to have so many of y'all here, and we are going to be covering other huge news throughout the night and the breaking news still coming out of Moscow and St. Petersburg right now. But before we get on into all of the rest of the breaking news that we have for the night and the news that we already have lined up in the schedule, I do want to make sure that we take a brief moment to get 3 questions from the chat and then move on into all of the rest of them questions for the rest of the night. So, Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So while I'm tracking the breaking news on the side, by the way, I'm stacking up some more stories to get to in here in just a while. We're going to get our 3 super chats first in the meantime. So our first one is going to go to none other than Karabos3. And thank you very much, Karabos, for that very generous $500 support. That is literally the maximum support that YouTube will allow any super chatter to put in on a stream. And we very much appreciate the support, by the way. I'm almost lost for words. You can tell I'm tripping over my words here. But we do appreciate that very, very much. That support right there is what keeps our channel running every single day. And a huge shout to you, Karabos, once again. They said, just a PSA to everyone to take care of yourselves and others. Between military, life, I've been shot, stabbed, and dealt with natural disasters. And also, damn, also knew what to do to survive and what not to do. I did not take care of internal health and stuck bleeding out helpless, waiting for an ambulance and emergency surgery. No complications, and take care of each other.
I gotta say, a humongous thanks to you for that unbelievable support there, Karabros3. And I would definitely have to say it's important for folks to take care of each other. The world out there, it's a dangerous place, a nasty place. It's definitely not the humane or hospitable place. And luckily, you and me have never been stabbed or shot, but there's been stuff that we've gone through as well that hasn't been pleasant, but certainly not unpleasant to that degree. I would suppose, fortunately for us. But I got to say, we thank you massively for enjoying this channel, Kerberos, and supporting it that massively and helping us to keep this thing running. Because if it wasn't for amazing folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep a show like this on air. We wouldn't be able to keep this thing rolling, and we wouldn't be able to get messages out, like people making sure to take care of each other and look out for each other, which is a very important thing, not only in the present day, in the here and now, but in the past and well on into the future. And I got to thank you incredibly once again for enjoying this channel and having been around for a very long time, long enough for us to know that we used to call you Cerberus 3, and now we call you Kerberos, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, 3. And I got to thank you incredibly so much for that unbelievably massive support, because that is actually, folks, the largest super chat that YouTube will allow anyone to throw in. And I've got to say, we're just more than over the moon that you enjoy the channel enough that you want to support it that heavily and help us to keep this thing on air for millions of people to get the news each and every single month from the channel. So a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat here, our second one, is going to go to none other than Con45. And thank you very much, Con, for that $50 support. Also very generous, and we appreciate you very much, Con, as well, for that support. And he said, I know I'm passionate, that I love the USA and LSA. I never expect you to read anything that I post that's considered political, haha. And now that a lot of recent events just took place, I'm very anxious to see how you guys don't become political. And I will admit, Con, it's definitely a challenge. I will say this, when you put in messages like the one last night, it's almost a challenge not to read it, because we don't read it out of like our rule on the channel. We try to steer clear of like domestic politics, but these days it's getting very hard not to jump into it. I'll be honest with you. It's really testing our resolve on that rule right there. You know, I would actually love to address your question, but we avoid it so that way we can keep the news as neutral as possible, because our main goal here is to make sure that people are staying up to date with what's happening around the world. But trust me, though, we have our own personal beliefs about what's going on, and we would love to weigh in. But for the good of the channel, we put it aside. We temporarily, you know, take a leave of absence from expressing our opinion on that. But we do appreciate support. And Enforcer, what say you?
It becomes harder with each pressing day, Con, to try and not just say what we're thinking at this point, because I think a lot of y'all are also thinking the same thing. But we do have a dedication on the channel that we remain politically neutral. Now, a lot of people misinterpret that, and I hate to tell those people, but we're the ones who made the rules, so we're the ones who know what it means. That means that we don't get involved in domestic politics. However, when a president of the United States, or anyone for that matter, makes decisions that are inherently against the interests of the United States, we are going to say that for what it is. There's no opinion in that. It is usually empirical fact that one decision is good while the other is going to be a bad one. And I'm sure that many of y'all know that later on tonight we're going to be talking a little bit about the Memorandum of Understanding, which I'm sure many of y'all have already read the terms of today, which are absolutely abhorrent, but we'll be making sure to try and cover it in the most neutral way we can. But at the same time, neutral in this sense means it's an incredibly bad deal, but that's
Oh
about
yeah.
as good as we can get at that point, and we can explain why. But we're going to try and hold off on just going after the person who has signed that deal, because I generally don't like to punch down at the deficient. So with that, I hope.
also, it does appear a lot of people are actually very anxious for the Iran segment tonight. Like, I understand, like people want to get our take on it. We're going to try to address it tonight as neutrally as possible. Now, obviously, if something's clearly bad for U.S. interests, we're going to have to say that. We're not going to get to the point where we're scared to tell the truth. But if it gets into like oh, this party, that party, we don't do the this party, that party stuff. But if something's obviously bad, we're going to explain it and explain why it's bad. So if you're looking for that, we will analyze that later. So that's coming up near the end of the news segment. But it looks like a lot of people are actually wanting to know what we got to say about the details that were released today.
Yeah, or we're going to be getting. Well, we're actually going to be getting into that here a little bit soon because it's not the very last thing in the docket, if we want to call it that tonight. It's the second to last thing. The Ukrainian frontline news, like the actual frontline clips, is the last thing on the docket every night. Because unless if there's some huge frontline shift, it usually is the last thing. So tonight it is once more. But it's going to be one hell of a time getting to cover that. I have absolutely no pleasure in talking about what's been done, but it's a part of the news, so we have to cover it. So, I hope y'all stick around for that. But a big thanks to you for the support, Con, and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, long live the Lee Spring Army, long live the Republic, I hope by God. And with that, we're on to the last question of the segment, and then we'll be moving on into the rest of the news for the night.
And our last super chat before we get right back into our breaking news. And we have some fresh breaking news we're about to jump into here in just a second. It's a really quick piece of news, but it's big. But jumping into our third and last super chat of this segment, then we'll get the rest of them later. This one goes to Carlos Santiago, who puts in a $50 support. And thank you very much, Carlos, for that generous support as well. He said, the U.S. behavior at the G7 meeting, it seemed a bit embarrassing in Carlos's opinion. He said, what's your take of this? And I hope it's not too political.
No, not really. I've found it to be quite embarrassing when you have to go into a room and yell, "I'm the boss!" Literally, that's pretty sad. Like, like that's trying so hard to try and be the one in charge and demanding way like not to get into it way too much, but it's absolutely embarrassing. As far as the other part, I can't get into that, unfortunately. But I can tell you that the countenance of the United States at the G7 today was quite poor. Also, on top of that, the whole Memorandum of Understanding being signed in Versailles is about as poetic as one can get in terms of historical precedents for Versailles being used to sign absolutely horrendous peace treaties where one side gets shafted while the other side gets quite literally everything they want. So outside of that, I do thank you incredibly for the support and help this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, it is time for us to move on and into the rest of the news that we have for the night. And we still do have quite a significant amount of news to cover. So moving us on and into the news that we have, it's now time for us to be moving on into the areas of the southern. Oh, actually, we have more breaking news, come to think of it here really quickly. We have to tell you about what happened to Caponia. Matthew, what do we got on that Caponia story?
Okay, so we are getting a picture here. Now, one of these is actually a burn-off stack right there that you're seeing on the left side of the picture. That's actually, I think that might be a little bit more than normal for a burn-off stack, actually. That doesn't look quite normal to me. But that one on the right, though, that's not normal that you're seeing over there. That appears to be an impact from a fire. That's why you're seeing so much smoke come off of it. So it looks like maybe an oil storage tank was hit, possibly. Enforcer, what are you making out of this right here?
Uh, it looks like the little tank farm. Let me see here if I can get to it. it looks like the little tank farm up here, I believe. That what looks to be what's on fire, and the picture was taken from somewhere down here near Duzhinsky. So that looks to be what we're seeing right now, possibly. And we're also seeing that the burn-off valve is burning at 170% efficiency.
Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be that massive, honestly. I see some people saying that doesn't look normal. I don't think it's supposed to be like a flamethrower. I don't think the burn off valve's supposed to be like that. But I'm not an oil expert, but I mean that's pretty large.
Man, they call that, like, you know how we have, like, the Torch of Liberty in the Statue of Liberty's hands? In Russia, they call this one the Torch of Oppression. Like, it lights the way
Man.
to the Russian central government. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's as big as the fire in the background, actually. That's insane.
Yeah, I don't think that's normal right there. I really don't. So I mean, maybe there's something that's like caught it, or someone said it's a burn down valve. Yeah, really, I mean, it basically has turned into a burn down valve. Really, I don't think that's right.
Man, I would have to say though, confirmed hit definitely on the on their refinery. But that burn off, they need to check into that burn off valve. That thing's definitely not working properly. But finally, moving us on out of Moscow and into the news that we have from the southern front, which I'm going to try and move through it a little bit quickly because we actually have a lot to cover tonight, and we're actually already starting to run a little bit behind time already. So moving us on down and into the area of Gukovo, we did get to see a Ukrainian drone striking, destroying a fuel depot within the town of Gukovo, right across the border in the Rostov Oblast from Donetsk. Sounds like the landscaping
Damn.
crews out early.
It literally sounds like a leaf blower.
It really does. Oh!
Oh my god!
Oh, oh my God!
Damn! And what that hit?
An oil depot.
Damn, that thing went up crazy.
Oh, it went up real crazy. Witness.
Oh my god! Damn, that looks like hell burned over.
It does! It's insane! They blew this thing to ashes, like, with one hit. So the hit of the Gukovo has been pretty serious, and there's been an oil depot that has been partially destroyed here as a result of the strike. We also saw, on down in Krasnodar, that the fuel shortages are still worsening in the city. We've reached the point where we can't fill up with petrol, this woman says. There simply isn't any petrol at the gas stations in Krasnodar as she hops in her Beamer. I just decided to fill up, she says. That's crazy. What on earth is going on in this country? Well, I don't know, woman. A war? I mean, have you been paying attention for, like, the last 4 years? I went off to look for petrol. There isn't any in Krasnodar. Anyway, I got a function like this.
Bruh, she's flexing the BMW in the midst of all this. What the hell's wrong with this lady?
This
What
is
the-
absolutely...
This is
This is
insane.
mental.
This lady is crazy, bro. She's literally talking about she has no fuel, and then she's also like flexing the motion feature on the infotainment in the car. I will admit this is a nice Beamer. It's a brand new one. It looks like might be an M. Actually, might be an M3 from the looks of it. But this, I mean, that's a little bit wild. Start bragging about your car in the midst of having no gas.
I'm poor and I'm starving, and there's no gas or food left in my city. But look at this. Oh, soldier boy up in the hole. Watch me whip it. Bro, that's so stupid. Look. Bro, she went out of her way. Man, I gotta tell y'all, folks, this isn't really a good look. This is what you would call a ditzoid, considering that they're in the middle of a fuel crisis and she wants to show off the features of the Beamer. It's like, well, it's a good thing that she's showing it off now, I guess, because it's not like this car is going to be running in, like, 2 days. She's probably not even going to conserve the fuel she has. She'll probably go around whipping this thing through parking lots in Krasnodar, like, showing off and run out of gas, like, by the end of the day.
Yeah, too bad you couldn't flip your hand around like that at the gas station to make some gas magically appear or something like that. Too bad you couldn't use the motion feature at the station, but it doesn't work like that.
Man, and then she did the Three Stooges eye poking trick at the end right there. She's like, bang, like right into someone's eyeballs. Pretty cool, actually. But I'm broke ass poor and don't have no gas. Like, well, that's sad. But moving us on out of that, we also did get to hear that there ain't going to be no more money that lady's going to be able to work off of down there because the Fina A got that Fina ass blown up by a Ukrainian drone boat today. The General Staff of Ukraine reported that this shadow tanker, the Fina A, was hit in the Black Sea. The vessel is under sanctions imposed by the EU, Switzerland, the UK, Canada, and Ukraine. So the boat is on fire and currently sinking right now off the coast of Novorossiysk. Additionally, we also were able to hear that down in Sochi, an airplane seems to have gone into a little bit of an incident today. Well, here's the aircraft, and right around here it declares a distress signal, and then just does this whole little tumbly thing in the sky, and then disappeared. Some people thought that it crashed. It didn't. It actually did return back to Sochi and it landed. But at the very time that happened, this was also being heard from around Sochi.
I got music in it.
You know, that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Because I can't really let the people hear, like, the air defense fire. So take my word for it. Angaka, there was air defense fire in this clip. So a lot of people thought that the plane had been shot down by Russian air defenses. It turns out that it had some sort of another problem, and it just had to return to Sochi and land. But it was very coincidental that the air defense was firing around that time. In the meantime, we also did get to hear that there was an attack on Sevastopol, and the canal ferries were shut down as a result. We also were able to hear that there is now a state of high alert across the whole of the peninsula, as they are expecting major Ukrainian strikes within the next 24 hours. We also were able to see that fuel tankers were continuing to be hit inside of Crimea as they hit that trap base.
Also, by the way, just to let y'all know that that aircraft that was currently circling around Sochi that disappeared momentarily from the transponder information that we were just looking at, they say it landed inside of Russia. They say that. They showed a video on Russian media allegedly showing it landing there. Nobody's really sure what happened to that aircraft. So it's up for debate. Like, it was weird to me that the Russians were firing air defense in the same general vicinity of the aircraft when it had that issue. Seems a little strange, but, you know, if there was something that happened to it, the Russians are certainly not going to be forthcoming about that. That's almost certain.
1 week later in Romania, Mama, look, an aeroflot! It's like a piece of, like, the fuselage washed up on the coast. It's gonna be like, oh, hell.
Yeah. Man, I was worried for a minute. I thought maybe the Russians had shot down their own airliner again. I was like, oh my God. I'm like, they just like took down an airliner with like 170 people on it. But if it really landed, I would say it's a miracle.
Back in the old days, oh my God, that fuel tanker is cooking. But back in the old days of the Soviet Union, whenever there was an air disaster, they just brush it under the rug and hide it, no matter how many people died. There was this one time that dude, look at this 18-wheeler. Oh my God, did you see that? It almost did a head on. Look at this. It tried to avoid the drone and it almost head on that 18-wheeler right there. Oh my God.
Man, the other guy he didn't even turn the steering wheel not even an inch.
Man, that guy had like balls of steel on the other side of that road. But the Ukrainians are making sure to destroy anything that's left in Crimea that's around there right now. But moving on out of that clip, we're going to be returning back to Crimea here in a little bit, but we do have to move on, folks, to some big news that we've gotten elsewhere. We were able to hear that today, according to some that were at the G7, Ukraine will now be able to license produce long-range missiles and air defense systems from the United States. The landmark agreement will allow Western weapons to be manufactured in Ukraine under license. For Kyiv, this means not just new deliveries, but the development of a large-scale domestic defense industry based on Western technologies. Meanwhile, German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said the G7 partners will increase military and financial support for Ukraine while stepping up pressure on Moscow. According to him, for the first time since the president returned to power, the West has managed to reach a unified position on key security issues. That's until Putin gives a call to the president, which will be coming tomorrow. So moving us on out of that.
Hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully they actually adhere to that commitment, because if that is the case and they have approved, licensed air defense missiles to be produced inside of Ukraine, that will be a big deal, because if it's being licensed produced, there's not really much that the U.S. could do after they build those facilities to really revoke it. It would be kind of hard to do that at that point, because Ukraine already has the facilities already set up to build it. So all they'd have to do at that point is simply produce it without the brand name on it. So I think it'll turn out good for Ukraine if that turns out to be true, of course.
Raytheon, more like Baytheon. We're going to slap that Bush name off of it and put on that budget name. But moving us on out of France and the news that came out of there today, we also are able to hear that within the United States of America, the Defense Production Act has been invoked to be able to try and shore up munition supply chains for critical parts such as motors, igniters, and guidance systems. The reason being is that we expended most of our high-end munitions against the Iranians in the month and a half we fought them, and so now we're trying to get all of those munitions back, and we're using the Defense Production Act to try and speed that up, considering that it might take years to replace the munitions we expended on the Iranians. Speaking of that, we have to get to that. But before we do, I'm going to try and stall for as long as I can on that. The Republic of China is conducting a readiness drill once more from the 22nd of June to the 26th to test how forces respond before a possible enemy attack. So this is a combat readiness drill. The drills will focus on pre-attack preparations, defense zone responses, and joint operations amongst the Army, Navy, and Air Force, which is a combined arms operation. They come ahead of Taiwan's larger summer exercise cycle, including joint defense drills in July and Hong Kong live fire exercises in August. So we do understand that the Taiwanese are still
Hong Kong?
Yeah, Hong Kong.
Is that like Hong Kong or is that really Hong Kong?
That's that Hong Kong Fooey.
I've never heard of Hong Kong before. That's an interesting one.
Well, they had the it's Taiwan, so Hong Kong was taken. The commies got that one, so they got Hong Kong instead. But it is what it is. I mean, it works the same. It's just a little different. Instead of say having like the Pearl of the Orient, they have the Pearl of the Orient, which is spelled with a B instead of a P. But anyways, moving us on out of the Taiwan deal. It's now time for us all to get into the big news that everybody's been waiting for. Anxiousness has been in the air, but I was saved by the bell. We have more breaking news. Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so we've gotten our best video at this hour right now of the refinery inside of Moscow. It is definitely hit on the facility itself. It's definitely hit, as you can see right here. You can go ahead and play the video while I'm explaining, by the way. Oh, wait a minute. We got audio.
Duh. That burn-off valve do be working hard over there.
Yeah, that's definitely. I can confirm that is not normal function right there. That is definitely abnormal. But as you can see, though, I think it's fair to say that Ukraine succeeded in their task of hitting this facility. I think it's fair to say that. So it looks like since the last videos we got, Ukraine was able to hit it probably, it looks like maybe 6 or 7 times. From the looks of it here on this video. So they've done a number on it for literally the second time in just a matter of days. So whatever was not destroyed here in the last attack, it's definitely destroyed now. Ukraine came back and double tapped it. So that's quite bad. I would say the Russian air defense is helpless.
That looks worse than the first attack because this is now a blanket of smoke coming from the refinery instead of just one impact point like yesterday's attack. We also have a couple of more clips.
Oh wow. Okay. Yeah, that's bad.
Oh, and we got Vasilovich here behind the microphone. It's like, thank you very much for your drunken rambling, sir. We always love that in our videos. Yeah, like a whooshing noise out there.
You know what?
What?
It's safe to say that it was first 2 ops, then it was, what's the second place that just got hit?
Oh, well, there was one before that. I think it was, what's like Samara, I think, or something like that.
Yeah, it was something like that.
And
The
then
2 ops was yeah, Rabinsk, that's the one I was trying to think about. 2 ops was the first major oil disaster where it started raining oil from the sky. Then we had Rabinsk. We just had that one, I think, less than 48 hours ago. That turned into an oil disaster. I think Moscow is about to have their own version of an oil rain and an oil volcano essentially happening here right outside of Moscow, less than 10 miles away from the Kremlin. They're about to have a disaster like that. Also, people are saying Perm. That's another one. Ukraine's actually done a number of these oil disasters inside of Russia. But this one's going to be the most serious because this one's going to affect literally the biggest metropolis inside of Russia, which is Moscow. So I think it's safe to say oil rain is in Moscow's forecast for the future. Not only that, but also contamination. I mean, this is about to be another pretty large disaster right here at this facility. So I would say kinetic sanctions are in full effect.
So we had Tawabs, Perm, Rabinsk, and now Moscow. That's in order of the 4 major oil rains that we have seen. There used to be a song, folks, called like Bless the Rains Down in Africa. Now they got a song called Bless the Oil Rains in Russia, I believe, because now most of the weather forecasts are just raw oil showers. Not really a lot of normal rain to speak of anymore. So very interesting, though. They cooked that thing, though. I mean, they hit that thing hard after the first drones got shot down. The rest of them came in and cleared out house.
I would say so.
Let's look at the next.
I think the first estimate was during the first Ukrainian strike on the Moscow refinery, they took out like 40% of its capacity. This one's going to finish off the rest of it, I would imagine.
I think so. Here's another clip from the highway. And this is viewable from the Kremlin. Oh, dude.
Insane. It looks like a thunderstorm rolling in. That's how bad the oil clads are. It looks like a whole cumulus nimbus rolling in.
Man, there's that burn-off valve doing the Lord's work. Man, like that thing's doing all of the work of the refinery out here. Oh, man, every clip of this is a treat. Oh, my God. We can confirm, though, that that refinery is down and out of action, probably for good. And so, with that breaking news out of the way, folks, enough stalling. We have to be men, Matthew. We have to be men. Like the SpongeBob song said when they put on like the kelp mustaches, now that we're men, we got to get into the Middle East. So, moving us on into the Middle East today, we have heard that the Memorandum of Understanding has finally come out in its full terms. We don't have any polls on this today, folks. We're just going to cover it and get on
I'm
with
going
it.
to make one.
Oh, you're going to make one?
Yes, I'm going to make a poll because I said earlier, I said I'm not going to do any polls in this segment because what's there to ask? But you know what? We're going to run a poll anyway because I'm sure the people are wanting to weigh their own 2 bits into it. So I'll come up with one as we go along. I'll come up with one.
All right, folks. So we're going to have a little reading rainbow moment here in the Middle East. Everything else really doesn't matter for the most part in the Middle East today. Everything else is a bit of a side point. We're going to spend the next few minutes reading the Memorandum of Understanding in its full terms and what it is. So let me get here really quickly. The Memorandum of Understanding. Let me see. Where in the world is it? Let's see. Here we are. So this is the Memorandum of Understanding in its short paraphrase form. I picked this one, but we had the full text version of it, but I picked this one because it's going to be easier for us to read off and it's going to take less time. So this is the Memorandum of Understanding's 14 points that have been laid out, and this is their short synopsis. Number 1, there will be immediate and permanent ceasefire across all fronts, including Lebanon, with both sides agreeing not to resume hostilities. Number 2 pertains to sovereignty. The U.S. and Iran agree not to interfere in each other's internal affairs and respect territorial integrity. Number 3, there will be a 60-day talking period to negotiate a final agreement with an option to extend. Number 4, the naval blockades are going to end. The U.S. begins lifting its naval blockade and restrictions on Iran, with full implementation within 30 days of signing, which was today. Number 5, the Hormuz will be reopened. Iran restores commercial shipping through the Strait of Hormuz with full traffic expected within 30 days and free transit for 60 days. Number 6, Hormuz governance talks. Iran, Oman, and Gulf states will discuss future management and security arrangements for the strait. Number 7, $300 billion reconstruction plan. The United States and regional partners will develop a plan worth at least $300 billion for Iran's reconstruction and economic development. Number 8, sanctions relief. The U.S. commits to negotiating the removal of U.S., UN, and IAEA-related sanctions on Iran, which is all of the sanctions. Number 9, the nuclear program. Iran says it will not develop a nuclear weapon. Enriched uranium stockpiles and future enrichment limits will be negotiated, but largely will be allowed to continue however the Iranians want them to. Number 10, status quo during talks. Iran freezes its current nuclear posture, while the U.S. agrees to impose no new sanctions or force deployments to the region. Number 11, oil exports resume. The U.S. issues waivers allowing Iranian oil exports, banking, shipping, and insurance transactions. Number 12, frozen assets released. Iran gains access to frozen funds and assets, all of them, which is in the hundreds of billions, with previous reports mentioning up to $24 billion. Number 13, oversight mechanism. A joint body will monitor implementation and compliance with the agreement. And number 14 is a final UN-backed deal. The goal is a permanent agreement backed by a binding UN Security Council resolution. That is the 14-point Memorandum of Understanding in its paraphrased form, without going through all of the legalese wordage that was in the actual Memorandum of Understanding. In short, this is largely laid out in clear terms that the United States has largely agreed to exactly everything that the Iranians wanted, and we generally got nothing in return out of it. That's basically what the Memorandum of Understanding is. So while we let all of y'all sit on this and mull it over, now that y'all are hearing what the actual memorandum of understanding is. We are going to be moving on in the meantime to talk about some of the other things that happened in the region today before we circle back to that. We did get to hear that the memorandum of understanding was signed at the Palace of Versailles in Paris, which many of y'all will remember was where the Treaty of Versailles was signed in 1919, which put embarrassing and absolutely horrific peace terms onto the collapsed empire of Germany at the end of World War I, which would lead to the resentment and hatred that would then lead to the Second World War. We've also been able to additionally hear that the President of the United States added today, if we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Hormuz Strait open. Your market would have, instead of going up, would go down at levels that nobody has ever seen before, maybe except for 1929. I don't want to see economic catastrophe. We also were able to hear that, according to the president as well, he stated that there are people around me that suggest the Iranians shouldn't even have one missile. I asked, what exactly do they suggest? That Saudi Arabia can have missiles and Iran cannot? It just doesn't work that way. So those were the statements of the President of the United States today, reminding you all, the Saudi Arabians are not developing an intercontinental ballistic missile. The Iranians are developing an intercontinental ballistic missile. That's the difference. Moving us on out of that, we have also been able to hear that the Islamic Republic of Iran put out their own statements today. And they did openly state, according to Fars news agency and the Iranian parliament speaker, that the Strait of Hormuz will never return to the pre-war situation. Ghalibaf also added that Iran has the right to charge fees for transit, and the Memorandum of Understanding says that Iran and Oman will discuss the Strait of Hormuz agreements. We also were able to then hear that the Iranians are also adding, according to Mehr News, that the lifting of Iran's oil sanctions begins today and should continue during the negotiations, according to the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs spokesperson. We also were able to get further details over the course of the day that Iran did further reiterate, according to the Foreign Ministry spokesperson, that Iran will continue to charge fees to ships passing through the Strait of Hormuz, every last one of them. And we also were able to see today that the very minimal of traffic that did pass through was going through the Iranian toll booth routes and not through anywhere else, as the minefield is still laid out in the middle of the strait, and it does appear that the Iranians are most likely going to be keeping this arrangement permanently to make sure that they can control the waterway and have the literal smallest bottleneck to be able to close and open whenever they please.
Yeah, it's quite a situation there. It does appear that Iran's been given control of the Strait of Hormuz. It looks like they've conceded that piece of leverage to the Iranians for the most part.
It really does appear so, honestly. We've also been able to see that oil tankers have been flowing out of Chabahar in the dozens once more today, going straight through the U.S. blockade, which is now no longer stopping them, meaning that Iranian oil has re-entered the global markets in full force. In the meantime, we also were able to hear that the Saudi Arabian's foreign minister, Prince Faisal bin Farhan, says he has no information about a reported $300 billion construction fund for Iran. Prince Faisal says that Iran's attack on Saudi Arabia and other Gulf states has resulted in a significant loss of trust in Tehran. Prince Faisal says trust with Iran must be rebuilt before any concept of economic cooperation, mutual investment, or anything like that can rationally be addressed, showing that the Saudi Arabians are already rebuffing this idea because it is quite literally garbage. We've also been able to hear from
Also, by the way, that's according to Al Arabia, by the way, just to make that clear. It's being reported by that news source.
Got you. And moving us on into Tehran, we also were able to hear that the Iranians are now coming out with a brand new hit documentary on their F-5 attack on Camp Buhring, which did end up wounding several U.S. soldiers and also causing damage to the facility, and are making it sound like the equivalent of the British raid on the Port Stanley airfield in the midst of the Falklands War, making it sound like it was a massive upset and a humongous victory against the United States of America. And further Iranian statements today, including statements by Ghalibaf, who is a significant member of the Iranian government, he is the parliamentary speaker, stated today in his own native language that the steadfastness of the Iranian people brought the world's most powerful armies, the United States, to their knees, which means that the Iranians are claiming that the Memorandum of Understanding has given them largely a windfall victory against the United States, while the United States, on the other hand, has suffered a blistering defeat, according to their own statements. We've also been able to hear further on than that within Israel today, there has been some ongoing airstrikes by the Israeli Air Force inside of southern Lebanon. And we've also additionally been able to hear that there was a UK MTO report that came out from the south coast of Yemen with the following incident. A vessel has been approached to within 4 meters and fired upon by 2 skiffs with an unknown number of armed persons on board. The vessel has deployed security teams and returned fire. The suspect vessels have now disengaged and are in excess of 4 nautical miles of the vessel. The crew is safe. The vessels are advised to transit with caution and report any suspicious activity to the UK MTO while authorities are investigating. So that is currently all the situations that we have in the Middle East outside of the Memorandum of Understanding that was signed today at the Palace of Versailles by the President of the United States. And right now, a lot of people are talking about this Memorandum of Understanding in the chat. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So, do you think that the Iran deal, which is the Memorandum of Understanding, do you think it'll actually hold, or will the war restart with Iran in the near future? It looks like 55% of the audience said the U.S. war will restart very soon with Iran. 24% said it'll be limited to Israel, and 13% said no, the war is over and it will not resume. So a statement came out today as well from the U.S. president that if he does not like the MOU, then he'll simply start dropping bombs on the Iranians' heads once again. So that's already a little bit shaky on his face. Also, if y'all haven't noticed, the backlash to the Iran deal today across every single group out there in America has been awful. Like the backlash from the deal has been bad across the board. So I'm not totally sure how they're taking that, to be honest. It does appear to me that there's so much backlash to it. I'm kind of surprised they went ahead and signed it today to a large degree. I'm seeing people from the president's own party having backlash to it. I'm seeing people from all the different commentary groups out there having backlash to it. Nobody's in support of it. Pretty much nobody. I think there's only one person I can think of that seems to support it, and it seems to be the president himself. So I'm not really sure if it's going to hold, but my gut is telling me that the Iranians are so difficult to deal with that even though this deal greatly advances the Iranians in this deal, they'll probably find a way to mess it up, even for themselves. They'll either attack Israel, they'll start messing up something with some of the terms of the deal or something like that. So I'm actually with the 55%. I think the war might restart soon. That's my guess. But one thing's for certain, though, the deal itself is not a deal. It's essentially a surrender document to a large degree, and I can't even believe the U.S. signed something like that. That's the first very large foreign policy blunder that the U.S. has ever had of that magnitude, and probably the entire history of the entire founding of America to a large degree. That's how bad it is. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that I think, unfortunately, that the United States will not be returning into the war soon, and I have a feeling that this is probably going to be the attempted forced ending of the conflict, even with how blistering of a defeat this is, that wasn't even forced onto us by the hand of an enemy force, but was forced upon us by those within the White House who have decided that they have just become bored with war and want to move on to a new one because this one's taken too long. I think that if the war does resume, it'll most likely just be between Iran and Israel, and the United States is largely going to be bowing out and just walking off. I also did not get to add this in the summarized Memorandum of Understanding, but reading the full Memorandum of Understanding, it actually does state that the U.S. will be withdrawing their forced dispositions near to Iran, meaning that most of the U.S. bases in the near Iranian areas are most likely going to be evacuated and abandoned indefinitely as a result of this treaty, meaning that U.S. forces might be within the Middle East, but their forced dispositions and basing capabilities are going to be heavily reduced, with most of our bases most likely within the Persian Gulf, including in Kuwait, Bahrain, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, are most likely going to be abandoned as a result of this conflict, which will be tens of billions in construction material wasted that we use to fund the construction and the improvement of base infrastructure and facilities within those areas, and that will also be leading the United States to have very little of a responsive capability, at least in an immediate sense, against the Islamic Republic of Iran if they take any further offensive actions. I would say this is one of the worst defeats that I've ever seen the United States suffer. And that is something that I have to say is a little bit odd to admit, because it's not like the Iranians actually beat us. Which is the weirdest thing about this entire conflict, is that they didn't beat us in open conflict. They just waited it out. And one thing that I have to say, folks, and I hope that some people will stick with me here while I say this, because many of y'all have been here for a while watching this channel before the war even started. I continuously talked about how the Strait of Hormuz was the top priority to conduct military operations around if a war began with Iran, because through the Strait of Hormuz, they could force an economic defeat on the United States that would force us to peace out of the war if we didn't deal with that first. I told y'all outright at the beginning of the war that if we didn't deal with the Strait of Hormuz within the first opening hours of the conflict and make that the primary battlefield of the war, if the Iranians mined the strait, the situation was going to be very difficult to fix or might even become impossible. And what did the United States do? The president decided, in his largely ignorance of actual strategy, to conduct an attack on the old man in Tehran and blow him up and some of his family, which really achieved absolutely nothing. And then the Iranians mined the Strait of Hormuz over the next few days, conducted a full blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and by the president's own admission today, that became a completely untenable and unrecoverable situation strategically for the United States because we did not deal with that from the very opening salvos of the conflict, which, as many of y'all will know, I've been saying on the channel would be a death knell of U.S. strategy if that wasn't dealt with first and foremost. And the United States did not deal with it, did not even attempt to deal with it throughout most of the conflict, and even recently we saw that with U.S. quote-unquote defensive strikes during the ceasefire period, many of the Iranian surface search radars and other anti-ship weapon systems within the Strait of Hormuz were still fully operational and had not even taken significant damage from U.S. airstrikes and attacks in prior weeks, completely proving that I was correct in that the U.S. didn't even address that as a primary concern and expected the Islamic regime to collapse before they could become a problem, which is an absolute stupid idea and a way of planning war strategy. Now we're seeing that as a result of that, the U.S. has had to accept what can only be described as horrendous terms that I would say are about as bad as the terms put on Imperial Germany during the Treaty of Versailles at the end of World War I to end the conflict. Not that we couldn't continue it. We could have continued it, and we probably could have cleared out the Strait of Hormuz in about a month's time if we started the campaign and only focused on the Hormuz, but because the president just decided he was tired of it and wanted to quit. So now we have this absolutely absurd surrender agreement with the Iranians, where the United States has basically just admitted defeat, given away all of its hand and leverage on the U.S. sphere within the Middle East, and we're just walking off as the Memorandum of Understanding is written right now.
Yeah, 100%. Also, by the way, I want to go through this for a second. I know we said we weren't going to take too long on this topic tonight, but it's important, folks, that we remember how bad the situation is, because there's a tendency in America to gloss over stuff, but this one is going to be extremely hard to gloss over. This, I would say, in my personal opinion, this is the biggest foreign policy failure that the U.S. has experienced in its entire history as a nation. I would say it's this bad. Some people say, oh, Vietnam was a disaster. I would say this current situation with Iran is a disaster of monumental proportions. It can't be understated. Just to go through the stats real quick, it's estimated that the U.S. military has spent over $100 billion fighting Iran during this war. Also, in the MOU, they're saying that they're going to lift the sanctions on Iran and also unfreeze their assets, and also enforce it. They did say they were going to unfreeze their assets in there, didn't they? They said that?
Yes, they did.
So that's approximately $120 billion right there in assets that are frozen around the world that are Iranian assets. $120 billion approximately. That's the estimate. So that's already bad. Then we have a $300 billion reconstruction fund that we don't even know who's funding it, by the way. The Gulf states don't know who's funding it, even though it was claimed to be that the Gulf states were going to put their money into it. It's being claimed that the U.S. isn't going to put any governmental funds into it. But the truth is, we don't know who's funding that $300 billion reconstruction fund. That's already bad in itself as well. So between all of that, and not to mention the 13 men and women service members that will not be returning home to their families, they'll never see their loved ones again, and they've died in the Gulf states from Iranian missile attacks during this entire war right here. It's such a bad failure. If the president had any dignity, he would resign. If he had any dignity, he would. It's absurd. Like it's so bad what's taking place here. I'm not sure how you can possibly spend this to be a good thing. I'm not sure how you can. And I'll be honest, I don't see too many people spending it to be a good thing. It's an awful thing. It really just burns me to the core to see how bad this has gone. And like the enforcer was saying, this was completely unnecessary to surrender to the Iranian regime. Completely unnecessary. We didn't even have to do that. We could have finished the job instead of surrendering. And now the Iranians are doing a victory lap. They're making videos talking about how they brought the most powerful military on the planet to its knees. And they're saying they did that, and they'll do it again if they want to. And now they're being given billions and billions of dollars that they're going to use to rearm themselves. This, I mean, they're going to create a nuke. They're going to obviously create a nuke at this point. Why wouldn't they? They've been
And an
emboldened at this
ICBM with
point.
it.
Yeah, they've literally been given the tools they need to do the exact thing that we went to war to prevent. When we've achieved no objectives in the war, none, and we've lost 13 people. We've given them riches, and we've gone $100 billion plus in the hole trying to fight them, and we've achieved nothing. I mean, somebody tell me how that's not a failure of magnificent proportions that we've never seen before in the history of the country.
This nation is made up of 360 million people. 360 million people who have toiled, suffered, and sacrificed for generations in this country to turn it into the powerhouse that it is today, economically and militarily. The United States has won conflicts the world over that are not even repeated in any of the annals of history. The First World War, the Second World War, and has continued to fight and preserve a sphere of influence since the end of the Second World War for the past 80 years that has become one of the largest military and economic powers the face of the earth has ever seen in its world history. And yet, the United States, as proud and powerful as it is, and with the Iranians being but a speck on the global stage in military and economic might, the complete lack of willpower and mental capabilities of the President of the United States has led to a complete military defeat in the Middle East that was completely unavoidable, and to be entirely frank, we could have completely avoided the situation at this point if the idiot had not even gone into the war. We would actually be in a better position now with the Iranians just slowly working towards a nuclear weapon instead of just forking over hundreds of billions of dollars to them in frozen assets, reinvestment funds, and every other way. This is absolutely ridiculous. The amount of money that we're about to give to Iran in their own frozen assets in the reinvestment fund, which I'm going to generally assume at this point most of that $300 billion is coming from the United States, and every other bit of money we're giving them, we could have put about $700 billion worth, which is about the same amount, into the U.S. interstate program and completely rebuilt the interstates in the United States at this cost. We could have literally raised an entirely new U.S. Navy from the ground up. We could have gone and quite literally built a whole new country. That's the annual GDP. That's larger than the annual GDP of most nations around the world. And not only that, we're giving up our strategic position completely in the Middle East. We're now going to let a sworn enemy of the Republic control one of the most important waterways in the world for oil shipments. We're now going to withdraw our forces from anywhere near to their border, giving the Iranians the upper hand regionally on anyone within the Persian Gulf and anyone in the near border areas of Iran. And not only that, we're going to try and codify this into international law through the United Nations and completely lift all of the IAEA sanctions that were put on them because they're trying to make a nuclear weapon and everything else. We're basically giving them everything they wanted. As a matter of fact, I would say that the president is giving them everything they want. There couldn't have been, you couldn't have had a better scenario if the Iranians had literally had an Islamic regime diehard elected as the president of the United States. That's not even an exaggeration. This is literally what the Islamic regime would want from the get-go if they had an insider in the White House.
Yeah, and now we're stuck with high gas prices for the foreseeable future. The gas prices aren't going to return to normal for the next year to 2 years, by the way. I'm sure people saw that report today. So who's left holding the bag for this mistake? Us, the American people, are left holding the bag for the mistake. The people that made the blunder aren't even paying financially for it. They're not. They're totally fine. In fact, they're probably doing better now than they were before the war started, I would imagine. So it's like, the people left holding the bag are us, and the people that are not paying the consequences for it, the people that came out just fine at the end of it. Who won here? I would say the terrorist regime in Iran won, and the rest of us lost out, it looks like. And it was completely voluntary to do that, which is the crazy part. So, I'll say this as well, just to let people know, during the last administration, when there was that Afghanistan blunder, we criticized the hell out of that. The Afghanistan withdrawal was a complete disaster. Yes, the current president who's now in charge, he's the one who started the withdrawal, but the last president's the one who planned it out and actually executed the plan itself. That we lost servicemen in that attack too, and we were going off about that back when that happened. What's happening here with Iran, all political bullshit aside, is monumentally larger than what happened in Afghanistan. Monumentally different. Like it's a whole different ball game. So I just don't even know what to say. Like I think eventually the Iranians will sabotage this plan right here that's been come up with, which greatly benefits Iran. I think they'll sabotage their own benefit. So we'll probably end up going back to war. But I mean, the damage has been done at this point. The damage is here, and Iran's got all the leverage, which is it makes me sick.
I'm going to have to say this. This isn't political, but the defeat in Afghanistan is nowhere close to how bad this really is. I'm not trying to compare apples and oranges here and go, this guy is literally the worst, but when we failed in Afghanistan, a whole bunch of tribal medieval people who can hardly form a centralized government started running their nation in a tribal medieval fashion when we left, and really nothing changed outside of that. With the Iranians, however, losing this war, now the Iranians have a giant gateway that they can open and shut on the waterway that provides a third of the world's oil. No defeat in Afghanistan would ever lead to such a bad outcome as this. This is to a degree that it's completely unfathomable what we just gave Iran. This would be like allowing China to control every single oil well in the United States of America and shut them off with a little switch, like a power switch, whenever they wanted to. That's what kind of strategic hand we just gave the Iranians with this deal today. And I would hope that the Iranians do something that's going to blow this deal apart to pieces, because I absolutely have no faith at this point, folks, that the president has any sense in his brain to do anything that would make any logical sense. And I'm not saying that in a political way, but you can't look at this Memorandum of Understanding and say that that is sensible and that we've won. We've completely lost, and for no reason, just because he doesn't want to do it anymore. So now he's going to move us on into the next great defeat, which will be Cuba. Because while Cuba will be an easy fish to fry in a normal strategic sense, much like Iran, he's going to get involved in planning out the war from the top to the bottom, miss a million important things about how to actually fight a war, and probably end up losing in Cuba. Like as far as the foreign policy has gone over the past year and a half, it has been a miserable defeat after a miserable defeat. The tariffs did nothing in terms of benefit on the foreign policy stage and only did us harm in every way. We then ended up threatening NATO over Greenland, which has heavily distanced the European portion of NATO from us, weakening the military alliance that we have with the Europeans, which is the largest and most powerful one on the planet currently. We then went down to Venezuela and nabbed Maduro, but the socialist regime that Hugo Chavez founded, that Maduro was only the executor of Chavez's will, is still in charge in Venezuela and is still running the country with an iron fist. And generally, from what we know, Tren de Aragua is still operating in Venezuela because we blew up the cartel leader of Tren de Aragua just a couple of days ago, and he was still in Venezuela. So we did absolutely nothing to defeat the cartel down there or to get rid of the socialist government that was anti-American. Both of those things are still there. Now we've moved on to Iran. And we're seeing that with Iran, we entered the war on our own volition with strong war goals that made sense, fought the war horrendously, and then gave up because we just realized, well, the president realized that he planned it so poorly, there was no way of digging out the grave that he created for the United States in that conflict. So now we've just basically given the Iranians everything they want, so that way we can just walk away, and the president can claim, like he always does, that if it wasn't for him, the sun wouldn't rise tomorrow, so that way he can move on to screwing up in Cuba.
Yeah, also, by the way, why is the Senate not ratifying this agreement with Iran? Because I know people are saying, oh, it's just a memorandum of understanding. It's not a treaty. But I mean, the terms in this memorandum are essentially, they're very large, significant terms, like, like agreeing not to, like, go back to war with Iran. I mean, these are very serious terms in this MOU. I know they're calling it an MOU, but essentially, in my opinion, it's a treaty. And treaties are required to have the advice and consent of the U.S. Senate. So there are currently no plans I'm aware of right now to have this MOU ratified by the Senate. The Senate's not demanding to ratify it or check it. They're not demanding that, which in my opinion is a huge issue because I mean, at this point, I mean, was the Senate just going to let the president just go around making treaties without, advising by the Constitution? It's like, in my opinion, I know there's arguments. There's always going to be some legal scholar out there somewhere that says, oh, well, technically it's not a treaty because they called it an MOU. In my opinion, this is a treaty, and the Senate should be having to ratify this, meaning they should be able to check it and they should be able to sign off on it. It shouldn't just be one person gets to make all the decisions. That's not the way our government's designed to work. So, they probably won't. They're probably arguing arguing that the 60-day period is the time that a treaty will be signed. That's probably what they're arguing, but I would say that's another legal loophole. That's what I would argue personally. They should be ratifying this current MOU, and they're not.
It should be, but of course, these days, it seems as though the balance of powers that the Founding Fathers intended in this country are hardly followed at all in actual practice, and the president basically just gets to do whatever he wants, and everyone in the Congress just writes little letters about how they don't like it, and little haikus and poems, like there's some sort of an imperial Japanese lord in the era of isolation talking about the shogun, which is absolutely ridiculous at this point. It's a joke. But to say my 2 cents on it and wrap it all up, this is the most embarrassing defeat I've ever seen the United States face in 250 years. Crazily enough, on the 250th anniversary of the United States, this is an absolute failure of the current administration, and if the administration had any gall about it, which they do not, they would resign. And I believe that if they do not consider resignation or announce a resignation, then I believe that other action should be taken by the Congress to possibly consider a removal of office. This is getting to the point that it's becoming dangerous, that if this kind of course of action and this kind of mentality continues to permeate in the U.S. government, this will lead to absolutely destructive outcomes for the United States of America on the global stage, which will reverberate through the next several decades of history and put the United States in an incredibly poor standing. We will start to lose what has made the United States a global superpower since the end of the Second World War if this continues. But moving us on out of that, it is time for us to get back out of the Middle East and back on up and into Eastern Europe and the war in Ukraine, as there is a lot of good news that came out of the war in Ukraine today, unlike what happened inside of the Middle East. So moving us on back up into Ukraine, we have been able to see that there has been ongoing activities by the Ukrainian armed forces today against the Russian Federation to be able to cause further damage to the Russian supply lines along the M14 highway throughout Crimea and elsewhere, and also heavy losses have been inflicted against the Russian armed forces on the front lines. Moving us on and into the area of the M14 highway, we have been able to see that the only access into Crimea at the Hennichess Bridge, as satellite footage has shown today, has been heavily damaged and destroyed, and the pontoon bridge they also attempted to lay, which they did try to lay one, has also already been hit and damaged as well to some extent. So it is showing us that at the moment the Hennichess Spit is also being knocked out as well, along with the other bridge accesses into the area. We also were able to see outside of this that there is another ongoing Ukrainian drone attack within southern Russia at this moment right now, but we haven't been able to get any video or picture evidence out of those attacks so far. We've also been able to see that along the M14 highway, logistics is continuing to be ahead, the very little of it that's still trying to pass down the highway, as the Ukrainian armed forces ensure that the Russians will be starved within the southern direction. Additionally, in Mariupol, we've also been able to see that fuel has completely run out, as citizens are now showing that at the small gas stations that exist, the fuel is quite literally unavailable, and if it is, it's at insanely high prices. Moving us on from that, we also were able to see here as well the prices of the very little fuel that's left in Mariupol, which is becoming insanely high. We also were able to see further explosions in Mariupol, showing that Ukraine is continuing to attack support forces and also supply lines that spread through the city of Mariupol. I'm not sure if that was the explosion right there. Nope, there it is. We see the explosion dissipating soon afterwards. And moving on from that clip out of Mariupol, we've also been able to additionally see inside of the Donetsk region that there were also explosions within this area as well, and fires, most likely on supply hubs. And also the sound, if I can get this to work, 1 second, folks. There we go. I don't know what's going on with Twitter today, but it's kind of bugging out on me. It's kind of tweaking out. But there's the hit. A pretty significant one within the area. Moving us on from those clips inside of Donetsk, we also were able to see within the Luhansk area that substations were continuing to be destroyed in this area as well. We can also see the explosions there as well near to the substations and also the bridge works leading into Luhansk. We also saw that fuel trucks are continuing to be targeted throughout the occupied territories, including inside of Luhansk. There's one of the cooking fuel trucks right there. Also got another clip showing us that from another angle, as Twitter is effing up again.
Also, what's Zelensky holding over there in that meme, by the way, on the right?
A coupon for
Oh,
gasoline.
it's on a gasoline coupon, 20 liters right there. Honestly, that's very kind of Zelensky to offer up a gasoline coupon like that. He's always had a soft spot in his heart for those Russians, even though they're bastards.
Here, would you like a coupon in these trying times? Man, like, just like, man, you can't even get gas in Crimea at this point, even with the coupons. Honestly,
That's
though,
a good
this,
meme right there. That's a man. I'll tell you what, the AI might be sucking up all of our water, but occasionally AI comes up with something good like this. Look at that.
man, honestly, like, it's a pretty decent one. But moving us on out of the area of Luhansk, we've also been able to see, additionally, the interception of drones over the northern areas of Ukraine. Here it goes.
Штанины надо.
Whabam.
Ё.
Well, that's the end of that clip, but an impressive one to say the least. We also were able to see as well within the location unknowns, additional clips showing an Oshkosh MATV after a miraculous survival. An FPV drone actually hit this Oshkosh, and it charted pretty heavily and looks to knock the entire rear bed of the MATV off, but the cab, the armored cab that the crew was in, actually survived, and it drove all the way off of the front and bang into the rear lines where this video was filmed.
Задню частину бронекапсула витримала у бійців. Легка
They really did a
контузія.
number on that thing right there, I would say. Quite a number, to
Машина
say the
під
least.
відновлення.
Man, to shreds, they say.
Also, by the way, I just got a video that is grabbed right now. You might want to show them this video next, by the way. It's a view of the Ukrainian drones coming in and Russian air defense just sitting by, just sort of like staring.
Дуже потрібно
Man, let me see if I can go get that here real quick. Oh, is it gonna be good?
увагу на
Oh, God.
ходову частину,
We see them showing off the damage to the vehicle.
що буде підрив на
The damage you see. It's the damage to the vehicle. It's damage, you know? It's hurt, but it survived. Impressive. Moving us on from that clip, I was trying to figure out what to even say about it. We also have this clip here from the area of the refinery. Let's take a gander. Let's take a gander together. Let's take a look. There's the drone.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, here comes another.
Damn. Where'd the missile? Hey, where'd the missile come from? Where the hell did that come from?
I don't even know.
Was that a man pad or something somebody fired from the side of the highway?
Looks to be like, yeah, it looks like it
What
was.
the hell? Man, some random Russian was just standing over there with a man pad. I would assume he's in the Russian forces. They're standing on the side of the highway and fired a man pad at the thing. That's crazy. But man, they were opening like non-stop machine gun fire. That's all I heard was machine guns and then that random man pad.
Bro, that man pad though was mental. It fired it into the oil cloud. Oh my God.
I would say there's a very high odds that ended up hitting the oil refinery and causing more damage.
You know what? You know what? This thing probably locked onto the oil cloud because it's probably pretty hot. So like the sensor for the man pad detected that as a heat source, and then they fired into it. Bro, that's mental. Man, a beautiful clip though. Really something.
Someone said that was a traffic cop. I don't think that's a traffic cop with a man pad right there. That would be way too much power to give the traffic cops inside of Moscow. I doubt it. But that's just wild though. Somebody was just standing over there and fired a missile into the mix. But like long story short though, the drone just flew straight in. It went through all the machine gun fire like an absolute unit and went straight to the refinery and nobody was able to stop it.
Man, it's a tragedy. Honestly, man, the Russians, they weep for how bad the air defenses are. Like, it's hopeless. They even had a man pad this time, and they still didn't shoot down a drone. That's sad. I mean, that's really sad. But moving us on out of that clip and on into our location unknowns a little bit farther, we got the Russian casualty report for the day, and 3 Bobcats were lost. Ole moly!
Oh, that's very nice, I must say. That's a very nice.
And over the past 24 hours, Miss DC, Keeper of the Records, has stated that 468 supply trucks and fuel trucks is the 3rd highest daily loss of the war, and 10 ground robotic complexes is tied for the 6th highest. Over the past 24 hours, 1,260 Russian soldiers have been wounded and killed, along with 7 main battle tanks, 7 APCs, 51 artillery pieces, 2 MLRSs, 2,052 drones, 10 10 ground robotic complexes, 486 supply trucks and fuel trucks, and 3 Bobcat skid steers. All in all, a pretty decent day. Not too bad. Not too bad at all. Moving us on out of that area and on to Shebekino, we also got to see the Ukrainians cooking them on up in Shebekino. We see the fire burning there in the distance in Shebekino. They hit a Russian military unit.
Opa. They call that Opa right there.
Opa! Move this on out of that clip and on down into the area of the Severansky Forest. We also get to see Russian soldiers. Oh, apparently too spicy.
Oh
Sorry.
my
So
goodness,
sorry.
that's not savory. Can't show that.
Not savory at all. We don't want to show that kind of stuff. Well, moving us on into Chasivyar, we got to see the 24th Mechanized Brigade driving on into town. Driving through the nets.
This is why they banned four-wheelers from Crimea.
Now they made it out of the nets and onto the street. Oh my God! Did you see that?
That was close. Let's see that again.
Oh!
Right there. Look at that. That's too close for comfort.
He started gunning it. They got a kick out of it. Moving us on from that, I mean, the Ukrainians are made of something else. But moving us on and into the area of Pokrovsk, we also were able to see the 414th Magyar's birds taking out some Russian armored vehicles and light vehicles around Pokrovsk. We see them here blowing up a dirt bike, also targeting Russian forces near to a destroyed bridge. And now they're getting into the meat of the matter. A Russian tank got turned into cinders.
Goodbye to tank.
Good night, tank. He also hit another
He was a
one.
good dog.
We can also see them hitting a BTR, it seems. Oh, an MTLB, actually. We can also see them here hitting further Russian forces. Really impressive stuff. The Magyar's birds is working hard. Moving us on out of that and further on down the line and into the southern front near Huilopol, the 110th Brigade also was able to do some work down here against the Russians. Take a little look. They got that music running too. They love that music. Oh, was that an AKS-74U with a silencer? Oh, beautiful. Impressive.
That's a can in my book.
I bet you that cost him some coin.
Man, that can cost some coin right there. He's a real operator.
And now we could see them loading them rockets, or as I like to call them, potato guns. Now they're firing the potato gun. They're splashing that thing down.
Also, by the way, is it a bad thing if a Black Hawk circling my house right now? Is that a bad thing? Did I say something that was wrong?
Oh, we probably said something that made us an enemy of the state tonight, so the Department of Justice is probably working hard on that one already.
Yeah, free speech these days isn't so free anymore. There seems to be consequences to it these days, even though it's not very much American right there. I'll still speak my mind. I don't give a damn. That's First Amendment.
Man, First Amendment. What amendment? Oh man, they're all for free speech until they get elected, and then they're all against free speech. It's a real blast these days, folks. Back in the day, we had to be scared about how far we said things against the left side because they didn't believe in free speech. Now we have to worry about what's going to be going too far for the right because they also don't support the free speech. Really, American groups these days, they're so pro-American, they don't even get what the hell it means to be an actual American. But anyways, moving us on from that actually was the last piece of news that we had for the day. Right on time. I was actually hoping that the news segment would be 2 hours and 20 minutes long, and it is. So I'm pretty happy for that. But outside of that, it is time for us to get on into the rest of the show that we have for the night, which is the second segment of the stream where we get to talk to each and every single one of y'all. And I got to say a huge thanks to the 13.6 thousand people who are still here right now and the 90,000 people who have watched this show for the first 2 hours and 20 minutes of it. I've got to say that we're entirely honored and greatly appreciative that so many people continue to come here and listen to the news from this channel every single day, and a lot of y'all consider this to be your primary source of news. If it wasn't for folks like y'all, we wouldn't be able to make a channel like this possible, and I know that right now a lot of y'all are as aggravated and angry as we are about the situation that's currently going on inside the Middle East, and I would tell y'all it is incredibly infuriating, but do not worry. I think that the U.S. public has had enough of this from what I've seen today. It doesn't really look like anybody's in support of this kind of stuff anymore. And I have a feeling that through one political mean or another, these sorts of stupid actions are going to be coming to an end, hopefully soon, I would hope. Because I just don't think that anybody can continue to watch this sort of a thing happen to a great country like ours and say that it's actually beneficial to it and it's doing it any good. But outside of that, it is time for us to move on into the questions. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So, also no speech from Zelensky at all today?
No, he was at the G7 still.
Oh, dang, that's right. He's still there at the G7. Almost forgot. But sadly, no speech. But, anyways, though, moving on here, we're going to be moving right into our super chats, live chats, and Morse code decoders of the night. And it is now time to jump right back into our super chats. So, jumping right into those, by the way, this one is going to go to none other than Joseph Carr. And thank you very much, Joseph, for that $100 support right there. And we do appreciate that very, very much. As one of the biggest supports of the night, by the way. And Joseph said, as a veteran, the current leadership in the White House is a total coward, in Joseph's words.
I wouldn't disagree with that. I would largely agree. I don't really think there's a strong bone in that body as far as how every foreign policy situation is handled. It's handled in a way that is very cowardly and weak looking on every level. Friends get basically abused, and then enemies get the red carpet treatment. It's absolutely ridiculous how that's being done these days. But I do thank you incredibly for that amazing support, Joseph Carr, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because it is folks like you who help to make this thing possible and help us to keep this thing rolling and help us to stay on air and have to cover the good, the bad, and the ugly. We've covered the good, which is how Ukraine's been doing so far in the war, the bad, which has been the Greenland situation and also Taiwan and the China visit that was had recently, and the ugly, which is this memorandum that was signed today. But I do have to thank you greatly for that support and helping us to make this thing possible, because you help us to be able to say what we say on air and have been saying on air for 1,575 days. And unlike other channels that have to be beholden to either sponsors or AdSense and everything else in between, we get to get on air and say what y'all want to hear, which is just the straight, no bullshit kind of news and analysis and opinions that we give here on the show. And I thank you greatly for helping us to be able to keep that possible and helping us to do this well on into the future. So humongous thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to Reese Pieces. Thank you very much for that $50 support, by the way, and we do appreciate that. They said, I just want to point or put out point. I think they just want to make a point. But they said this MOU is a weak band-aid as far as they're concerned. The main negotiation prior to the war in Iran was nuclear enrichment. It's still not settled, and I expect us to be back to this in September in LSA. Now, I would say to you, Reese, I would say that originally that was the biggest concern, but once the war got started and the U.S. didn't properly keep the Strait of Hormuz open and didn't really have a plan to keep it open, then the Strait of Hormuz supplanted the entire nuclear issue completely at that point. It became priority number one. So the war started off with the nuclear ambition. That was what they were trying to go tend to inside of Iran. But then it became, how the hell are we going to prevent a global collapse because we didn't properly keep the Strait of Hormuz open? So right now, they've basically given control to Iran to a large degree of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what we're seeing right now in the traffic in the Strait. It's going through the toll booth and nobody's stopping it. And they're being allowed to go out the other end of the Strait and go sell the oil. So I would say personally that to me, it seems like they've basically gave up the leverage at this point. But Enforcer, what say you?
Yeah, they sadly gave up all the leverage. I would hope that you're right. I would say that what you're saying is much more optimistic than what I'm thinking the outcome of this is going to be. And I hate to say this, folks, but over the past year and a half, I've learned that it's best to expect the worst case scenario with the current administration because you can never go wrong thinking that, because it almost turns into that every single time. Like we said recently back in the day when we heard, oh well, they're considering giving hundreds of billions of dollars to Iran. We said that's absolutely stupid. Or the Iranians were demanding that as reparations. We said that's absolutely stupid. The United States will never agree to that. They did agree to it in the Memorandum of Understanding that they signed today. And I mean, that even blew me away when we actually saw that that legitimately was what they agreed to. Every single one of the terms that they agreed to in the Memorandum of Understanding is quite literally exactly what the Iranians were demanding during the ceasefire period that's been going on for 2 months. They said they want all U.S. forces removed from anywhere around Iran. They want hundreds of billions of dollars. They want $24 billion just to even talk to the United States. They want this, that, and everything else. They want to control the Hormuz indefinitely. And guess what? We gave all of that to them in that memorandum. And that's why I'm kind of thinking, like, I would wish that you're right with that. But at the same time, I think that this is probably going to end up becoming the permanent situation if the current president has anything to do with it. Because saying that the current president is, absolutely wrong and he doesn't know what the hell he's doing is taken personally by him, which honestly, that is kind of a personal statement against him, but it's taken personally. And then he's going to sit there and basically die on that hill of making sure that this memorandum is agreed to because it's going to be the greatest thing ever in humankind, according to him. I don't know if y'all heard this today, but he actually said that Israel only exists because of him, and if he wasn't around, Israel wouldn't exist. I don't know, like, I don't know if the guy knows this, but the whole world doesn't exist because of him. He says the U.S. military only exists because of him. Israel only exists because of him. America exists because of him. Literally everything that in the world that exists, it only exists because of him. He's like the most unimportant person that I've ever seen in history. If anything, most countries would be doing better if he wasn't the president, to be entirely honest. So it's like, like all these goofy statements that make it sound like everything that he does is just the grandest thing ever, and without him, the sun literally wouldn't rise tomorrow. It's just absolutely stupid, and it's just self-aggrandizing to the point that it's a sickness. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also moving on to our next one, this one goes to Bex Chitwood. And thank you very much, Bex, for that $50 support right there. And we do appreciate that very much. And Bex said, I've been waiting all afternoon to heart y'all's reaction to that memorandum. And once again, y'all the voices of analysis and reason. And he's the reason I'm having some wine. Oh, man. I know people have been looking forward to what we have to say. Like, we generally, like, don't get too vocal about stuff like that. We try to keep it as mild as possible because we try not to stray into politics. Generally, when we start getting a little too vocal, we start delving into politics, and that starts getting out of our rule for the most part. So, hopefully y'all find that to be reasonable. I would think it's reasonable personally. I'm not sure who out there thinks this is going well with the Iran situation. And most people seem to agree this is the biggest blunder in the history of the country at this point, and it's being somehow made out to be a victory, which is insane. They should just admit that it didn't go well at this point. They'd look a lot less foolish if they just admitted that. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, that's how it is with everything with this particular person. Like, they lose something, it was rigged, I actually won and they lied. Everything I do is the greatest. I win by the biggest numbers. It's the biggest landslides. I make the most money. Every like literally, like, I don't know if y'all noticed this, folks, but every statement he says, whatever he did was just the biggest and greatest thing that ever happened. I mean, if you listen to him and took him at face value, he's winning a new Guinness World Record every single day for just waking up. Like, he woke up better than anyone else ever did. His bed is the softest. Like, that kind of stuff. It gets very nauseating to deal with. And that's like, and I'm not trying to be political with that, but having to wake up every day because we have to, like, in the last administration, we'd have to listen to him and we have to listen to the current one to figure out what the hell they're even thinking. And having to wake up every day and listen to the same stupid repackaged statement of, I did the best, greatest thing today, it gets very old. Like, that's not even trying to make it political. It's just obnoxious to read the same thing every day on different topics. But I do thank you for the support and help the channel to keep it running. We try and be the voice of reason the best we can. And of course, we're heavily aggravated and just enraged today about how stupid this is, the Memorandum of Understanding. I think like most Americans are at this point, because it's an absolute embarrassment to a great republic like ours to accept such humiliating terms. But a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a $25 support from Howard Turgell, and thank you very much, Howard, for that support as well. And we do appreciate that. He said, I will say, and I love the content, enforcers.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support, Howard Turgell, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And I got to thank you for loving the content. We try our best to make sure that the news is as best presented, as well analyzed, and well covered as we can every night. And I'm happy to know that folks like you, Howard, have been around for years now, literally, enjoying the channel and watching it. And we thank you for the support that you throw in from time to time, because it helps us to be able to keep this thing on air, not just for you, but for millions of people who watch every month. So, a big thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Kevin RM, and thank you very much, Kevin, as well, for the $20 support. And he said, good day, gentlemen. I actually only heard the explanation of why it's called LSA recently, but forgot. And my buddy is watching too now, and I was wondering if you wouldn't mind explaining it for him too, and love you guys.
Sure, I mean, like, I can tell the story again. So way back at the beginning of the war, in the first month, there was a Russian Pantsir S-1 air defense system that was destroyed in the Chernihiv region in northern Ukraine and was burning in a field and was filmed by a Ukrainian citizen. And during the video, while I was watching it, I paused it and pointed out the Lee Spring suspension system on the Pantsir and stated that it was absolutely ridiculous that I was using that kind of suspension system because it was obsolete. It's not obsolete. Lee Spring suspensions are still used on a lot of vehicles. So the live chat just went to town on me. They were like, oh my God, that is ridiculous that you just said that. And so I got roasted in the chat for the next 2 days after I said that. And it became hilarious, like how many people would keep bringing that up. So then I was like, dang, y'all are like the Lee Spring people. And Matthew B decided to lean into it. And start, kidding around and be, adding into the joke. And then some people were like, it's like the Lee Spring Army. And then the name was dubbed, and the Lee Spring Army came into being as the community, or the name of the community for the channel. And since then, we've gotten it to be a good bit more serious. It has its own flag. It has its own anthem. We try and attach values to it, being pro-American, pro-Western, looking out for the public good within the United States and all of our allied nations and their citizens, taking a similar mindset to their countries and looking out for the common good of all of their citizens and their improvement, and that sort of a thing. So that's really basically the story of the LSA, its founding, and what it is now. So big thanks to you so much once again for the support. I hope that has addressed that.
Oh my God. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold on. I'm sorry, by the way. And also a huge shout to you. A huge shout once again for that super chat right there. I'm sorry to interrupt like that, but I literally might have the clip of the year right now that just reposted on Twitter, by the way, of the attack on the Moscow refinery. The lid blew off one of the tanks at the oil refinery, and we have a video of it from the ground. I've never seen anything like this. This is insane.
Oh!
Look at that!
Oh my God! Oh!
Bro, it blew the huge, like, multi-ton lid off the depot, like the storage tank. Look at that. It flew up like a flying saucer.
Oh my God! Look at that! Dude, that is crazy! That is nuts! Oh my God, look at that!
I've never seen anything like that. That is nuts, man. That was can you imagine the pressure off of that, like exploding, to lift that lid like that, like it was being lifted up on a string? That's insane.
That is, I've never seen anything like that in my life. Look at that. It literally just lifted the whole thing up several hundred feet in the air. And you can actually see it right there. That's the whole lid intact. One giant piece.
That is crazy. Also, look at all the people watching it. They're in disbelief. Everybody on the ground looking at this thing. Play that again. Like that's wild.
That is insane.
That is bonkers. Let me pull up how much those weigh. Let me see what that weighs right there. I'm kind of curious at this point. Let's see here. You can filibuster while I'm currently pulling this up.
Oh my God, dude. I've never seen anything like that. That is insane. Like, I've never in my life seen a lid pop off of a tank like that.
Yeah, really, I would say so.
Man, hopefully we can get an answer to how much this thing weighs here soon.
Man, it's been like 5 seconds, man. You gotta stall, man.
Well, and on the news, folks, if y'all haven't been able to hear, the Union Pacific Big Boy has made it to Scranton in Pennsylvania,
Okay.
to Steamtown, and now Matthew found it. He found it in record time.
All right, so apparently it looks like they can vary, obviously. It says a small depot tank might weigh just a few tons empty to 10 to 20 tons full, but that's the actual tank itself. So The lid is at least several tons, at least, but it can be a lot more than that depending on the size of the tank. So that is multi-tons of weight right there. It's being lifted into the sky like it's nothing for the most part. Let's see that one more time. I gotta see that one more time.
I've just never seen anything
Bonkers.
like this.
That is truly bonkers right there. I guess that's another angle, a close-up of that farther away view that we got of the major fire that was happening. Apparently, that was where the source of the fire was that oil tank.
Well, there was a store around this tank called the Vesna, and if we can find that, we might be able to find where this was filmed from. So let's see here. This is Artaka. Let's see. So there's a number 6 apartment here. What's that called? Uh, Norbus 6 or something? Damn. We're gonna need a 3D view from Google Earth for this one, probably, but oh man, it's one of these tanks down here. It's got to be one of the big ones too, because I mean, like the lid on that thing was humongous. So I don't know which one it was, but it was definitely one of these tanks right here. That I can guarantee y'all. So, um, yeah, I mean, that was crazy right there. That was nuts. I mean, that was worth the interruption right there. I mean, I've never seen anything like that before. So we'll definitely have to we'll have to see if we get more clips out. But this has been the wildest refinery attack I've ever seen. But anyways, moving us on back out of that and back to Kevin RM Super Chat. I hope that explained the founding of the LSA well, and a huge thanks to you so much once again for the support. And with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Big Ron 394, who puts in a 20. And a big shout out to Big Ron as well for that support. He said, "It looks to me that Ukraine's going to make Russia desperate, which is not a good thing. They may choose the option to do something desperate."
Well, maybe, but that's kind of a part of ending the war, kind of, like the Ukrainians can't really keep the Russians comfortable forever because the Ukrainians will eventually lose. So I guess I see what you're saying, but it's kind of it's inevitable eventuality of the war is that Ukraine has to put Russia into a desperate situation. And we just kind of have to hope that the Russians won't do anything absolutely insane. If they do, we'll have to react to that appropriately. Even if we're not in Ukraine and Ukraine isn't a part of NATO, we'll still have to react to that appropriately. But we'll just have to hope that they're not dumb enough in Russia to do something like that in reality. So a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
All right, so this one here is going to go to none other than Gordon Vorenkamp. And thank you very much, Gordon, for the $20 support. He said, "What does diesel cost in Moscow?"
At the moment, we wouldn't really know. I think the last cost I saw was like 94 rubles a liter for diesel, but that was the last time I saw, and that was a couple of days ago. So it might be a little bit higher than that by now, or it might have stayed the same. But it's about $5 per gallon of diesel right now in the Moscow area. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 20 from Nathan Ringerwall. And thank you, Nathan, as well, for the 20 as well. He said, "Any chance that the landings in Crimea are a psyop to trick the Russians into positioning a bunch of equipment in a place with no gas and no real avenue of escape?"
It could be, but generally the Ukrainians probably will be landing legitimate special forces teams in the Crimea and inserting them there, considering that the insertion rate and the success rate as a result of the lack of supplies there will be a lot higher. So I would say, in a sense, they're probably trying to get the Russians to divert resources in that area, and in other senses, they're actually trying to drop off actual SOF teams into Crimea. I think both of those can be true at the same time. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running, and I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from Rye Guy SR, and thank you, Rye Guy, as well, for the 20. He said, "This war's biggest problem is it was planned by people who work in showbiz. They wanted a spectacle and got one, and nothing more than a toned-down version of COD for power-hungry leaders. The deal and the war are a joke," and one from the chat.
Right, guy, that's really what I was thinking the whole war as well, because at the beginning, as many people know, I feel like at this point, folks, there's a lot of people that ended up cussing me out like before the war and during the war and everything, that told me I was completely wrong about the Ormuz, and the president basically just admitted that I was absolutely right about the Ormuz. the whole time, and people just didn't want to believe that because the president said something different, and those people don't have a mind of their own. I feel like we ought to create an apology like tour where I just travel around the United States and get apologies from the people who absolutely cussed us out for saying that we were wrong. Like David DeMarco, he can start off. Like, he'll be the first. Like, we'll travel to the nearest city that he's at, and he can come and tell us he's sorry. Because I mean, we were dead on the nail. I was specifically dead on the nail on the military analysis side on how the war was going to go if we didn't fight it the exact way that I said it had to be fought. Not to say that I was right on everything, but I sure as hell had a much better cooked up plan and an idea of how to fight a war than the president did, or anyone else involved in the Department of Defense at the civilian level. They had no damn clue of how to fight the war, and just came up with something that was like a 3-year-old would come up with. We blow up the old man in Tehran, and then we just keep bombing them every day in Tehran. It's like, that's not going to work. Like, it's like, that would never work. And I said that at the beginning of the war. I was like, they keep bombing Tehran every day. That's just not going to work because, you can bomb out government officials as much as you want. They're just going to keep replacing them. And so we're basically still at square one. Like, we have to militarily defeat them. And we never did. Like that's crazy. Like, literally in the middle of the ceasefire, folks, just like 2 weeks ago, we blew up the surface search radars at Kashim and Sarik. Why weren't those blown up in like the first hour of the war? They were operational the whole conflict and afterwards. Why? Those are like one of the most important targets to hit in the strait, to stop them from seeing the ships going through. And we didn't blow them up once. And that tells me that the president's statement today is largely a bullshit one. To read it to y'all again, because it's an important one, about, here we go. Let me go get the words. If we didn't do this deal, we could have dropped more bombs for another 3 weeks, 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 years. You would never have the Strait of Hormuz open. Your market would have, instead of going up, gone down to levels that nobody ever saw before, maybe except for 1929. Well, maybe that wouldn't have been the case if they had ended up dealing with Hormuz first, like I said to do, and they treated that as the primary battlefield, and we militarily defeated them. Also, this statement is just absolute bullshit as well, because we didn't drop any bombs on Hormuz, and maybe if they stopped dropping bombs for another 2 years on Tehran and dropped them around the Iranian forces on Hormuz, maybe we would get different results. Because that's what I think would be the case. Because the U.S. military has written extensively over the past 50 years about the threat the Iranians pose to the Hormuz, what kind of developments and technologies they have, and the doctrines they would use to blockade the Hormuz, how long that blockade could last, and how the United States could clear out the blockade and deal with it effectively. And that required a proactive response, starting with the Hormuz being the number one problem at the get-go, and dealing with that first before anything else, stopping them from laying a minefield, which we could have easily done, and then also ensuring that a sustained air and naval campaign is upkept within the strait, and convoy escorts are to be conducted during that time once the threat level gets low enough. They did none of that. Not a single bit of it. They didn't bomb anyone in the strait. They blew up all of the big naval ships, but those weren't the ones that were ever going to be used in the strait. So that was a complete waste of time as far as I'm concerned. They didn't attack any of the fast attack boats. They didn't knock out any surface search radars. They didn't knock out the autonomous drone forces in the area that were launching surface and air drones at the ships. They didn't knock out the anti-ship missile launchers. They did nothing, as far as I'm concerned, to clear the strait. They let them lay a minefield, and they let them control the minefield indefinitely. We watched them on air go out and lay hundreds of mines in 4 or 5 different waves of drones going out there, and they did nothing to stop that. Like, this right here is a statement by the president, is basically just saying, I effed it up so badly, I just got bored and thought it was unrecoverable, so I decided to give up and move on, and then make it sound like I just won the whole war. It's absolutely, it's tragic, really, like, that this kind of a mindset's running the country, like, at this point, in foreign policy and in war, because this is not the kind of mindset you want. That's also why, folks, when you get into a war, wars aren't something that you just decide to do lightly. Like, you don't just go, on Tuesday I think I'll have a war with Cuba, and on Wednesday I'll go to war with Venezuela. You have to weigh these things out carefully, because you have to plan them like the enemy is going to really put up a solid fight, which we didn't do here, and you also got to assume that once you enter the war, no matter how it goes, it's a knockdown, drag-out fight to the death in between these two countries. One of them's going to come out on top, but until one of them comes out on top, the war's not ending. That's what the Russians are doing right now, and I will say, at least for the Russians, they will fight a knockdown, drag out fight. Like, they know they're losing it, I think, at this point, pretty clearly. But they're still going to keep fighting until they literally have nothing left in them to keep going. On the other hand, the U.S. will get into a war that we can win, blunder the beginning of it, and then find out the position's pretty tough to recover from now, and then just give up because they just don't have the follow through. It's a sad thing, really. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running, right, Guy SR, because I generally agree with that as well. And with that, it actually appears that we have one from the chat to get in honor of Rye Guy SR. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So the one from the chat in honor of Rye Guy goes to Marissa, who said, conceivably, couldn't Congress declare war against Iran without the president and do what needs to be done? Uh, yeah. Well, see, that's never really been like looked at before because it's really never been necessary. Congress can declare war, but it's an interesting relationship because the president is the commander in chief of the forces, so he's the one who actually orders the forces to take action. So Congress simply gives permission. That's the best way to put it. So Congress doesn't get to order the forces around. All they can say is we give the president permission by allowing a declaration of war, or we don't. That's all they can really do. So even if Congress declared war, it would not compel the president to take action, and in reality, it wouldn't. So that probably would not be a way to get around the situation. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say that generally, yes. I mean, like, kind of they can, because they can declare a
No, they
war if.
can't.
Well, I mean, like, I'm getting to it though. They can declare a war, and then the president says, "I'm not fighting it." They can just impeach him, because at that point, that's a dereliction of duties. Like, the president doesn't get to really pick and choose in a war. I'm just not going to fight a war that the Congress just declared. That's the grounds for impeachment.
I don't think so. I don't think so. The president is given the power of commander in chief, so he's the one who gets to make the decisions with the military. He can't be compelled to do certain things with the military. I don't think that would be violating checks and balances. So all Congress is simply a check and balance on whether or not the president can go to war or not. It's the representatives in Congress deciding whether or not it's warranted or not. Of course, there's the war powers that the president has. He can deploy forces like he did into Iran in that war zone, but he has a certain time frame that he has to abide by. He has to inform Congress. He has to withdraw the forces at a certain date if he does not have that declaration of war. But all that is a permissionary function. It's not really like it's not a compulsion to tell the president he has to do something.
Well, I mean, like, reading the Constitution here, it says specifically in the U.S. Constitution, that the president shall be the commander in chief of the Army and Navy of the United States and of the militia of the several states when called into the actual service of the United States, which is a declaration of war. So he's the commander in chief of the armed forces if the Congress declares war. Like, he doesn't get to choose, because if he gets to choose, if the Congress declares war and he just goes, "I don't like it," and he sits it out, that means that the Congress can pass a law, and then he could veto it, and then they could overpower it with a 2/3 vote in the House and Senate, and then he just goes, "I'm not enforcing it," because then he's also the executive branch, so he enforces the law, so then he has the free reign to do whatever he wishes, which is a dereliction of duty, which would be grounds for impeachment.
I don't think so. That's not the way I'm interpreting that. But it just says in the service of the United States, meaning the military is being used in furtherance of a U.S. interest. So it doesn't mean that Congress has the ability to compel him. But no, I don't. I'm pretty certain that Congress cannot force the president to wage war against his wishes because he's solely the commander in chief.
Well, yeah, but I mean, he's the commander in chief when the war is declared. Like, he's the one who has the executive power of finishing or following through with the war. Like, the president doesn't have, like, going off of that mindset, the president has the authority to enforce laws at whim that he likes and doesn't like, because that's what the executive branch's duty is at its basic boiled down principle, is executing the laws of the union as laid out by the Congress. So if the Congress says, like, for example, with the Civil Rights Act, you can't discriminate against people of color, and the president's like, "I don't like that," and then he just discriminates. He says, "You can do whatever you want. There's going to be no lawsuits that the Department of Justice will take on that." It's like, you can't just do that because he's the guy who he's the executor of the law, or he's the commander in chief. Like, if they declare a war, it's his duty to follow through with the war. If he doesn't follow through with the war, that's a dereliction of duty. That would be grounds for impeachment.
I don't know. Like I think at the best case scenarios might be something that's debated or debatable by legal scholars, perhaps. But I would still take the position that the president, being the commander in chief, who's given that ability, that right under Article 2, that he can't be compelled to deploy forces, even if Congress declares war. I think Congress is simply in a permissionary role, is the best way to say it. That's even a word. I'm trying to find the way to articulate that. But I mean, Congress, they could try to impeach him if he didn't go along with it, but that would be a little bit shaky, I think.
I wouldn't think so, because if the president just has the volition to do whatever he wishes and there's no grounds to impeach him at all on any instance, he doesn't have to enforce anything. He could just use the army to overthrow the Congress at that point, and the Congress can't tell him, hey, you can't do that. It's unconstitutional, and the courts can't either, because he can just do whatever he wants. Like, if you see what I'm saying, like, he could just basically use the
It's a
military
question
however he
there.
wants.
I was waiting for the conclusion there.
Well, yeah, well, what you're saying is that he can use the military however he wants, which means that there isn't any checks and balances, as you're saying. That means that he's basically just the dictator of the country. The military's at
Oh
his beck
no,
and call. The
no,
Congress can't compel him to do anything with the military or tell him
no.
not
I
to
didn't
do
say
anything with
that.
the military. Well, I mean, that's what it's
No, I
coming
didn't.
off as.
No, no, no. He has to abide by the War Powers Act. I mean, that's a law. I mean, he has to abide by that, which gives time frames for if he deploys forces overseas into a war zone, then he has to inform Congress at a certain date. He has to withdraw the forces at a certain date unless he gets a declaration of war. But like I'm saying, though, that's a permissionary function, meaning Congress has to either declare war or refuse to declare war. And then by law, the president has to withdraw those forces in 30 days, according to the War Powers Act. So that's what I'm saying. There's a check and balance, but the Congress can't like unilaterally like declare war, and then the president's like, well, wait a minute, I don't really want to take the troops to war. I'm the commander in chief. I get to determine how the military is being used. The Congress has no way to say, well, we're ordering you to send them over there. That violates the president's commander in chief prerogative. That violates that completely.
Well, the commander in chief doesn't have the decision to not go to war. I mean, there's nothing down there that says that he just has that right, and that's never been exercised in U.S. history when war's been declared. Like, when the Congress declares war, the president's duty is to execute the war. He doesn't have a
Not
choice.
really.
Like, well, yeah, I mean, it is, because under that principle, he also doesn't have a duty to execute the laws of the Union as voted on by the Congress either. Because well, I'm just the president, I don't have to do that. Even with the veto, he can just say at the end of it all, even if they override the veto, I don't have to do that, and that's the end of it, according to what you're saying.
No, I don't think so. I think the part where we're getting mixed up, and also by the way, like there's no right and wrong answer to this. This is not like a solved legal issue. By the way, this is open for like eventually a court might have to determine what's right and wrong here. Eventually, it's not really clear in the law what is right or wrong in this. But I would personally take the position that if the president's the commander in chief, which he is according to Article 2 of the Constitution, then he's the one that decides how those forces are used. That's my position.
Let's see here. Let me go pull up the declaration of war here really quickly. Let's see. Let's see here. Let's see. It's going to be under Section 8. Pay debts. Let's see. Borrow no money. Rules. Let's see. So,
It's not in there, by the way, if you're looking for it. Like, there's nothing that directly addresses that.
but if the Congress has the authority to declare a war, and a state of war is declared with a foreign nation, the president really just doesn't have the ability to just go, I'm not going to do that. Like, that's never happened in
I mean, what
national
prevents it?
history. Well, the fact that there's no precedent for it. I mean, there's never just been a time in
Well, I
U.S.
mean,
history where a
uh,
president's gone, "Oh, you declared war, but I'm not doing that." Like, there's never been a
yeah,
time
but I
like
mean,
that.
there's a difference between there not being a precedent and also, it not being permissible or not. Like, there's a difference. Like, it just because something's never been tried before doesn't mean it's necessarily prohibited to a certain degree. It's genuinely an unsolved legal issue. Like, I can say this for a fact: there is no legal mechanism to force the president to take the troops to war, even if a declaration of war is declared by the Congress. There is no current legal mechanism to force him to do it. It just simply doesn't exist.
Well, I would say that impeachment would be the motive to get him to get his ass moving, because if you
Yeah,
don't
but if
follow,
you but if you but if you impeached him, though, I mean, what would be the charge you'd be impeaching a president on at that point? High crimes and misdemeanors? I mean, what's the crime? I mean,
treason.
that's not a no, it's not. That's not treason. I mean, it's not treason to not take the troops to war. I mean, if the president's the commander in chief and he's saying the war's not necessary, and the Congress is saying, "Well, we're declaring war," I mean, that's like it's that boundary is not really supposed to be pushed. That's why that probably wasn't written into the Constitution what was supposed to happen there. It's not supposed to be pushed that far. But there's nothing. That's not a crime not to take the troops to war. He's the commander in chief.
But the thing about that is, though, is that if you look at any of the other abilities that they have, which everything has to be done by the executive, if he just says, I'm not going to go to war, then that means that he doesn't have to do anything that the Congress mandates because it's all under the same mechanism that they vote for it. That's the vote. And then he has to go and follow through with whatever the Congress voted to do as an act of law. To declare a war, that's an act of law. That's a vote of Congress. So if they also vote, for example, to say, let's see here, to approve funding for post offices and post roads in the United States, which is another enumerated power of theirs in Section 8, the president goes, I'm not doing it. Well, he has the same authority there as he does with declaring war. He can just not do stuff and not do anything, and he can do whatever he wants. He's not beholden to anything. And then the Congress, according to what you're saying, has absolutely no recourse to do anything about that. They can't bring him to the Supreme Court. They can't impeach him. So he's basically just a dictator at that point.
But look up this stuff. I think this might prove my point right here. Some people are about to be like, oh my God, this is getting deep. But this is actually the conversations that you end up having in law school and stuff like that if you ever go to it, which can be highly excruciating depending on the topic. But this is kind of an interesting topic though, so it kind of is interesting to a certain degree. But what even is a declaration of war? I mean, look at the legal definition of that. A declaration of war. What does that state in a declaration of war? And here's what basically it says in it. You can look this up too if you want to check it. But it's a formal legal act that says a state of war exists between the United States and another nation. That's all it says, by the way. It simply institutes a state of war. It does not say that the president must do X, Y, and Z in the declaration of war. It simply says we're currently in a state of war. The president is authorized to take military action against a foreign country that they're at war with. But outside of that, there's nothing compelling the president to do anything at that point. So, I mean, the problem is there's no issue there. I mean, if the president's the commander in chief, he determines how the forces are used. The declaration of war does not compel him to take action. It just simply declares a state of war, a state of conflict.
Well, I mean, right here, according to 50 U.S. Code 1541, right here, which speaks on the purpose and policy of the declaration of war in the Constitution, it says in Section C, the constitutional power of the president as commander-in-chief to introduce the United States Armed Forces into hostilities or into situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by these circumstances are exercised only pursuant to 1. A declaration of war, 2. Specific statutory authorization, or 3. A national emergency created by an attack upon the United States, its territories or possessions, or its armed forces. So this specific
Is this
statute,
the War Powers Act, or what is this?
this is the U.S. Code. This is a statute about the declaration of war. This largely says he's compelled to follow through with executing a war if a war has been declared.
And where does it say it's to follow through? I didn't get that part.
Well, it says the constitutional power of the president to introduce the armed forces into hostilities or in situations where imminent involvement in hostilities is clearly indicated by the circumstances are exercised pursuant to a declaration of war.
Yeah, but that's saying only pursuant to a declaration of war or number 2 or 3. Though it gives you a series of things that must be met in order to take the troops in those situations like that. So it's a permissionary function. That's laying that out right there in that statement. It's not saying the president shall or the president's compelled to do something. It simply says he has to have either a declaration of war or option 2 or 3 in order to put the troops in a circumstance like that.
Well, yeah, but if there's a declaration of war, though, that's an act of Congress. Acts of Congress generally have to be followed. There is no. I don't believe there's any veto power the president has on a declaration of war, where he can just veto a declaration of war. If I'm not mistaken.
I don't think so. I mean, unless there's a law that is specifically passed and written that says something like, shall or the president must or something like that, unless it says specifically compelling language like that, then the president's not forced to do anything. I mean, all this is right here is a declaration of war, meaning that a state of war is being declared. It doesn't say the president must, attack X, Y, and Z target. I mean, at that point, if your argument is the case, then the Congress would have the ability to say, well, we don't think you should hit this target in Tehran. You should hit Isfahan instead. I mean, that starts getting into some really bad, blurring of lines between the checks and balances of the executive and the legislature. That starts getting into blurring the entire situation up and starts messing up the entire, check and balance.
Well, not really, because if they say you're at war with Germany and then the US has to fight the war with Germany, that doesn't mean that the Congress just go, okay, now let's vote, do we bomb Berlin or not? Like, that doesn't say that at all. That's saying a state of war has been declared with Germany. It's now the president's duty to carry out the war to its successful conclusion, whatever that may be, or until we all give up and we agree to signing some form of surrender, and then the war is on. Like, I don't really know where you're going from the Congress has the ability to declare a war and the president must follow through with that war to now the Congress has the ability to sign off on everything. Like, there's a huge difference between just the simple act of declaring war and the president having to follow through with executing on the war, which comes with the idea of the executive branch executing the laws of the republic versus them now having a decision say on everything.
I'm trying to do research on my end, by the way, so I'm trying to pull up answers while you're talking real quick. Let's see here. I'm asking the question: is the president forced to prosecute a war merely because Congress passes a declaration of war?
And we're not talking about
And
the
let's
War
see.
Powers Act here. We're talking about a official declaration of war as laid out in the Constitution.
So it says here, this is according to the AI overview. I'll get to the evidence to back this up here in a second, but I just need to answer quick because sadly I'm trying to focus on the chat and everything else too. So that's why I'm having to cheat and use AI, by the way. Also, I know people are going to get on my ass for that. I typically would not use AI for this. I would do the research manually, but since I'm sort of constrained for time here, I got to use it. But it says a declaration of war is a legal authorization, not a command that mechanically compels action. So that seems to back up what I was saying for the most part. It's a permissionary function of the legislature, a declaration of war is. It's not a compelling function. There is no mechanism to compel a president to use forces in a certain way. That violates the check and balance situation there. It's in fact, the AI is repeating almost exactly verbatim what I was saying. It says it simply establishes that a state of war exists and unlocks certain wartime powers and authorities. The Constitution still vests the president as the commander in chief with control over how and when the military actually engages in operations. So the president could simply decline to direct forces into a war, and that's simply the end of it right there. They could try to use an indirect form of coercion, like for example, they could try to impeach him, but you're going to struggle to find a high crime and misdemeanor to impeach the president on under that circumstance, because it's not a crime to not comply with the declaration of war, because there's nothing mechanically forcing the president to go into a wartime scenario.
Let's see. One second. I want to check something here really quickly. Let's see. So where does it say in the Constitution that only high crimes and misdemeanors can the president be impeached on? Where does it say that?
Let's see here. I'm going to have to cheat
There-
on this one.
There's
Where
a
where where in the Constitution does it say a president can be impeached for? Sorry, folks. I should know this off the top of my head as I'm a political science major, but sadly I don't. Article 2, Section 4 explains what a president can be impeached and removed for.
let's see, Section 4?
Article 2, Section 4, yeah.
Article 2, Section 4. Let's go there. The let's see. So the president, vice president, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. So they can be
See?
removed from office for treason, not just high crimes and misdemeanors.
Yeah, but treason and bribery is a crime. It says or other high crimes and misdemeanors. Both treason and bribery is a crime. So unless you can specify a crime or a misdemeanor that the president's committed, I mean, it's not a crime not to put the forces into a wartime scenario. I mean, what crime would that be?
Well, I mean, for example, if war is declared on, say, Iran, and then Iran attacks U.S. forces and kills them in en masse because they're ordered not to fire back at all, and there's hundreds of U.S. soldiers killed, I'm pretty sure that that would probably start to enter the category of aiding and abetting the enemy, which would probably meet the
Oh
federal
no, man.
definition of treason.
Nah, man, that would get into lawfare at that point. Like that's just finding a charge to bring up just to sort of like force a outcome. Like I wouldn't support that at all personally. That would be, there is lawfare that goes on in this country. By the way, like it is a thing. Like I know, say it's become a political point now. They're like, oh, well, they're just like trying to come after me because they're wanting to like just do me down or something like that. But it is true. I mean, the legal system these days gets weaponized quite oftenly by everybody. So no, that wouldn't fit in my opinion. That would be not very fair at all.
So what you're saying is that the Congress has no authority to declare war, and the president doesn't have to follow through at all. And the president could actually just order the military to turn their guns on themselves and wipe each other out, and the Congress is just completely powerless to do anything about that at all.
I mean, if you told the troops to start doing crimes to each other, I mean, that would be a crime at that point, so you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Well, I mean, what you're saying. Well, what I'm trying to get at, though, to put it another way, is that you can just basically just put them all in one big group on the Iranian border and let the by the orders of the president, because we can't stop him from doing anything really as the Congress. He can get the whole military killed, all 1.1 million active service members in just one big group, and the Congress can't do anything. They just got to go. Well, I mean, I guess that's how he fought it,
No, no,
or he
no.
didn't have to fight
That's
it at
not at
all.
all. No, the Congress at that point would have the ability to pass a resolution, a war powers resolution at that point, and say that we have not authorized a state of war, and you therefore must abide by the law, which is the War Powers Act,
Well,
and you
well,
must
we're
withdraw those forces within 30 days. At
well,
that point, that's the mechanism they'd have under that circumstance.
Well, no, we're assuming that they've declared war in this scenario. Like they've declared war. The president goes, I just don't want to fight it. So he just gets everybody and orders them, okay, I want you all in a group. We're just going to march up on the Iraqi border and we're going to let the Iranians kill all of you. And then they all get killed, and the Congress just goes, well, I guess that's that. It's like we have nothing we can do really, so we can't impeach him. We can't try him on any high crimes and misdemeanors. It just is what it is. He just didn't want to fight it, so he just got
Well,
everyone killed. It's like,
I mean, at that point, that might be treason. At that point, I mean, purposely getting soldiers killed, like
well, yeah,
intentionally, that would be treason.
but you said on my last example like that, where I said, he just tells them not to fire at anyone, and they start blowing up bases. Well, that's not really treason. And now in this scenario, it is. So now
I mean,
there's some sort of a
it's a little
line that you're
bit.
defining where one thing is treason and one thing isn't, when they're really the same.
Yeah, but the second one you said here's a lot more extreme, though. I mean, that would probably be treason or the threshold for treason at that point, because it's intentionally putting soldiers in a position where they would get killed. I mean, that's intentionally putting them in harm's way at that point. So, I mean, that's a lot more extreme than your first example.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if the Congress declares war and then the president says, "Okay, everybody, as the commander in chief, the rules of engagement are: you can't fire defensively, you can't fire offensively, just sit there," and then hundreds of soldiers get blown up, that's basically the same thing as marching them in a big group right up to the border and letting them get killed. Like, that's literally the
Ah,
same thing, basically.
I don't know. Me personally, like I mean, there's a ton of hypotheticals we could get into personally, but I mean, me personally, I'm still of the position that the president is the commander in chief. We also have to be careful, like blurring lines like that, because while the current president's taking actions I don't agree with whatsoever with the Iran situation, we have to remember that after this president leaves office, when his term's up, or either he's impeached or whatever that happens with this president, when he leaves office, the next one's going to come in, and whatever precedent we set right now with blurring the lines between what the legislature is able to do and to force the president to go to war, it's going to be carried out throughout the rest of the history of the country. So we don't want to start getting carried away just because the first president right here, the one president, is doing something that we don't like, because it carries weight with the next one and it starts turning into a snowball.
I don't know. I would say I'm kind of sticking to my guns on this, though. If the Congress says that a war is declared, it's the president's duty as the president to execute the war. As in, that's why it's the executive branch. He's there to execute upon the acts of Congress. He has some abilities to overturn some of them, but an act of Congress is an act of Congress at the end of the day. And if he has the authority to just, decide, I don't really want to fight a war, so everyone stays at home, then he has the authority at that point to just basically shrug off any law that the Congress brings into an act, and there's nobody that can stop him from doing that. Not the Supreme Court, not the Congress, nobody. So that's kind of the premise I'm taking. Like, and as a simple thing, if the Congress enacts something like a declaration of war or a congressional act, and the president vetoes it, if he can even veto a declaration of war, and then they
No,
overpower that
you
and say
can't.
we're still in war, he has to execute upon whatever the Congress has voted for.
Well, if it compels him to do something, he has to execute it. But if it doesn't compel him in the law, he doesn't have to.
Well, I mean, here, really quickly, I want to actually look at this. U.S. Declaration of War
The law has
on.
to say you must or shall. It has to have the magic words in it. If it doesn't have that in there, then also, by Fuqua said poll it. Honestly, that's a good, decent idea. I should poll this. I'll make a poll right now on it.
Let's see. I'm trying to find here really quickly the official declaration of war by Congress. U.S. Declaration of War. Let's see on. Let's see here. Okay, so right here, I mean, like, here's an example right here. declaration with the by the United States of America of a state of war with Japan on the 8th of December of 1941, the joint resolution stating the following: resolved by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America in Congress assembled, that the state of war between the United States and the imperial government of Japan, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and the President is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and the resources of the government to carry on war against the imperial government of Japan and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All of the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. So in the declaration of
What is
war, which
this?
is this is the text of the declaration of war by the United States against the Empire of Japan.
Let's see here.
And it says
Uh,
explicitly the president is authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces and resources of the government to carry on war against the imperial government of Japan. So while the wordage in the Congress, in the Constitution says it's just more so of a permissive power, the declaration of war in its wordage itself says the president is directed to go to war with the Japanese, and we did. And that's how I would assume that all the
well,
declarations of war are written.
well, if it says that, if it's worded the way this one's worded, and you're sure this is an accurate document, are you positive?
This is from the Office of the Historian of the United States. This is the direct text of it.
Well, if this is the way it's worded, then under this circumstance, if this is a law that was passed and it made it through all the hoops and hurdles that you had to get through to pass it in the legislature, then under this wordage, he would be directed to use the forces in that manner. So, I mean, under the way this is worded, he would be forced to go to war if it's worded like this.
Well, yeah, I would assume like we can pull up another example here of another declaration of war, but I'd assume that all declarations of war are written in this manner, where it is directed that the president must execute upon the declaration of war. Because what would be the point of declaring war if there's no command that the war must be followed through? What would be the point of even declaring it? At that point, the Congress really has no ability to do anything as pertaining to war. It's all in the president's wheelhouse. So let's look at another example. Let's look at the let's see, Congress Declaration of War on Spain in 1898, and let's see how that one was written. So we'll try and get that one here. Let's see here. Where is the specific wordage of the Declaration of War? Let's see here. Where in the world is it? Hold up. I'm trying to find this one, folks. So, damn, they don't make this where you can zoom in on it. This is. Hold up. Hang on. Actually, we actually have all of them right here. So let me go to 1898 to Spain. Damn, did they not make this where you can zoom in on it? Is
And
this
just do
is?
like Control Plus or something, or Control Right Click and go zoom in.
Oh yeah, we can do that. So, oh damn, it doesn't really. So, is
That didn't help.
let's see. So I can try and read it. So we'll try. B is enacted by the Senate and House of Representatives of the United States of America Congress assembled first, that war is, and the something is hereby declared to exist, something between the 21st day 1898, between the United States of America and the Kingdom of Spain. Second, that the President of the United States, B, and he hereby is something directed and empowered to use the entire land and naval forces of the United States and to call into the something service of the United States and militia of the several states to something extent as any necessary to carry out something into effect. So,
Now, see, that's different. Now, the way that one's worded, it appears to be there is flexibility in the way a declaration of war can be worded. The way that one's worded, I would say personally that that does not force the president to go to war in that one. The last one you read off, I would say that directs him to go to war, and it was directing him specifically to put the forces there. This one's a little bit more loosely worded.
well, it says directed and empowered. Like he's
Yeah, but
directed.
directed and empowered could simply mean that they're simply making this declaration so that way he can go to war. That could simply be what that means. The first one you read off was worded a lot more specifically and direct.
Well, then let's look at the one at Germany. Let's keep looking at the examples because this is actually getting quite interesting at this point. Maybe there is a difference in them all. Damn, I wish they'd actually give like some high resolution images of this. But the recent state of the Imperial German government in the United States Resolved by the Senate, House of Representatives of the United States of America, and Congress assembled that the state of war between the United States and the Imperial German government, which has thus been thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and that the President be, and he is hereby authorized and directed to take immediate steps, not only to put the country in a thorough state of defense, but also to exert all of its power and employ all of its resources to carry on war against the Imperial German government and to bring conflict to a successful termination. So that seems very similar to the declaration of war on Japan in 1941. It's largely saying he has to fight the war to its successful conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, I could pick this one apart too, but I think I'd be getting too deep for people on the stream. It's also we got to move on to our questions. We got a lot of super chats left too, but I could still find some things with that one that I could kind of pick apart to a large degree that would sort of fit my argument if I wanted it to. I think this would be a very interesting one to like see it like debated out in a court. Ultimately, like a panel of judges would determine this. The Supreme Court would ultimately determine what the answer is on this one, and basically determine. It basically comes down to what political side they're on these days. They really don't, in my opinion, really don't look at the law too closely anymore. They kind of just go based on feelings and what political side they fall on. So we'd kind of have to find out one day.
Christ almighty. I was going to read the one against Mexico in 1846 that started the Mexican-American War. Sadly, folks, I don't think I'll be able to read this one. I think this is beyond my expertise of reading abilities. Let's look at just one more. I want to look at the one that was declared against Hungary in 1942. Let's look at this one as the last one and see how they worded this one. Wow, this one actually is probably the best one, probably going to be the easiest to read. Declaring a state of war between Hungary and the United States, prosecute the same. Let's see, whereas the formally declared a war against the government of the people of the United States of America, therefore be it resolved, let's see, the state of war between the United States and government of Hungary, which is then thus thrust upon the United States, is hereby formally declared, and the President is hereby authorized and directed to employ the entire naval and military forces of the United States and resources of the government to carry on war against the government of Hungary and to bring the conflict to a successful termination. All the resources of the country are hereby pledged by the Congress of the United States. So this one's actually worded differently than the one for the Empire of Japan or the other
Also, by the
one.
way, I hate to tell you. Also, by the way, this will have to be my last point on this, and I'll have to move on. We'll both have to move on from it as we got more super chats to get to. But the legal definition of the word directed means acting under the authority, instruction, or command of someone with recognized power. So it could simply mean acting under the authority of Congress. So that would not necessarily compel them, even though it says directed. So I mean, there's all kinds of stuff you could get into debating this. If I was a lawyer on the case and representing the president, I think I could get the president all the powers he wanted to a large degree. I could argue that side pretty easily, but I would find a hard time arguing the other side just based on the checks and balances issues.
Maybe so. I feel I'm still strongly convicted to my beliefs, but I think we're at a bit of an impasse. I also saw someone say, "What did Hungary do?" If something that a lot of people actually don't know is that Romania and Hungary, as well as Bulgaria, were all active members of the Axis powers in the Second World War and were aligned either with the fascist Italians or with the Nazi Germans. And so when they went to war, when Germany declared a war in the United States, which they did of their own volition, unlike the Empire of Japan, which attacked us directly, Romania, Hungary, and Bulgaria actually joined in the war on their own volition and declared a war against the United States as well. Something that a lot of people don't know about the Second World War is that Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria were actually Axis-aligned nations almost from the outset of the war, and were actively fighting France and Britain in the Balkans, and also supporting the Germans' invasion into the Soviet Union. There were actually Hungarian troops present at the Battle of Stalingrad, which is very little documented or talked about in the modern day. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that the best we can. It was quite a long rabbit hole, but I would have to say, folks, a very interesting one, and it actually looks like we have a poll to round out here. So, Matthew, what do we got?
Okay, so it says here if the Congress declares war, is the president required to prosecute that war? 47% said yes, he's forced to go to war, and 35% said no, it's merely permission for war. And I'll be with the 35%. I think it's merely permission. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'll be with the 47%. I think we're both stuck on two opposite ends. I think if the Congress declares it, he has to execute the war. Like that's his duty to follow through. But anyways, with that, it is time for us to move on and into the next one.
And our next super chat goes to Green Thumb Washington, who puts in a $22 support. And thank you very much, by the way, Green Thumb, for that support. They said, I asked you a few months ago if there was any reason to think that this would go any better than Vietnam. And can I get your follow up?
It sadly, actually, I would say went worse than Vietnam because with Vietnam, we just kind of pieced out and left. We didn't give any massive concessions to North Vietnam. This one, we started, ended, and then lost in like 3.5 months. So I would say that this actually probably went worse than Vietnam and the strategic outset of what this is going to be doing to the United States in the long run. But a big thanks to you for the support and help with this channel to keep it running. And I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 20 from JS Ghost Sniper. And thank you very much, good sir, as well, for the 20. He said, hello, Enforcer Matt. He said, theoretically speaking, after Ukraine gets accepted into NATO, would they be able to at least partially take over the U.S. responsibility to the EU now that they are getting licensing in FP7 and FP9 ballistics? And really, honestly speaking, the biggest spender in NATO is the person who's basically in charge of it. That's basically the way it works. If you got the big bucks to toss around, which right now the United States does, at least for now, then they get to be the de facto leader of it. Even if they're being difficult, they still get to be the de facto leader of it. So if Ukraine suddenly becomes so influential and so wealthy, basically as a country, that they start slinging around their weight like that, then maybe they could possibly hypothetically take over the U.S. responsibility in NATO, but that would be a bit of a stretch, in my opinion, at least right now. But Enforcer, what say you?
I feel like that would be a little bit of a stretch. I think that really more so if the United States isn't around in NATO, NATO is most likely going to form itself as a confederation of nations where there isn't a singular decision-making power, but there it is divided amongst the most powerful of the group whenever that reformation happens, which I would assume would probably include Ukraine because of their military might and military position currently, but they might also determine that on economic power, which sadly Ukraine would still lose out on at the here and now because their economy is not that large. So I hope that does address it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And also, JSGO Sniper put in another $20 support, and thank you for the second one of the night. And he
Hey!
said, for being true patriots, and if you would have served in the military and I had you guys in my unit, it would be an honor. And also, thank you, by the way. He
Well,
said,
thank you.
that said, the LSA and the Enforcers are equally an horror to participate.
And I gotta say, a big thanks to you for the support, and thank you for the very kind words right there, JS Ghost Sniper. I hate to say this because a lot of people always say, "Man, I wish I joined the military, but I beat up a drill instructor or something." I wish I could have joined the military, but sadly, folks, I'm a cripple in the military's eyes. I got scoliosis that's too bad. I've got high blood pressure, and I probably got asthma because I actually pulled up what I was talking about on the show last night, Matthew, and apparently that's called athletic asthma or something like that, which I've had my whole entire life apparently because whenever you get like really physically active, your breath gets really short. You start crouping up like basically like phlegm, and when you breathe, it tastes like you're like basically breathing through blood, and that's basically everything
I
that I've
think
had my whole life.
I think you're just mixing up, being at higher altitudes and the air is thinner, and also you're probably just croupy just because of the weather. Like you're
No.
probably mixing those two up because asthma is a big leap to make from just that. You're at 10,000 feet
Well,
of altitude, so you're gonna have a hard time breathing.
Well, no, I mean, like I've had this problem my whole life, man. Like literally as long back as I can remember, back in elementary school, I had this problem. And remember, I don't know if you remember this even, but remember the one time I went to the doctor and they're like, "You have asthma," and then her mom was like, "Don't don't say that to anyone because that could hamper your career potential in the future if you tell anyone you have asthma." And I'd never used the inhaler I got, and I just never follow through with that. I probably have asthma. Like if the doctor back then said I had asthma and I had an inhaler for a little bit and I never really used it because oh, it's going to hamper your career. I mean, I probably have it. Like that's probably the most surefire way to know. So I was kind of already diagnosed with it before, and then that we just kind of buried that and forgot about it. So, I'll have to probably go to the doctor and probably try and get this figured out, because it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant at all. So also someone said hypochondriac. I'm not really a hypochondriac. Like Matthew can tell you, I'm not really one to be like, oh no, I'm getting sick. Oh no, like I'm like one who's like, no, no, no. I'm good unless if I'm dying basically. And then I'll actually say, oh, I feel terrible. But yeah, I think I'll have to go and get it checked out. But it might be asthma. Might not be, but sadly I wouldn't have been able to join because of the scoliosis anyways, asthma or not, and then high blood pressure as well. That's also an issue. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the kind words and the support and help with this channel to keep on running. And I would have to say that it's an honor to have folks like you here watching the channel and enjoying it. So huge thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a $10 support from the Secret Vault, and thank you very much, the Secret Vault, for that support right there. And he said, "Can you say hi to my mom? And her name's LSA."
And a big
That ain't her name. That ain't her name. LSA. That's LSA right there in another spelling.
I was about to say, big hello to you, a big hello to LSA. That ain't your mama. That ain't your mama. That's the LSA. That's our great community. But I guess I'm
Man, your
saying,
mama's so LSA. I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
man, yo mama. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support the Secret Vault and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from Justin R. And thank you very much, Justin, for that $10 support right there. He said you might call, let's see here. I don't know what this one means right here, Justin. I'm scared to read this one off. I don't know what this one means. I can't even fathom what this means right here. But Enforcer, do you know what this means?
I think it's a movie reference, but I'm not confident enough on that. But I do thank you for the support. Sadly, I don't think we'll be able to read it off. But, I would say that the frustration is definitely relatable. I'll say that. But a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Justin. I think this is a different Justin. And thank you very much for that $10 support. He said, how are you guys? I'm doing okay, doing okay. He said, is there a precedent of the outcome of perpetual destroying your enemy's logistics heading to their front line?
I would say that we're doing quite well. As far as the second part, unfortunately, I don't think I'm understanding the question all too well. If you want to put it back in the live chat, though, and we can get it in a different wordage, I'll make sure to try and answer it. But unfortunately, I don't think I'm understanding the question there. But I do thank you incredibly for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And Matthew, I got to ask, because you're kind of quiet during that whole thing. Do you remember when I got, like, the inhaler and everything?
Yeah, I had an inhaler at one point. I can't remember why I had one, but
I think
I
you were
can't remember for the
hyperventilating.
life.
Like, that was like when you
Hell
were
no, I
really,
wasn't
really little, wasn't it?
hyperventilating. No, I had no, man, I never had an inhaler for hyperventilating. Hell no. But I had one I think it was when I was still in Birmingham. I had an albuterol inhaler for something. It was for some. I can't remember. I think I had it wasn't pneumonia, but it was something else. I can't remember why I had it. That's really wild. I can't remember that. That's really actually kind of disturbing right now. I feel like an old person getting dementia. That's I have to remember this, or I could be going by the wayside.
You're gonna start rocking the chair, going, "What is that thing? That cutaneous? No, butane. Damn it, butane. No." Like right here, I'll start doing that.
I went to the primary care. I can't remember that for some reason. That's really actually kind of disturbing me. I legitimately don't remember. I got a prescription for it. I got it filled at Publix, but I can't remember for what. That's really something else. I never used it though. That's the thing I was about to say. I never used it, but I went to primary care for something. I think I was wheezing or something. I wasn't sure if it was the COVID or something. Maybe that's why they did it. It wasn't that big of a deal if I don't remember it though. Either I'm going nuts, one or the other. But I'll have to let that one go before I start spiraling on it.
I remember. I mean, I remember vividly that it was back in the day. Literally the exercise stuff, like what I'm talking about right now, where I'm coughing up phlegm and breathing in, and it tastes like blood and everything. And it was oh well, that sounds bad enough. We need to bring you to the doctor. So my parents finally brought me to the doctor, or my mom did, and we went in there and did some tests and whatnot. I forgot what the tests were, but the doctor came in, and you know the one I'm talking about. I'm not going to say his name on air, but it was the family doctor one. And he came in, and he was like, "Okay, so you have asthma." And he was you just have straight up asthma. You're going to need an inhaler. So this is the inhaler. This is how you use it. And it was like a white one, and it had those little purple tab things on the side. It was shaped like a disc. You remember that? And it had the 30 charges in it, and each time you pulled down the little purple
Yeah, I think
trigger
it's
things.
a normal inhaler. That's one you do on a regular basis. The red albuterol inhaler that I had was a rescue inhaler of some sort. It's the one you take if you have a hard time breathing. It opens the airways quickly. The other one you're talking about, I think, is the normal one.
Man, and I remember going to the doctor. I was like, "Oh, okay." I was like, "Okay, I'll use it." And then I got in the car, and while we were driving back, my mom was like, "Look, you don't need to use that. If you use that, and it's it's on your records and everything. You're telling people that you're asthmatic. It's going to destroy your career opportunities. So just don't say that. Don't use the inhaler. Don't carry it around. Don't do anything." So I never did. And that was basically the end of it. I think maybe I used it once when I got home that day, but after that, I think that inhaler is probably somewhere out there in Alabama somewhere,
It's an
still sitting in a
Advair.
cabinet.
It's an Advair discus.
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing. It was,
It's a
yeah, it was the
discus.
little discus deal. Yeah, so
Yeah, it's a disc. I remember that too. I remember that because I was always making fun. I was like, "What the hell is a discus?"
man, also
Apparently,
that's a
that's the name of the
ridiculous
inhaler.
name. But beyond that though, I mean, like that I think that's our most surefire proof where you're like, man, that's kind of a big leap to say asthma. I think it's not because like I've had asthma, like I probably still have it because I mean I'm still having the same symptoms. And literally, whenever I do anything physical that's like getting into strenuous areas, like I got in the car, dude, after that hike that we did, and I was literally sitting there going, I was like, damn, dude, I was like, I can't take like a full breath of air. I was like, the hell is this? And then, that's what got me thinking when I got home. I was like, maybe that's what it is. Like, I was like, maybe it is asthma because this seems like
Oh.
asthma to me.
Now, have y'all ever heard of valley fever, like the lung fungus? Like, have you
What?
ever heard of that?
No, I
It's
haven't.
in Arizona, and I think it's at the lower part of Utah as well. Like, if you go outside and inhale some of the dust, there's like fungus in the dust or something. And if you inhale it, it never leaves you for your entire life. Like, it stays with you and it like reduces your lung function. And it's not deadly, I don't think. It can be deadly if you have a poor immune system, I think. But it just affects your lung function. I've heard some veterans saying they went down there like at some base or something, lower Nevada, lower Utah, Arizona area, and they would suck in the dust. And some of those people caught that valley fever, that lung fungus. I see some people saying it's bad in Arizona. It's a real thing. I just heard about it the other day.
Has that always been around or is that new?
I don't really know. I don't really know. I just heard a veteran. I heard a guy who was in the military talking about it on a podcast yesterday. I was like, wait a minute. I was like, what's he talking about? I was like, lung fungus. I was like, lower Utah, Arizona, Nevada. I'm like, well, I'm listening closely to that. And I was like, apparently there's like something in the dust in certain areas. You got to be careful where you're like sucking in the dust or something.
Huh. So crazily enough, this has actually existed through all of U.S. history. Like this is like a commonly known thing about down there. Dude, that's scary as shit. You can just walk outside and get lung fungus. Like, dude, I wouldn't want to live in Arizona or anywhere down there, man. That's like terrifying. You just go outside and get some wild ass thing called lung fungus. Like, dude, that makes it sound
I
like you're.
wonder. After I heard that, I was like, I constantly have this like always this like little like coughing thing where I'm kind of like it feels like my lungs are getting a little bit like irritated or something. Like even right now, like I want to cough a bit. I'm like, I hope I haven't sucked in some dust somewhere and got that. I don't know what the symptoms are or what it looks like in real life, but I'm like, I wouldn't want to suck in some fungus and then be screwed up for life like that.
You heard me, boy. I got that fungus. Man, I hate that. That would be terrible. But also Robin Stevens said you probably have mild. I think that's what that guy told me way back in the day. Is like you have asthma. It's not like a bad kind. It's like mild or something. Like I'm like I remember that though vividly because I remember being told right after I got out in the car, don't take it, don't tell anyone. And like I was like, oh, okay. And I never did. Like, and I think I was like,
Don't let hot dog man down there near the dust. He'll be sucking all up on that.
oh man, I freaking love fungus. Like he's gonna be like, bro, he's gonna be like a Dyson out there, bro. He's gonna be sucking it up real nice. Anyways, with that, how many super chats do we have left? By the way, hopefully not that many. Oh, we don't have that many. I mean, oh, so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next super chat is going to go to Matty Matt, who puts in a $10 support. Thank you very much, Matty, for that support. He said the 2-week PTSD part was hilarious. Have you guys always hiked? And you should hike Silver Falls State Park in Oregon. 11 miles, 11 different waterfalls, and only about 1,200 feet of elevation gain.
And I gotta say, thank you for liking the 2 weeks PTSD. Like when he said that, he was like, in the next 14 days. I was like, 2 weeks. I was like, no. I was like, not 2 weeks. In hiking, no. Actually, we've never hiked, but really a lot. Like back in Alabama, we tried it, but Alabama just is not a conducive environment. As many people are learning traveling over here for the World Cup for like outdoor activities at the peak of summer. Like it's a death trap sort of a thing. We went here to Oak Mountain State Park once. I remember this vividly. Like, I remember this so well. But we made it up to this place here called King's Chair, and that's the view you get. And I'm not going to lie, back in the day when we made it to this, both me and Matthew were like, wow. We were like looking out there, like just blown away and impressed with how nice it looked. This is nothing compared to what we literally just did a couple of days ago, like with the views and the scenery and stuff. It's neat though, but it's hot as blazes out here most times of the year. So we did this one, and that was the only one we ever did before this. And once we've gotten out here, considering that a lot of people call Salt Lake City like the outdoorsman's paradise sort of a deal, we started to get a lot more into it. But I would like to go to that Silver Falls deal. I think it's right here next to Salem to the east. I've heard it's a really cool place, and it does have really neat like scenery. It's got like that mossy like moistness that you expect from like the Pacific Northwest, which I think is really cool. Like I like the look of it. It's really neat, sort of a look. I would say, folks, honestly, like The mountains that we're around are really cool, but in my mind, like the movie style, like natural scenery, it's either the Wasatch Mountains and like kind of like the Rockies in general, or it's this stuff up here in the Pacific Northwest, like this really mossy looking stuff. I think that's a really cool look too. I like those woods. I think they're neat. But I would like to go here one day and check this out. I might in the future. Like I might be able to find that time to get out there. But a big thanks to you so much once again for supporting and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Treetop 9, and they said the U.S. leaders are not concerned about this war. They have other objectives. This was just a power trip that failed because they thought that there would be an Iranian revolution if they did this.
Probably. I mean, like, honestly, that's probably not that far off of the bat. That might be close to being accurate. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joe Hobo, who just put in a 10 right now. And thank you very much, Joe Hobo, for that support. He said finances were rough after being laid off, but things are looking up and meat's back on the menu, boys.
I only get my meat from like restaurants these days. Like that's the only place you can buy it where it's like affordable. I guess they got like some sort of bulk purchase deal where they can buy the meat cheaper and then sell it kind of cheaper as a result. Because you can get like In-N-Out burgers, folks, for so cheap. And like they have a good amount of meat on them too. Like they're not that skimping on the meat like McDonald's or anything. Um and it's like cheap. Like it's not expensive. You could try and get that same amount of ground beef to make like a couple of In-N-Out burgers, and that will be as much as like buying, loads of those little burgers. It's really something else. But I gotta say, good thing to hear that it's on the up and up and meat's back on the menu, because meat's been on the menu for me, but only from the restaurants. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Esteban Graves, who did not leave a comment, but thank you very much, Esteban, for that support once again, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have another 10 from Treetop 9. He said, Special Forces dies more than we know in serious situations and destroys 2 to 3 generations of immediate family members when they are deployed, and keep that in mind.
That's actually true. Like that's something a lot of people don't know, is that there's actually a load of special forces operations that fail, and they kind of end up getting turned into cannon fodder as a result. Not to put it in a brutalized way, but that's what happens, unfortunately. And it's really crazy when you think about that, because these guys are the cream of the crop. They're the physically most apt, really the mentally most apt, which is really the most important part about special forces that I've heard from people who've been in the special forces, is really more so the mental aptitude to deal with significant amounts of punishment and just keep ticking and keep staying mentally sharp, which is very hard to do. So it's really crazy when you think that those kinds of guys, which are the cream of the crop of the guys we get in the armed forces, can sometimes just get put in a mission. It goes wrong in one unexpected way, and the whole team can get wiped out. Most people are probably never going to really hear about that a whole lot, because the operation they were on was top secret in the first place. So they'll say that they died in a training accident or some sort of an unfortunate situation at home, instead of saying what actually happened to them, because that would be violating a great deal of classified and top secret information. So I do thank you incredibly for the support, and I do have to say I have a humongous amount of respect for the special forces, because they go into situations where death is almost a certainty, and then they're required to be on their tip-top game even still, knowing that death is around every corner for the larger part. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a $10 support from Daniel Pigon, and thank you very much, Daniel, as well. He said, after these 2 past administrations, I believe that the U.S. needs an addition to the 25th Amendment, or setting a maximum age, like a retirement age for the president. And what do y'all think? And I think there should be a retirement age, because we don't want to start setting, I've always had a little bit of an issue with the whole like mental, like fitness type deal, because every single doctor you go to is going to have a different medical opinion, like a professional opinion about that. And if you have a doctor who tends to favor the president, they might come up with a favorable conclusion. Then if you have one that's against them, they might come up with an extreme conclusion to the other end. So that's very subjective. But something that would not be subjective is simply setting a maximum age. There's no room for debate about that. And we really should have a maximum age, because at a certain age, like it becomes a medical fact that your mental faculties start to go at a certain age. I know some people out there are going to be like, well, I'm 90 and I've got all my faculties together. But yes, you could be an outlier though. I mean, but for the majority of people that reach a certain age, the mental faculties start to go just like everything else. So, I mean, naturally, we shouldn't have presidents that are in their like 80s and 90s. That doesn't make much sense in my opinion. But Enforcer, what say you?
I don't really think we should be having anyone in any faculty of the government, save for maybe the courts where you get appointed for life, that are in their 80s and 90s and they're still around and operating. Like, I think that's just not really beneficial, and everybody's known that forever. I mean, if you listen to Nixon back in the 70s on some of the recorded phone calls from the White House, he was even talking about, those old people, they get torn up in the Congress, they're just not quick enough. And it was known even back then, it's known now. I mean, it's just kind of a fact of it all. And also on top of that, it's like I just got to say, why in the world do old people at that age want to be in a position that requires them to be jumping, turning, kicking, and spinning all day, every day for the rest of their lives? Because it's not easy being in the Congress. I mean, like they have to go around always trying to secure funding for their next election, especially if you're a representative. And if you're a senator, you're having to always go around and do other activities as well, endlessly. It's shouldn't they retire and enjoy like their golden years? And I think these days, considering that none of them ever retire and they're basically appointed for life once they're elected the first time, as long as they stay on their seat and they don't do anything heinous. I think there ought to be age limits at this point, not only for the office of the president, but also for the House and the Senate. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have here a 10 from JSGO Sniper once again, and thank you once again for the third support of the night. He said, number one, for the veterans who understand the rage of sacrifices made needlessly. Number two, respecting the fallen 13 left without any air support. And number three, for the LSA, Slav Ukraine, and forgotten country.
And a big thanks to you for support, JSGO Sniper. And I got to say, I think about those poor 13 folks. We've showed their pictures and names on air, and I think about them. Many of them were actually Matthew and my age, and it aggravates me so much to think that they died, they laid down their lives in the name of this country, for this country to do absolutely nothing to make sure that their sacrifice was not in vain. It's very bitter to think about that sort of a thing. To also think that I also knew people that were over there and were deployed and actually in the war. And luckily, all the people I knew, they came back fine. None of them were wounded and killed. But it's very aggravating to think that any one of their lives could have been lost and any one of them could have been killed, and it would have been absolutely nothing to the current president whatsoever in the decisions that we've made. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Mr. Light Rail, who said, Marmot and Fly, please, and take one from the chat, LSA.
Hey, and a big thanks to you for support. And we would get that Marmot and a Fly, but that Marmot and a Fly, they're on vacation right now. They're in Tahiti. Tahiti! but a big thanks to you for support and help with this channel to keep it running. And we will make sure to take one from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And the one from the chat in honor of Mr. Light Rail is going to go to none other than Ashley, who said, a question and point of clarification, isn't the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, just an agreement of what issues will be discussed, or is this now an official agreement? And technically, a memorandum of understanding is supposed to be an agreement of an agreement. That's supposed to be what it's really about. But this MOU includes a whole bunch of concrete terms in it, which, in my opinion, makes it a treaty, which the Senate should have a weigh-in on, but they're not weighing in. So it's really up for debate, but I would argue it's a treaty. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would argue it's generally a treaty as well, because there's a lot of things in the Memorandum of Understanding that state that the U.S. is specifically going to be doing A, B, C, and D. I mean, it's not really just, we agree that we're going to talk about a peace deal now, we're going to stop shooting at each other until then. This had a load of things that would generally be put out in a treaty in it, like specific terms, basically reparations from us, of specific demands that we're meeting for the Iranians. So there's a lot of things that would really make this more of a peace treaty than a memorandum, if you look at it in that sense of what the terms are. But a big thanks to you for support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 10 from Joe Hobo once again, and thank you, Joe, for the second support. He said, the most honest news on the net, and thank you both for keeping it real.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support and enjoying us keeping it real. We try our best to do that, and I hope that we've been able to do that once again tonight. So a huge thanks to you once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
And also we have a 5 from Jono, who said, y'all need some more sponsorship. And I don't know, like sponsors like to have too much weigh-in on stuff. Like we don't mind sponsors on videos, like occasionally and stuff like that. And even these days, we're a little bit picky about that kind of stuff. We're a little bit against it to a certain degree. But we wouldn't mind sponsors on videos, but they can't have a weigh-in on what we're saying, though. That's the line that we draw. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that in our experience, sponsors are kind of difficult to deal with, actually, unfortunately. Like in some cases that we've dealt with them, like we explained to them a lot behind the scenes of how things work business wise for us, especially on putting out videos, and some of them will go, oh yeah, we understand that, and then they'll make it as difficult as hell for us to meet the certain criteria we have to be able to put out a video on time and all that sort of stuff. But if a sponsor does want to work with us and support the channel, and then we give them an ad read, that's fine. But like as long as they're not stepping on our toes on what we are and are not saying on our show, and also how we have to meet certain criteria to be able to do our job properly, then I would say it's fine. But if it doesn't meet those criteria specifically, I'm not a big fan of it. And also, I'll say this: this is a hard and fast rule. We are never having a sponsor on a live stream, like ever. It's very tacky looking, like it just absolutely very bad idea. So we'll never have one on a live stream. Videos, maybe, but that's if the sponsors can meet kind of our demands and specific criteria that we have. But on live streams, absolutely not. But a huge thanks to you so much for the support and also wanting us to make it big. And maybe one day we will. But generally, crowdfunding is how we like to do it. It's our bread and butter, and we really like to know that there's faces and names to the people who support our channel. And folks like you are the literal people who make this thing possible. There's no magic money flowing in from behind the scenes. So a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Letters and Numbers Only, who said, y'all ever going to do a collab with another YouTuber?
Who is that YouTuber?
Yeah, like I don't know if I want to say their name out loud or not, because I don't want to I don't want to say something and then they're like, oh, collab, and then I'm like, well, sadly it doesn't really work with our format. Really, I don't want to offend them or anything.
Can you text it to me real quick, because I see the abbreviation there, but I'm not knowing who that is off the top of my head. So if you send that to me, we'll see. Because
I
I
just wrote it
like.
in the spreadsheet.
Oh, you just wrote it in the spread. Oh, let's see. Oh, I don't know. Like we generally don't do collabs a whole lot because our format really doesn't support it. But if we were ever invited onto a show, but the rule is though that we have to be brought on both. Like it can't just be one of us or the other, where it's kind of like picking and choosing. Because we're basically like a team. So as long as we're both brought on and invited to something, then yeah, that would be fine. But generally, there's really no way, sadly, for us to fit guests in our format. And while we tried that out at the very beginning, we kind of learned that that's very hard, if not impossible, to do because of how we run the show and the videos. But a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Ulf Hednar, who said the torch of lights, the way straight to the gulag. Once Russia surrenders, we can have it built for them.
Oh well, I'm not really a big fan of goulash. I say it's better to be merciful to one's enemies, in my opinion, than it is to be brutal to them. Because it speaks volumes that we defeat our enemy, which is humiliation in its own right, and then we treat them with humanity. Which honestly, I
But
would
what,
say that,
Putin?
well, not with Putin
Put
himself.
him in CCOT.
Oh no, no, no. With like Putin and stuff, that's like Nuremberg trial stuff. You put show trials on for those kind of people. But for the actual people of Russia, like the citizens of Russia, I'd say that it's actually part humiliating and part winning them over, really, to treat them with humility, or to treat them with kindness, because you have the power. You've defeated them directly in a war. You have the power to do whatever you want to them. You could basically abuse that whole country if you wanted to. Yet you have the restraint to treat them with humility and with kindness. And honestly, I think that might be more humiliating feeling and more exposing to most people than actually, treating them horrifically for whatever they did or whatever they supported. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. I hope that does address that well. And also, Ulf Hednar said, "Oh, it was just a joke." Oh, okay. Like some people say that seriously, Ulf Hednar. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was a joke. But a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Theodore Martin, and Theodore said, boys, life is good, carry on, and LOC. Honestly, like life can be good. Like if you're like, and also by the way, not everybody out there has to be super deep into geopolitics. Like some people just want to live a normal life. They don't want to bother with it. That fair enough. Like I can understand not everybody wants to deal with that because, people have their own problems going on in their life, stuff like that. But there has to be some element of US society that's actually taking an interest in it. There has to be, or otherwise politicians go unchecked. And when that starts happening, then we're less of a democracy and we're more of like some sort of like weird hybrid between kind of a democracy and also kind of like an authoritarianism to a certain degree. So it's okay for some people to be checked out, but not everybody. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would agree. I'd say for the people who do check out and they just go about their daily lives and just try and enjoy them, good on them. Like I would say good on them. I hope they're enjoying it. But I'd also say that those people kind of need to know their lane. Like not to say that in like a way of like putting them like know your place, but like if they don't really get involved heavily in politics or foreign policy, and they just enjoy their life, and they're like, watching their TV shows, and then they want to just out of the blue get involved heavily in putting out their opinions on foreign policy and whatnot, like they have a say. It's like, you really, like, those kinds of people really don't. It's like, if you're just like just hopping into it like it's an entertainment category, this isn't it. It's like, this is a serious business side of a thing. It's like, if you want to enjoy life, that's great, but you gotta, kind of balance things. You can't really just come in with no knowledge, half-cocked, guns a-blazing on what you think is right and wrong for those types of people. But outside of that,
You know,
though, hmm?
some people just can't mentally, like, handle all of it. Like, it's information overload for some people. Like, they look at all the stuff going on, and also they're not really fully informed about the issue, so it seems a lot bigger than it really is, and they start getting overwhelmed and freaked out, like, where they're to the point they're, like, panicking and stuff like that 24/7. Honestly, these days, it's really not overblown. Actually, the stuff we're seeing today is actually worth panicking over. But beside that fact, you got to keep that under control anyway. Even if it's worth panicking, you still can't panic. But some people just can't, like, take it day to day, so like they just rather tune out.
But I mean, for those people, it's like, hey, it's like life's tough anyways. It's like, why bother with it? Just go out there and try and have the best crack at it that you can have and have a good life. It's like, for those, it's like, I completely get it. Like, everyone's not going to want to be in this kind of stuff, talking about it every day, thinking about it every day. Everyone has a different character. Everyone has a different walk of life, to each their own. But I also say that people ought to be well aware of that. Like, if I was telling y'all folks, knowing who I am, I'm not going to come up to y'all and start schooling y'all on how to have a block party. I've never had a block party. I've never been to a block party. That's not really my line of life. So I'm not going to be coming around and schooling people on how to have block parties. That's just not anything I'm related to or know anything about. But those same people who have block parties and they don't really get involved deeply in understanding politics or foreign policy or anything like that, it's like they kind of need to know the same thing. That's not really their wheelhouse. You can't just go up in there and act like you have the final say in everything. You kind of got to know your lane in life. But I do agree with you, though, Theodore Martin, for the support. Life is good for some people, and when you don't pay attention to the stuff a whole lot, you can get out there and have a good, fun time and really enjoy life. And I think people should, even if you're heavily into this stuff, like a lot of y'all are watching this channel right now. I say that every once in a while, it is very important to turn this off for a day or two and go out there and have an enjoyable, nice time and forget all of the stuff that's going on and then come back to it. It does wonders, even for us. Like, we do this every day, and when we get a break for a day or two, it really does wonders. But a big thanks to you for the support. I hope that it's addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 here from random person who said, I had to be off the stream for a minute. Did you guys get a chance to read my first super chat from earlier? And sadly, I didn't, but I'm grabbing it now, by the way, and sorry about that. This one goes to random person who puts in a 10. And he said, if this isn't a political question, do you think that this is a part of the whole America First movement, or try to get the U.S. off the world police era? I don't think this adheres to any like policy doctrine, to be honest with you. What happened with Iran just now, that definitely does not fit within American First. I mean, it doesn't really fit with anything, really. I'm not sure what the hell it fits with. I mean, surrender? I mean, there's no policy out there that ever said, let's surrender to a terrorist regime. I would challenge somebody to name that policy. That's never been a U.S. position until now, apparently. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would like, not getting political here, but if we're asking about America First as a political movement and what it pertains to in foreign policy, the president has followed through with absolutely nothing that pertains to the American First campaign promises that were made on that kind of an ideological framework. That ideological framework specifically, just speaking about that one, we could speak about the left, but right now this person is asking about America First. America First pertained to the idea that America was going to largely be isolationist as much as it could be, not involved in foreign affairs, and not getting involved in increasing foreign conflicts, and also increasing American industrial self-sufficiency. And I would say that recently we have not seen anything in foreign policy that is lined up with that original political vision, if that is what America First is which is what we would assume it is, because that's what was campaigned on as the American First premise. The United States has gone to China and has vowed that we're going to grow industrial and economic cooperation with the Chinese, which is the complete antithesis of what America First stood for in that premise of industrial independence or self-sufficiency in the United States. And with the war in Iran, They just a concept of even starting a war with Iran was against the America First mindset of isolationism, because the president promised there would be no new wars, and now we've gone into two of them at this point openly, and we're getting ready to go into a third. So I would say that in that premise, no, this really hasn't followed along any sort of an ideological framework. This is largely just sporadic, at a whim decisions made by the president, which don't even follow along the very ideological framework he laid out during the election. So I hope that has addressed it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a five from Remember the Good Times. It said, hi from Malaysia. And every morning I wake up and I ask myself, why are Russians so stupid?
Honestly, I kind of asked that myself. Like, I actually asked that sometimes myself. I'm like, damn. I'm like, they really hyped them up when I was growing up to be like these mystical, like really intelligent folks over there. They're not. Like, they are absolutely not. But a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a five from Ulf Hednar, who said the person who chose Versailles for the signing knows how to troll. A real W for that guy, but a painful L for us, like the German Empire, lol. Also, by the way, just in case you're wondering the reference there, Versailles was where Germany surrendered to the Allied powers in World War I and also gave war reparations as well. Now the U.S. is at Versailles, surrendering to Iran and giving war reparations to Iran. So, I mean, the irony is, the situation is draped in irony. But Enforcer, what say you?
Well, you know, something that's actually quite interesting. I need to find this picture. Hold up. Let me see here. Oh, damn, they don't have a picture of where the German delegation... the German delegation wasn't actually allowed into the Versailles when the treaty was being made. They were actually put in, like, this wooden partition outside of the Versailles and just had to sit out there and wait for the Allies to come back and be like, okay, here's the terms. There you have it. That's your marching orders. Because they had unconditionally surrendered, so they didn't even have a seat at the table. It was just the Allies figuring out what they were going to do with them. And because Austria-Hungary disintegrated in the war, and they were the one that actually started it, there was no punishment for anyone in Austria-Hungary. So they got away completely scot-free with starting the war, and then Germany took all of the punishment, which is kind of insane when you think about it. And then it's even crazier that an Austrian would end up leading Germany into the Second World War, which Austria led Germany into ruin in the First World War, if you look at it the way I'm looking at it. But a big thanks to you for support and help this channel to keep it running, Ulf Hednar. And with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a five from Time Before. He said, I hope we can stave off World War III until the leadership comes around to the next election. Or who knows what kind of surrender that would be negotiated. Seriously scares me.
I'm not going to lie, you're not mistaken with that. At this point, I'm scared on any decision that the U.S. gets involved in foreign policy at all, because so far we've seen that they have absolutely no aptitude for proper decision making with a level head. But a big thanks to your support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a five from Rebecca Fly, who said, for the catharsis you brought me by speaking the truth out loud, I needed that, and thank you.
And thank you so much for the support, and thank you for enjoying our show. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a five from Sylph, who said, interesting times, and be safe.
And a big thanks to you for support, Sylph, and we will try our best. And a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
We also have a five from Matty Mad, who said, how can Russia identify Ukraine bikes versus Russian bikes? Ukraine bikes have petrol and the Russian bikes are stuck in a shed.
That's honestly not that far off at this point. That's pretty accurate. But a big thanks to you for support, and we're on the next one.
We also have a five from Aztension, who said maybe lift the sanctions on oil exports from Russia and sell oil, make money, no fuel, or make fuel and continue to not sell oil.
I guess, you could, I suppose. But a big thanks to you for support, and with that, we're on the next one.
Also, a five from Austin, who said, would the oath the president take not make him obliged to go to war if Congress approved the war?
That is an argument I think we beat into the bush. like I think we did like 30 to 40 minutes of that. So I'll just leave that prior part of the stream to answer the question. So big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, we have a five that was from Rye Guy SR. He said, a few more bucks for this awesome debate. I'm on the edge of my seat. And shout out to Truck and Chef from a mobile diesel tech. Stay safe, bro.
Like, some people don't like debates. Matthew and me thrive on debates. Like, they're interesting to us, and they're engaging, because it actually lets us be on our toes and lets us come up with different things to say. So I honestly had a blast.
Like Pence said that one time, I love a good debate. I love a good argument. Man, I tell you what, you remember when he said that and the fly was like buzzing around his face?
Oh, yeah.
His face? Oh, man.
Remember that time that happened to Hillary, too?
I don't remember that, honestly.
I remember it happened to her once. I forgot when. I forgot which debate. Man, there was like a fly. Like I think that fly was like a reoccurring character of like the 2016 election. Like I remember it showing up in a couple of different places, but Pence was probably the most memorable. Dude, that thing was all over him. Like your friend almost crawled into his
Man, that
mouth.
race. I never thought we'd have Race Bannon as vice president in all my years. He went from working for Johnny Quest to working for the president. That's I don't know if that's an upgrade or a downgrade.
Honestly, but we always enjoy debates. We hope that you all enjoy the debates as well because we think they always bring up interesting points, usually conflicting ones, and I always feel like we do pretty decent in making sure that they're debates and not turning into like heated, like just like straight up arguments like you would see on most channels when people have differing opinions. We're like, you're an idiot. Like we usually are like, well, what about this? Like pulling up different things to support our sides and whatnot and trying to find evidence. So hopefully you'll find them interesting. And I thank you for finding it interesting and supporting the channel so that way we can hopefully have another debate like that in the future on something else. And with that, we're on the next one.
Let's have a five from the Becca Fly. Who said that was a great rabbit hole. I enjoy a factual debate, and it's important that we continue to learn more about how our federal laws are written.
And a big thanks to you for support, the Becca Fly. And I would say it was a really interesting one. I'll have to actually look into it more off air because that actually got me interested enough to figure out how in the world does that work. And there's got to be some sort of there has to be some kind of case law out there that kind of pertains to that a little bit that maybe I'll find off air that'll maybe prove or disprove my point. And then all the 48% that voted for my side are either going to find out we're right or wrong. I might all be wrong, and Matthew might be right because he is the political science major. So like that is largely more his wheelhouse than mine. I'm the one who looks at it from the historical lens, and that's why I go.
Nobody's ever asked me that question before. I've never heard that. I've never heard that debated or asked in the class or anything ever before.
Man, honestly, man, though, like this administration is like pushing the limits on what the government is even designed to do, where we have to ask insane questions that have never been asked before and try and come up with our opinions on them. So I mean, it was a pretty good debate, all things considered. I thought it was, but I always look at the historical context of something, like even the law, because I'm a history major and that's like my wheelhouse. Like, for example, the Second Amendment, some people say, oh, the Second Amendment's there so that way we can have guns to overthrow the government. And those people are absolutely unfounded. Like, it's such an ignorant standpoint because if you look at the actual laws that were written and what the founding fathers even wrote, which is out there on that, you're supposed to be arming yourself so that way if the state calls you into a militia, which we don't do anymore, but they hypothetically still could, you have your own arms provided by yourself to serve in the militia that the Union would call forward to execute the laws of the Republic. Like, that's the whole reason of it. You don't have guns to work against the government. You have guns to support the government that is elected by you, the citizen, and defended by you, the citizen. So, that's usually where I take, like, the historical precedent. I don't have any historical precedent, though, to work off of that debate, so I was kind of working in the dark as well with Matthew, but I'll probably have to get off air and start looking into it a lot more because now it's really triggering my interest in that topic. But a big thanks once again, and with that, we're on the next one.
And our next one goes to Joe Hobo once again. And thank you very much, Joe, for the third support. He said, at my last job, they didn't keep funding our contract with CBP. Then the president didn't renew funding of the DOJ contract. They both sucked, and history won't be kind to them.
I mean, if I'm being honest, yeah, they both suck. I don't even think that's a political thing to say. I would say they're both the worst at this point. Like I would even say at this point, folks, that Warren G. Harding was probably better than these two guys. And if you know anything about history, Warren G. Harding is looked at as one of the worst presidents in U.S. history because he was corrupt as hell. He was the guy that had the Teapot Dome scandal happen. You ever heard of that one, Matthew?
Oh, yeah, I definitely heard of that.
Man, that was that. They were literally just siphoning the oil right out the strategic oil reserves and Teapot Dome and just selling it on the market. And that was just done. Like, nobody did anything about it. It was insane. Like, that was corruption like you would never see.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe how much corruption goes on throughout all the presidencies, like not just a single one of them, but the ongoing corruption. They also, by the way, when corruption gets so deep and it gets so entrenched, it's hard to speak out against it because it's like going against a gang. Like if you go against a gang, the gang might just come after you, perhaps because they don't want to mess up their money flow. So they might see you as a voice that is a little bit too loud, possibly, and they might just come after you, depending on how big the gang is. So there's people that know about the corruption that goes on, but they're scared as hell to speak out about it because they don't want to become a target.
And then a lot of the unsuspecting souls that get dragged in to give it a little bit of legitimacy, they find out and you see them go from looking all happy and stuff to their eyes are bulging wide in their official portrait, if you know what I mean. So like that's not true. That's not true at all. It's like, hey, whoa, calm down. But anyways, beyond that though, man, like Warren G. Harding though, man, he was more corrupt than the Teapot Dome scandal. Dude, they were having illegal gambling rackets held in the parlors of the White House while he was president. Did you know that?
I didn't know that part.
Man, he was freaking insane, dude. Like, it's crazy that nobody even remembers him because he was like legitimately just corrupt to the bone. Like just letting people just run the whole system wild. It was insane back then. Like, and that was just before Herbert Hoover, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. And then Herbert Hoover came in and said, "We've wiped poverty off the face of the earth." And he said that like just weeks before the stock market crash in 1929. I was like, man, that aged like milk. Like, that was awful.
Man. People are so hungry right now for young, competent leadership. They're very hungry for it. Like everybody looks at Zelensky and they say, "Why can't we have Zelensky as a U.S. president?" Well, obviously we can't have him as a U.S. president because he's not born here, so he can't be the president. But what people are wanting is they're wanting young leadership that's ambitious like that. That's why people look at Zelensky and they're like, "We want him because he's young and ambitious," and that's why they want him. I think he's in his 30s, isn't he? Like 40s, maybe.
I think he's in his 40s right now.
Yeah, something like that. Maybe 40s. 30s might be a little bit too young for Zelensky. He looked like he was 30 like just a couple of years ago, but he aged a lot since this war started. But that's what people want. People want young leadership that has common sense, that can actually, think on their own 2 feet, actually not have dementia, and make decisions that are actually decent. That's what they want, and also be well spoken to a certain degree. So, right now we don't have that, and also, money is buying elections nowadays. So it's kind of hard for a young person that has a brain to even get into it unless they're corrupt as hell.
Man, honestly, man, like it's true, like it's sad, and also nobody votes for the young people because then they go, "Oh, they don't have enough gray whiskers. Let's vote for this old dude who's clearly out of his mind. Oh, look, Jack, look," and then they vote for him or the current guy. "I'm absolutely a narcissist. Let's vote for him. He clearly is not unsound." It's like, "I did a cognitive test again today." It's like, great, dude, great. And then, "You wouldn't exist without me." It's like, okay, dude, okay, great, wonderful. Like, I gotta say, folks, like, it is so exhausting to wake up every day and every single tweet this guy writes is something about if he wasn't alive, then such and such thing wouldn't even exist anymore. It's ridiculous. But anyways, with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Right Guy SR. He said, "For the record, I'd be fine with a live chat on any show or video if it helps pay the bills." And LOTLSA, and take one from the chat.
And a big thanks to you for the support. And thank you for helping this channel to keep on running, right, guys? And we will make sure to take one from the chat.
And the one from the chat in honor of Rye Guy is going to go to none other than Ella MC Wills Nafo, who said, "Did the Russians shoot down their own Mi-8? I saw that on X this morning. I'm not really sure if it happened or not."
I'm not really sure. I heard about that a little bit, but sadly I didn't get to look into it a whole lot. So unfortunately I'd have to declare ignorance on that one, sadly. But with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 5 from Game Theory. He said, "What happened to the Ottoman Empire? And do you think we're on that way for someone to say the U.S.?"
Well, you see, the Ottoman Empire was like king until someone invented the couch, and then the Ottoman was done with. But outside of that, though, I would say that we're not really going... Oh, you did it. Oh, man, that was a shitty joke, too. But beyond that, though, man, like, I'd quote that guy, Clark, from the back rooms. I am an architect, damn it. I would be, too. I wouldn't be stuck selling this furniture. Someone get their fat heaven ass. So I was like, bro, I'll start there. But anyway, if y'all watch back rooms, y'all get the reference. But anyways, I would say we're not really heading the way of the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Empire had this whole thing go on for centuries after the 1600s that left them to their downfall. I would say we're not really on that path. I would say that we're more on the path of, say, the British Empire and the horrific decisions that they made that led them into their decline to what they are today. Not saying that the Britain is bad off today, but I am saying that they do not have the kind of power projection and the kind of bubble they built around themselves like they did in the 1800s. So, big thanks to you so much once again for support. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 2 from Plazoth and a 2 from Go-Kart. And thank you both very much for the support, Plazoth and Go-Kart, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 2 from Old Hednar. He said, the leadership reminds me of Turkmen's Basa. Just a smart 2.
Turkmen Bossy. Well, I mean, maybe. Honestly, that's not that far off. But a big thanks to your support. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, folks, it's time for us to get on into our Morse code decoders and 3 live chats because we are massively over time. And I have part of a meatball sandwich I need to finish off air because I am famished. So, Matthew, please take it away.
All right, so our Morse code decoders tonight were Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffness, Kush, Kovateric, Sire, and Brian. They said that the Morse code says Russia went from winning Kyiv in 3 to losing Crimea on 4. Let that sink in. LLT LSA.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that on the nail. I got to congratulate the Leaders Radio Cinema Corp for getting it correct time and time again. Y'all are always amazing and incredible with how y'all able to do that. Holy moly, it's a home run. And I got to say, we're always impressed and amazed that the Leaders Radio Cinema Corp and a lot of you are able to get that correct time and time again every single night, every single day of every single week of every single year. And so a humongous thanks to y'all so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and I hope y'all loved Turbo Enforcer there. And with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one is going to be from none other than Sing Birdie, who said, do you think Putin is going to start wilding out? And how far will he go if he's cornered?
I don't think he's going to
Honestly,
be.
I don't know. I'm like on my side of that real quick. I don't really know. Like this is getting into uncharted territory right now. Like with the gas shortage, it's starting to affect the farms in Russia. It's starting to affect the airline industry. It's affecting normal civilians going to work. It's affecting Crimea. Crimea has become an island. It's the Isle of Crimea at this point. It's so isolated. So you never can tell what a lunatic's going to do if they get pushed into a corner. But I mean, what option does Ukraine have at this point? Russia's going to prosecute this war endlessly until something changes. So I'm not really sure if Ukraine really has an option. They got to take it to the extreme at this point. And I'm not sure if Putin's ready to go there or not. We'll have to see. But Enforcer, what do you think?
I would say that they ain't going to be really wild now. I think they're going to be more so tripping. But outside of all the stupid jokes I'm making tonight, I would actually say, in all seriousness to your question there, that like Matthew said, this is uncharted territory, and I really don't know what they're going to be doing either. It's not like Ukraine has a choice. It's not like they can just let the Russians fight the war infinitely, so they have to defeat them, and they are working towards defeating them right now, that's for sure. But we don't really know what that's going to be leading to. I have a feeling that whatever happens, whatever the Russians start wilding out on, if we want to call it that, I don't think they're going to go nuclear. I think the chances of that are still going to be somewhat low, because using a nuclear weapon on Ukraine, even if that wins them the war, good God, who knows what that's going to lead to afterwards globally. Like, that could lead to a whole bunch of horrendous things that could lead Russia to survive that much, not that much longer afterwards. Not to say that NATO is going to like nuke Russia out of the blue, but who's to say that China doesn't nuke them out of the blue, or any other nuclear armed power just gets rubbed the wrong way by the Russians, they nuke them out of the blue. That could start to happen in that kind of a world.
What if the U.S. Administration, in their like endless endeavor to dig themselves out of the ditches that they've created in the Iran war, they try to start helping Ukraine win the war, so that way they can try to claim a victory on that? Now they turn on Russia.
Actually, that sounded like what they were kind of doing at the G7 today. Like, it actually kind of sounded like it, really.
We gotta flip the script. We gotta help somebody win, so we're gonna help Ukraine win. It's like, obviously at this point, you'd have to be a fool not to see Russia's losing at this point. Russia's losing like hell. Their whole country is coming to its knees at the behest of Ukraine, which unfortunately is what Iran just did to the United States.
And honestly, man, it went from, look at me, I'm the peacemaker, to, look at me, I'm the deal maker. And now it's about to go from that. Now that we've lost this war, it's going to go to, look at me, I'm the war winner. I've won 29 wars. Look at that. Wow. That's probably the next shtick. Now they have to move from weakness to weakness. So that's probably the next one. So who knows? Maybe that is the case, because that's what it did sound like today. But I have a feeling that that's going to change, Matthew, with one thing. Ring, ring. Hello? Oh, Putin, it's so good to talk to you. You love me. Man.
I don't know. He just turned on Netanyahu, and I thought that wouldn't happen in a million years of my lifetime. I don't know.
Oh, that whole Netanyahu thing. Wait until the Congress gets a hold of the president. I think that whole thing. Well, Netanyahu's a great guy. It's going to go back to that probably in a couple of weeks. So I wouldn't hold out on that one. I think that was going to be changing here soon, because if you notice, he can never hold out too long on that whole deal of, boy, I hate Netanyahu, because there's a whole other thing going on under the currents that stops that from reaching its full apex, like everything else. But I hope that addresses that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we actually have 2 more super chats to address here really quickly, and then we'll be on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Game Theory, put in a 10, and so go get an In-N-Out burger if it's still open.
Oh, that would be a good idea, actually. I actually have this like meatball sandwich I got earlier in the day. Very filling. Like I only ate half of it, and I still have half of it left here. So I'll probably have that after the show. But an In-N-Out burger does sound really good right now, and a big thanks to your support. And with that, we're on the next one.
We also have a 5 from Men's, and they said this deal will push the Gulf countries into Iran's arms because they have no other choice now, and they should write a book and call it The Art of Surrender. Yeah, I think hot take. The Gulf countries were always in Iran's arms. Hot take. They always had a little bit of a preference for Iran. I think that's why they didn't ever fight back because they kind of view Iran as like the brothers or something like that. I just also Pakistan. The U.S. acting like Pakistan, some neutral mediator, is a joke. So I don't know. Like I think that explains why they didn't fight back. I think the Gulf countries were never really against Iran, but they were getting attacked, but they didn't really turn on them. But Enforcer, what say you?
Man, America, Pakistan is a neutral mediator. Literally just last year in the middle of the India-Pakistan war, remember the Pakistani military officer that came to America? We will kill everybody on the planet. It's like, I don't think they're neutral. It's like, these people seem unstable in the Pakistani government. It's like, maybe we don't need them as mediators. I'm just saying, like, I would, like, out of any country I'd ever trust in the world, folks, to be like a neutral mediator, it would certainly not be India or Pakistan. I'll just tell you that up front. Like, with how they handled themselves in the war between each other, I would never trust anything they say. But outside of that, though, I will have to add that with Iran, yeah, well, I mean, you kind of got a point there. It's like, yeah, it could be the case. You never know. But with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to none other than Douglas Warnold. And he said, when will there likely be a coup d'etat in Moscow? Will it be months, weeks, or days?
I would still say it's probably going to be months out from now because the suffering of like the gas shortage really has to set in. It usually isn't ever immediate what happens as a result of this sort of stuff. So it'll probably be a couple of months in, I would assume. So it's not going to be immediate. So with that, we are on to the final question of the night. So who is the lucky last person to really in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one's going to go to Venture, who said, how come we never hear about the Canavarites anymore, LOL? Because they suck. That's why they suck.
They don't really do anything anymore either. They're so far on the rear line areas most of the time that they're almost operating as like Russian military police and just generally harassing the occupied territory's citizens. So we don't really get a lot out of them anymore, like as far as like footage or anything else for that matter, because they're so bad at fighting, they never put them on the front anymore for us to talk about them. So I hope that does address that incredibly well. Great question around the night out on. And with that, we actually have one more super chat.
So this one's a $40 support from Gabby White. And thank you very much, Gabby, for that very generous $40 support right here. Right at the end of the question segment. We do appreciate that. They said Costco Chicken Fund. They seem to be getting a little smaller for some reason.
They are? Oh no. That shrinkflation's hitting them chickens. Man, like the chickens are even getting smaller these days. I hate that really, and I think that's probably not that far off for Beach. I'll have to go check. I haven't been in a Costco in a hot minute actually for some reason. I don't even know why, but I'll have to go check it out. But a big thanks to you for support, Gabby White, and helping this channel to keep it running. And a big shout out to David Ford 1564 who threw in a $2 super chat and said, "President just won World War 12." Oh, good thing. Good thing you're keeping a count on the wars. That one representative in the Congress said that we fought World War 11, and that always reassures me that the Congress is truly made up of the brightest people in this country. Also, we have a 10 from Joe Hobo, who said, "Let's keep pushing the stream late." Well, not too late, because we do have to eventually get off air, and I think that's going to have to be right now. But I do thank you incredibly for the support, Joe Hobo, and everyone else who supported the channel tonight, because it's time for us to round this thing on out. I've got to thank each and every single one of y'all so much for being here. We are always appreciative of getting to be y'all's primary source of news and cover what's going on day to day, week to week, month to month, and year to year. We will be seeing you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is a short war video to be made, I will be the one making that short war video. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe. Slava Ukraini, Heram Slava. Long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you all tomorrow. And a huge shout out to the 110,000 plus people that joined us tonight. And we hope to see you all once again tomorrow night on Thursday night. And we hope to see you at 10 p.m. Eastern on the next War News stream. And of course, if there is a video put out, the Enforcer will be putting it out midday tomorrow. And maybe there will be news, maybe not. We'll have to see. But in the meantime, though, a huge shout out to you all once again. And of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.